I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority and call to order the special meeting of the Housing Authority.
Mayor, can you pause one moment, please.
1 minute? All right, Juan, come on, hubba hubba. We got a show to put on.
We're good to go.
All right. Special meeting of the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and Successor Agency. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Twining?
Here.
Councilman Kennedy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Here.
Mayor Burns?
Present.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Here.
Councilman Gruhl?
Here.
Councilman Williams?
Here.
All present.
All right, tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain James Pike.
Let us pray. Preserve us, O Lord, from our cynicism of each other, from the pointing of fingers, from the filling of mouths with malicious speech. Make us we the people working toward a more perfect union together. We offer you a summer for everything that was good. We give you gratitude for the grief that we yet carry. May you heal our wounds. And we pray for those elected to lead our city, that you might bless them with wisdom tonight, and that for those who have come to participate in our government, that you might offer a blessing for them as well. And we ask all these things in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. All right, City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
All right, City Council members, would anybody like to make a comment? All right, City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, Mayor. We have 3 emails for consent calendar item number 14. We have 1 email for administrative item number 17. We have 6 emails for ordinance introductions number 18. 1 email for council items number 20, and 2 emails received regarding the special election redistricting.
All right. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor, we have 45 individuals signed up to speak.
Okay.
Hey,
For
Mayor, just
regular-
a point of
Regular
order.
comments.
Do you want to let
Yeah,
them
I'm
know
gonna
they could do
announce.
public comment and then they have the public hearings that they can
Yes,
speak
we
at?
have 2 public hearings later, and at that point, we will have time for the people to make public comments at the public hearings. Right now, it's public comments, pretty much do your deal. But you'll have a chance to speak later if you wish. Okay? So, given that, let me read my proper decorum at the city council meetings is imperative in order for the public to remain informed about issues pertaining to the city business. The public comments portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to be heard and address those issues in a public forum. Disruptive behavior, impeding or delaying our ability to conduct the council's business will not be tolerated. California Penal Code Section 403 prohibits disrupting this meeting, and enforcement action will be taken for violations of this law. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment on items may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with the council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. City Clerk, you want to call what? The first 10?
Sure.
Oh, wait, let's do the first 15, 3 batches.
First 15 it is,
And we
Mayor.
will be giving 1 minute per speaker. I'll say it again. Let me reconsider. 1 minute.
All right.
Mayor, do you want
When
to
your
let her
name
know
is
how much
called,
time you're
please
going to
come
give
to the
them?
podium. We've got
Not
Mr.
yet.
Amory Hanson, Harry McLaughlin, Patricia Pappas, Andrew Einhorn, Paul Murphy, Diane, Laszlo Locke, Pat Goodman, Eric Shine, Tomei Santillion, Thomas Laparne, Dominic McGee, Charles Jackson, Sam Geezy, Dom Ramsey.
Okay, just so the people in the hallway, you guys got to keep it down over there, please. You do kind of echo out here quite strongly. So please respect the speakers and let's go. First speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Paul Murphy, a Huntington Beach resident for over 40 years. I'm here to express my strong support for the air show. Growing up, it was thought I would follow my grandmother's footsteps as an artist. Even studied art at a university, but I was inspired to pursue an aeronautical engineering instead. This decision led me to McDonnell Douglas in 1984, where I was mentored by senior leaders and shared lunches with the chairman of the board. Over the years, I've managed machine shops, oversaw the assembly of the DC-10, the KC-10, the MD-80, led the development of the MD-11 and the C-17, and eventually became one of the youngest sales negotiator for worldwide sales of wide-body jets. I share this because my inspiration, this inspiration changes lives. The air show isn't just an amazing event that brings tourism and energy to the city. It's also a living classroom. It sparks curiosity, inspires our youth, and shows them what's possible. That's why I urge you to continue supporting the air show. It's more than entertainment. It's education, opportunity, and inspiration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. In 1938, this was the slogan of the Hitlerjugend, the Hitler Youth. One people, one empire, one leader. The goal was a single unified nation under a supreme leader, a nation under totalitarian control where the leader embodies the nation's will and holds absolute authority. Now, courtesy of our city council, we have a sanitized version of Hitler Youth called Patriot Academy, a Christian nationalist attempt to link spiritual and political successes to the past glory of an exceptional America. The goal is to create a generation of young Americans who are physically fit, obedient, and schooled in the Christian nationalist interpretation of history and the Constitution, which does not recognize the separation of church and state. A more appropriate name for this program would be Trump Youth. This Christian national program has no business being taught in our public library and at no cost to them, as our cash-strapped, fiscally irresponsible city council is comping the room rental and all associated fees. A more appropriate venue would have been Calvary Chapel.
Next speaker, please. Nine Deutsch.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 17, the item on voter requirements. The voters have spoken and desire voter identification. The voters also desire more in-person polling places, which I truly believe is an important thing. Huntington Beach must ensure polling places are convenient for we, the people. I believe every voter should have their voice heard. I hope that voters will consider voting for Mr. Amory Hanson, a historic choice at their local polling place. Huntington Beach shall overcome. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Huntington Beach is facing its most serious financial deficit in years due to mismanagement by the current city council. And yet the council continues to throw our money away to fund its MAGA agenda. After gifting millions of dollars to the Pacific Air Show for the next several decades, the council is now hosting the Texas-based Patriot Academy free of rental charges, allowing this Christian nationalist organization to promote Christian supremacy and gun ownership, spewing its right-wing hatred under the guise of teaching about the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. This is an egregious violation of the separation of church and state, and the cost is being covered by HB taxpayers, whether we like it or not. The current cost to rent space in the library is $250 per hour. At that rate, For multiple sessions, this objectionable program is likely to cost HP taxpayers over $15,000. The council claims that it needs to raise rental and other fees to limit the damage of the deficit.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andy Einhorn, Huntington Beach. You handed a Christian nationalist group 50 hours of free usage of our public library at approximately $12,000 of taxpayer giveaway. A blatant abuse of public funds and disregard for the separation of church and state. Texas Republicans rigged districts to stay in power, yet you attack California's Prop 50, where voters, not politicians, decide. Tonight you will burn $250,000 on an air show EIR without telling us the hidden costs of police, fire, and cleanup from your air show settlement debacle. The Surf Museum is late on rent. Now you want taxpayers to bail them out at the Main Street Library. Our city teeters on bankruptcy because you raided the rainy day fund.
Next speaker.
You may or may not remember me, but I came here minimally on July 1st, 2025, looking for some help and a report upon parking violations that I had been fighting the police at the time and for the past several years with various effects on my health. I finally got before an Article 3 Superior Court judge, Justice Amber Poston, on Friday, August 29th, 2025, and on 4 separate matters, combined the matters and got all 4 matters dismissed by invoking my timely due process rights that included but were not limited to the timely filing of evidence by the city attorney's office, which they seemed to think it was no big deal. The deputy city attorney, Derek Bradfield, was there with the code enforcement manager for the Huntington Beach Police Department parking control supervisor. They ended the 4 matters by submitting to the court toward dismissal. The way the matters are set up make it over.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Thomas Laparne. I just came out here tonight to support the opposition of alcohol at the sports complex. As a lifetime resident, as a coach, as a referee and an umpire here in the great city of Huntington Beach, I have been subjected to unruly parents, other people from out of town, people that have brought alcohol to the sports complex or to the fields. I'm of the reasoning that those that come to watch their children should spend that time supporting their children, supporting their teams, cheering them on. And if the sports complex wishes to have drinks of some nature, the alternative I would suggest would be craft root beer, slushies, smoothies, other things to support children, but also be able to offer things that would allow a great time with all families. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Your Honorable Mayor. My name's Don Ramsey. I'm a 62-year resident of Huntington Beach. I graduated from Rena High School in 1970. I got drafted. I was a medic in the Army during the Vietnam War. And coming back to Huntington Beach after the war was no patriotic thing. I left Huntington Beach right after I got here, drove a VW bus down to Mexico, grew my hair out, surfed, and came back to town because during those days, it wasn't patriotic to be in the military. There was no big welcome home for you. Anyway, I'd like to speak about the air show. One thing I've noticed about it in the last 7 years is the amount of patriotism that it generates wherever I go during those 3 days. And I want to hold that as a value that happens in this town, and the air show does it, and it makes it happen. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I think the only reason for needing flashbangs is to control drunk parents at sporting events. We don't need beer at sporting events and don't need flashbangs at all. Look it up. Most cities put parking fines into the general fund. That's the right place to put the funds. That's what Huntington Beach has done for almost a century. Regarding a vote to sell Huntington Beach parkland and similar property is a good check and balance. Allocating the funds from parking fees to the police and fire department is like putting handcuffs on the HBCC, you folks. Remember that our failing infrastructure is paid out of the general fund and is a huge public safety problem.
Next speaker, please.
Patricia Pappas, 47-year resident in November, honorable mayor and council. I just want to say thank you to our incredible mayoral and council leadership. Burns, Vandermark, Strickland, soon to be mayor, McKeon, and then on to Williams, Kennedy, Twining, and Gruhl. You all bring such unique initiatives to our city. I so appreciate all of you. Wallet Hub, I was reading the personal finance platform, and they ranked Huntington Beach as #1 as the best run city, June of 2025. It says the best run cities in America use their budgets most effectively to provide high quality financial security, education, health, and safety and transportation to their residents. And I just want to thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. The drummer.
Yes, hello. My name is Laszlo Locke. I want to thank the City Council for this event, and I just want to voice my support to appeal the alcohol at sporting complex. That is not a great idea. Anytime you're going to put alcohol and people together, it's not usually good. All you have to do is look down at our Huntington Beach Main Street and take a look at what happens Friday night and Saturday night and see what happens when you mix idiots and alcohol. It never comes out great. I want to just look at the police record. I doubt you're going to see many arrests in front of Handel's Ice Cream. But when you put this kind of thing in a sporting complex, you're already looking at an emotional charged venue with people who are amped up for their kids. Now you add alcohol to it, and there are no restraints now. So unless you're adding more police to look at this, I think it's the best decision to just let this pass. It cannot be about the money, because at the end, the only ones that lose are the kids when their parents are not able to drive them home. What are you going to do with all of those out-of-state teams that go for 2 and 3 games all day long and their parents are drinking? How are they getting home after that? Please think about the kids. So,
thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tomoe. Today, I'm here to oppose the conditional use permit to sell alcohol at the Huntington Beach Sports Complex. Huntington Beach Sports Complex is intended to be a safe, healthy, and family-friendly place so that all age group of children can enjoy. And alcohol and children doesn't match. That's it. And then I can't imagine any family with children driving to a place for the purpose of playing sports with their kids and drink alcohol. Doesn't make any sense. And in the past 4 years, citizens of Huntington Beach voted for conservatives so that we can entrust our conservative view, which is founded in the Judeo-Christian value in the Bible. And then we all stand against, before the judgment seat of God. We have to give account to him. So I urge all conservative council members to give account about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sam Giese. When I was 12 years old, my parents moved our family to Huntington Beach. That was 60 years ago. I've seen a lot of changes in Huntington Beach. It was a fun, old-fashioned family beach community then, and it's still a fun, old-fashioned beach community today. And that's the way people in Huntington Beach like it. That's why you all were elected to preserve that and to safeguard those values. But as it continues to grow, it can go one of two ways. You can either have a quality of life, or you can go for commercialism and profit. I see that best reflected in a movie that my wife and I watch every Christmas called It's a Wonderful Life, where you have Bedford Falls, a quality of life, and Pottersville, commercialism and profit. That's the decision that's in front of you to keep safeguarding for all of us and the people in Huntington Beach, is which direction will we continue to go into the future. I don't have to tell you how to vote on alcohol at a sports.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Don McGee, and I just want to congratulate the City Council on ensuring that the air show is a fixture in Huntington Beach for many years to come. It's a great patriotic event, and I love it. I also want to congratulate you on Patriot Academy. It's something that I've watched time and time again, and Dave Barton is probably one of the greatest American historians in the United States right now. I do want to lament the fact that we're even proposing serving alcohol in the sports complex. I think it's a bad idea. As a coach and a referee, for many years, I've had many interactions with parents, and injecting alcohol into that is not a good thing, as well as the fact that most people don't ride share when they're bringing children to their sporting events. So I just don't think it's a good idea right now, but good job on everything else. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I am Janet Ewell. The constitutional defense course you advertise in our public library, led by somebody from patriotacademy.com, has the unfortunate appearance of using public resources for a political purpose. Is there no one local who can teach about the Constitution in all its glorious complexity in a fair and objective manner? From a community college, the League of Women Voters, a retired judge, a high school teacher with a master's degree. Why do you think instruction from an organization founded by a former Texas state legislator and firearms coach who hosts Mike Lindell My Pillow ads on his website and advocates for a border wall is needed here? Have you signed a contract with patriotacademy.com? May we see it? I do, however, applaud this company's interest in learning more about the Constitution. Surely there is a great need.
Next speaker, please.
Hey, good evening. My name's Scott Kahn. I'm a 30-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm here to talk about the alcohol sales at the sports complex. My two daughters played sports in the city of Huntington Beach from the time they were 4 up through the collegiate level. And for the last 16 years, I've been a sports official. By far, the most problems you see in the youth level is with the parents and their sportsmanship. You don't see that kind of problem in high school. You don't see that kind of problem in the collegiate level, which I work all those different levels. Allowing alcohol sales in one of the greatest venues on the West Coast for softball and other youth sports will exacerbate that problem to a great extent. That does nothing good for the city, does nothing good for the kids, and will just lead to greater problems. We don't allow alcohol sales to the snack bars on high school campuses. We don't allow alcohol sales and the snack bars at schools where kids are playing, so why would we allow it in the sports complex?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I oppose allowing beer and wine sales at the sports complex. By law, alcohol is prohibited in city parks unless a special permit is issued. Those permits cannot be used when youth activities are scheduled in the same facility. And this complex is primarily for youth sports. The property is also in the open space district, where alcohol requires a conditional use permit. To grant one, the city must find the use won't harm public health, safety, or welfare. Given the risks of impaired driving, fights, and youth exposure, those findings simply cannot be made. Finally, our park rules have long banned alcohol to keep recreation family-friendly. Reversing that policy for a youth venue serves no public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good evening, Pat Goodman from Huntington Beach, Mayor Burns and City Council members. I wanted to address so many of the items, but I'll start with the last one first, or middle one. It's the Pacific Air Show deal. A citizen's lawsuit against the city in 2023 revealed the millions in city subsidies for Code 4, whose president admitted the air show doesn't turn a profit. That's not a sustainable business model, yet the city continues to prop it up with backroom deals, putting taxpayers on the hook for a failing venture. I find it really incredible that you will approve the findings, in fact, with a statement of overriding considerations, yet you will not do the same for the housing element. Item 14, vote no. Item 16, vote yes. Item 17, vote yes. Item 20, vote no. Item 21, vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm Matt Liffring, and I've had the distinct pleasure of documenting the air show since literally day one. I've had a unique vantage point as I've seen this signature event take off, so to speak, as today the event is known throughout the world. The tourism, the residents, the business people, the show people, and the operators, many have come before my cameras over the years at some point or another, and I've had very few negative experiences about the air show. The total amount of impressions, those unpaid media impressions, is worth the price of our collective admission. It's a win-win, and it's always good when you have a homegrown, successful businessman like Kevin Elliott that continues to call Huntington Beach home and home base. I'm looking forward to the Pacific Air Show this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 15, please.
Brenda, Solomon Ortiz, Ken Inouye, Rick Brown, Joanna Sosa, Frank Dawes, Tony Dawes, Kathleen Daniels, Chris Kluwe, Russ Neal, Tim Geddes, Richard Worley.
Proceed, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight because many residents are deeply concerned about the city's quiet endorsement of Patriot Academy's constitutional defense course at our public library. While these classes may be framed as civic education, Patriot Academy is openly faith-based and promotes a Bible-based interpretation of our Constitution. When the city posts these courses on its official website, calendar, and social media, and allows them to use public space rent-free while other community groups are charged, this is not neutrality, it's favoritism. That places the city in the role of promoting a religious program with taxpayer resources. I urge you to reconsider this arrangement and apply the same rules to all groups, protect the neutrality of the library, and keep taxpayer-funded spaces free from religious or political endorsement. Why not have some of our fine high school teachers or local university professors teach this class instead of a Texas-based organization? Finally, I do not support alcohol sales at the sports complex. As other speakers have mentioned, I volunteered for many years as an AYSO coach and referee. One of the biggest challenges I encountered were out-of-control parents, and they were sober. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Chris Kluwe, Huntington Beach resident. I have a lot of stuff to go through, so I'll try to be quick. First, I wanted to thank Councilmember Casey McKeon for getting the money for the Magnolia Street improvement. I think that was actually a really good thing. And I would like to reiterate an earlier request. Please make sure there's a protected bike lane on there. There's a lot of kids who go to Edison on Magnolia, and we need to make sure that they're not getting hit. This is a great opportunity for that. I also want to thank Councilmembers Vandermark and Gruhl for bringing up the need for sand replenishment. I am very curious how you're going to talk about that without talking about climate change and Trump defunding our funds, so that's going to be fascinating to watch. Last thing is Gracie's resolution against the redistricting. I have to say that I am in favor of saying we should not be gerrymandering. However, if you do pass a resolution, it needs to be explicitly stated that Texas is the state that started this on the direct orders of Donald Trump, and we are responding to it. This is not what we want to do, but if you're going to cheat, then we got to get down in the mud and fight back. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Perfect timing. Gracie, based on the resolution statement, here are the key points of hypocrisy. Claiming to respect the will of the voters while supporting voter ID requirements, which often disproportionately restrict access to voting and can conflict with broad voter participation. Not adding wording to the Huntington Beach Charter to allow voters to decide on library privatization, despite claiming to uphold voter authority. Opposing unnecessary political spending and citing fiscal responsibility, yet attempting to privatize the public library, which could involve cost of management choices not aligned with the community wishes. Promising to respect community diversity and inclusion while banning books that voters wanted available. Failing to reinstate banned books that voters rejected. Committing to include pastors of various faiths for invocations, yet only allowing Christian national pastors, contradicting inclusivity.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Really proud of you guys. We have a council to be looked at. You turn on the news. I do subscribe to the LA Times. I do read a little bit about you guys, but big supporter. Local government, decisions that you guys have been making, so thank you. I am opposed to the alcohol sales at the sports complex, and for all the reasons that have been said, so I don't want to rehash it. I understand that there's going to be sporting events or concerts also. You have to take that into consideration. But is it really worth the money sales that you'll get that would open you guys to potential litigation? You have to take a look at the ingress and egress of the intersections out of the park. You guys can be exposed to lawsuits, and it's just not worth it. There's another way to close the budget, and rather this. Other than that, thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joanne Sosa. I start with a question. Can you, each one of you, any one of you, or anybody in the audience, cite one time where alcohol, children, sports ever was a good thing? You can't, because it doesn't work. So you have such a classy city. You just had the Civil War days. Everybody loves it. It's family friendly, no problems. We have the surf championships. We have the air show. What an amazing city. Why would you consider something that you will have? I'm sorry to say, it's just a matter of time. You're going to have a tragedy if you do it. You're going to have lawsuits, not one. Why would you do that? Keep us clean, clear, and a #1 city. And thank you for all that you do. I believe in you, City Council. Please do the right thing.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Richard Worley. Lived in Huntington Beach since 1971. Have put through children and grandchildren through the sports center. I oppose the alcohol sale. It's just not a good idea. You can't mix the two, especially if you got your children out there, and it's just not a good idea. Anyway, negative vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Billy Maddox. I've lived in Huntington Beach over 40 years. I have fathered 3 boys who've played in various sports. We attend our church regularly. I just can't imagine you'd want to sell alcohol in a situation where there's competition of children. You don't bring children to a bar when you're drinking. Why would you do this? You're opening yourselves up to so much. Put a fence around the snack bar. They're going to have one window to get their gum and their hot dog and their drink. You're going to have the problem with the emotion that's just there in the sports and the competition to begin with. So you're just adding fuel to the fire. It's just a bad call. I've volunteered many times. I've umpired for over 30 years. I've seen parents get out of control without alcohol. Now add that to the mix, and all you have is fuel on the fire. There's nothing that cannot be made worse by alcohol. It never has done a good thing, not once. You may recall, so many people up here want to get the, I'm out of time. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Tim Geddes in the House. First, I want to
First, I want to object to the arbitrary and capricious restriction on public speaking time. I'm not speaking in the public. I'm not speaking in the public hearings. I want at least a minute and a half to 2 minutes, but that's. To this point, our MAGA City Council has 3 signature moves that have defined its ideological approach to governing. First is the anti-democratic flouting of rules, standards, and norms that minimize community representation. Second is the lavishing of taxpayer monies on special interests and partisan political schemes, which are costing the Huntington Beach citizenry big time. Third is the abject lack of progress in solving the pressing problems and civic concerns that you allegedly were elected to address. Tonight's agenda bears this out.
Next
There's no
speaker,
way to
please.
run a city.
Good evening, Russ Neal, Huntington Beach. This council has done a great and widely recognized job of standing up to the tyranny emanating from the government in Sacramento. This is the primary reason you were elected, and you have not let us down. As for normal municipal matters, like many on tonight's agenda, it is fine and even healthy to have disagreements and split votes. I just urge you to not allow disagreements on such things to damage your relationships or your solidarity and, yes, your love for each other. You have had and will continue to have our love and support if you do so. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Frank Daniels, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for over 50 years and raised 5 children, of which some of them were in little sports. Anyhow, what happened is after the games were over, we would go to a pizza joint and have pizza and Coke. We don't need to have alcohol at the sports complex. I'm totally against that. Also, I used to take my kids to the Anaheim Stadium to watch the Angels play. Well, it got out of hand because there was so much foul language and arguments and fistfights. So what the Angels did is they set aside a small portion of the Angel Stadium out there in left field that was family only, no beer and alcohol. And it worked really well. At least you know when you went there you were safe. So I encourage you to vote no on alcohol at the Cut Sports Complex.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Noway. And during the city council meetings, I've noticed that members of the MAGA City Council are quick to take credit for the fact that they fulfilled certain contracts with their supporters. At this time, I would like to point out some of the actions that they did not promise to their supporters, which have helped lead to an unprecedented deficit for the city. The MAGA City Council people did not agree to settle a $5 million lawsuit without any proof of loss by the plaintiff. To settle a lawsuit without any proof is at best poor judgment, and at worst, an illegal misappropriation of public funds, so be careful. In addition, the City Council did not promise not to file a required housing element, even though they knew it was going to cost the city $7 million a year for their failure to take such action.
Thank you. Next speaker. Call the next 15. Or the rest. How many?
Bethany Webb, Tom Ursano, Sonia Beal, Michelle, Rebecca Groot, David Reinerson, John Carcer, Diana Phillips, Brett Bush, Amber Webster, Guest P, Paula Schaefer, Jennifer Winberg, Kelly Fritzvall, Maria Michael, Billy Chris, Kane Durham, Regina Blackenhorn, Lenora Damaris.
Ma'am, you're up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 14 submitted by Travis, number 20 submitted by Chad, giving police chief and city manager the decisions on how to spend the money. On number 14, critical incident response is the verbiage. You're proposing being prepared for raids and riot interventions. Why? What's happening to our city? Mass shootings in our schools are real. Guns aren't going away. Studies show that current practice drills don't work. How about using some of this money for school safety or teach our police department on mental strategies to de-escalate situations instead? HB should be progressing, not regressing. Let's change the narrative, make character, integrity, truth, and doing the right thing matter again. 15, the Coastal Commission fined the air show over $250K because they did not obtain permits to previous air shows. Think about that. The city taxpayers will be paying deeply from our pockets for one-day loss of revenue.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, I've got about 2 minutes worth of material on the hypocrisy of Councilperson Vandermark's resolution opposing the Election Rigging Response Act. Yeah, 1 minute. I don't really have the time necessary to get into the details on that because, like any good tyrant, you, Mr. Burns, seem to get off on limiting and controlling people's free speech. If you ever want to work on your impulse control, I see a great therapist and would gladly send you a recommendation.
Fill out a blue card, sir, if you'd like. Ms. Fritzl.
I just wanted to take a minute to thank the City Council and your amazing city staff for all your support of downtown Huntington Beach. We look forward to another amazing year and even better collaboration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for seeing me. My name is Joaquin Chavez. I'm here with my daughter who's 5 years old. Today was her first day of kindergarten. When she was born, I promised to protect her. I'm going to ask you to help me keep that promise and keep alcohol sales from our sports venues here in Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethany Webb.
Next speaker, please.
Bethany Webb, longtime 40-year plus Huntington Beach resident. I know you guys prayed to a grifter, but the idea that you're looking confused, Mr. Burns, that would be your orange god, the #1 grifter. But Huntington Beach has their own grifter. He's in the audience, Kevin Elliott. The $7 million that you guys are going to give to the air show, and for people that actually want patriotism, Blue Angels will do it for free. You can have an air show that you don't pay $7 million to somebody who lost the exact same lawsuit. The judge didn't even have to hear it out. It was so flimsy. The guys before you ran away. Michael Gates and Tony Strickland left you with the biggest mess. And folks, when you bet on this and you vote on it, we're going to come back and hold you responsible for the pay-for-play that you're giving away of Huntington Beach money.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Brett Bush. I'm a Huntington Beach resident. If the intent for the sports complex was to sell alcohol, then it would have been included in the initial vote in 1990. It was not included because it was never the intent to sell alcohol. You know, the Huntington Beach Police Department stated at the Planning Commission that there had been 52 calls for service since the development of the sports complex. It was also stated at the Planning Commission hearing that we need to teach our children how to drink responsible. Obviously, Section 612, also referred to in the past as Measure C, was a voter initiative that was approved by the voters during November 1990 general election. Essentially, Section 12 took over Measure C, and it's really written into our city charter that this type of agreement could never have been made. they're saying that there's going to be a full bar. They're advertising it for some event in September. I think we need to think better about what we're doing.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I'm John Carcer. I'm a 55-year resident of Huntington. I am vehemently opposed to 25-714, request for resolution in the opposition to special election for redistricting. This item is nothing but a political intrusion upon our residents and taxpayers by our MAGA councilperson, Gracie Vandermark. You, Gracie, have no business thrusting us into your MAGA scheme and imposing upon us your political agenda. No, not everyone wears a red hat in Huntington. 4 members of the council already pulled the same stunt when you approved standing in solidarity with Texas. This is not Texas. Over a year ago, this chamber has no business considering such a proposal, nor should you be dictating any political actions to the good residents of this city. A total waste of time and money.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Seems the council has taken a page from Trump's playbook by flooding the agenda with bad ideas. First, we have the acquisition of flashbangs and less than lethal rounds on the consent calendar of all places. HB is not a war zone, and using the LA Sheriff's Department for training after their egregious conduct earlier this year is an affront to citizens. Next, we have the EIR for the air show, which glosses over the $250,000 that it cost the city that would have been paid by the promoter but for the egregious air show giveaway. Alcohol at a sports complex? Don't we have enough trouble with belligerent people at kids' sporting events without throwing alcohol into the mix? Item 17, proposes to understand the cost of implementing voter ID. Duh. Should you not have done that before passing the measure? Sending all the parking revenue to police and fire when you're in a budget emergency? Why tie your hands like that? Then there's Gracie's nonsensical screed about Measure 50, which ignores the fact that it was only triggered because of Texas's mid-cycle redistricting, which conspicuously did not allow the citizens a vote. She also ignores that it reverts to a citizens' commission. How much nonsense and stupidity can one council pack into a single agenda?
Next speaker, please.
Of the air show settlement agreement and how that benefits the city. Through a quick perusal of many of us do not understand why the city would give up all the parking revenue for a 3-day event and also take on the burden of paying for the EIR when we are faced with a looming shortfall in our budget next year. And there are a bunch of other things that are fishy, but I'm sure you will diligently review it all. And since this position was changed from part-time to now full-time with benefits, I would think you will be thorough and prudent with your investigations of our financial situation. You know, most cities of this size just give a stipend to the finance director for this title, but it seems that you will be doing so much more for the residents of Huntington Beach. Also, you should be aware that this is the most homophobic city council in Orange County. They tried really hard to eradicate any trace of the LGBTQ plus community from our libraries with their attacks on our...
All right, next speaker.
Good evening to our amazing Huntington Beach City Council. September is World Alzheimer's Month. I bet most of you know someone or are connected with someone who's affected by this disease, and this cause touches me directly. My mother-in-law is currently in a care facility, and she has no idea that she has great-grandchildren. This is why I'm here tonight. My name is Rebecca Groot. I live here in HB. I actually met a few of you at an event at my favorite restaurant at La Capilla, so good to see you again. On November 8th, Huntington Beach will host our very own Walk to End Alzheimer's at Bolsa Chica State Beach, raising money for research, treatment, and caregiver support. This walk is completely free. So I have 3 asks for the City Council today. First, please help me promote this event by using your social media. Mr. Williams, I'm talking to you. You have a great following. We would also like to hang a promotional sign over over Lake Street. My second ask is for the city to help us cover the $266 signage fee. And my last ask is I want all of you to attend, all the council and everyone here. This is a great way for us to come together as one people, one city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you,
Next speaker.
excuse me, can you please fill out a blue card?
Ma'am.
Could you fill out a blue card so I know how to get a hold of you? Thank you.
Council members, Paula Schaefer, I urge you to vote no on the EIR and deny Pacific Air Show the right to proceed. We now know that Pacific Air Show did not obtain the necessary environmental permits for a number or even most of the prior years that the event was held. Its application was late this year. Why would the city want to continue a business relationship with a company with this history? Why is the city giving away millions of dollars to Pacific Air Show LLC and its owners and paying for expenses that are normally paid by an event promoter and agreeing to indemnify Pacific Air Show for CEQA challenges when the city's finances are so severely strained? You should demand that Pacific Air Show LLC and its owners provide any evidence that the air show brings in its purported millions of dollars to the city or the region. And if it's to the region, why aren't other regions, what other cities and the county participating? There should be there should be publicly available information that this event is economically.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. My name is Jennifer Winberg, and I'm a longtime property owner in Huntington Beach. I'd like to thank everyone for your service today, and I'm in full support of what you're doing. I would just like to say today I adamantly oppose the sale of alcohol at the sports complex. Everyone has been giving good reasons for that. I know that it goes against the primary purpose of that complex for young people to be involved in family-oriented, just positive activities rather than being drawn away into things like drugs and alcohol. So we certainly don't want to go against the vision and purpose of the establishment of that, that park. So we also want to think, rather than thinking about ourselves as adults, some people might like to drink there, but really, this is for the kids. We should think of the kids and put them first. And we know, again, everyone's been talking about.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Kanan Durham. Trying to speak on both item 14 and item 20, which are very connected. So item 14, you have an approval for HPPD to use flashbangs and rubber bullets. And on item 20, you are asking to take parking violation funds from the general fund for the city and give it to HPPD instead. Now, first of all, the idea that we need flashbangs and rubber bullets in this city is absurd to me, but not surprising considering the fact that every single one of you have spoken in favor of the militarization of American streets. In addition to that, the fact that we are trying to do this while we just took 100 beds out of the city's homeless shelter, and we somehow can't fund making sure that our city council meetings are accessible, and yet we're still waiting for accountability and transparency on the surveillance program in Oakview and our drone program and the act.
Next speaker, please.
I'm here to express a deep concern about the city's long-term deal with the Pacific Air Show. This contract doesn't just bring planes to the beach, it gives away taxpayer resources for decades. The air show is now guaranteed the right to run a private multi-day music festival on our public coastline. They've been handed exclusive control over public parking lots from 7th Street to Beach Boulevard, including the Main Street Garage and Pier Plaza. That's prime city real estate paid for and maintained by taxpayers, now reserved for a private business. Even more troubling, the city has agreed to use public funds to defend the air show from environmental lawsuits tied to their operations. Taxpayers are essentially underwriting their legal risks. This is not a partnership, it's a subsidy. Residents are losing public access, parking, and accountability, while a private operator locks in 25 years of profit. I urge the council to stop giving away taxpayer money and public space to private interests.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening. Is this on? Good evening. My name is Billy Chris, and I was just, I don't watch the news a lot because it has gotten so bad in the world, but I just was made aware recently about this sale of alcohol in the school at a sports facility, and I was amazed. I couldn't even believe that this would be a question. I don't understand why people would even question that. Why would you mix alcohol with children? I just don't understand that. It causes so many problems. And there's been so many deaths from car accidents. There's so many things that I just don't understand why we would even be talking about it tonight. I mean, it's just, I just wanted to come and say, have my 2 cents heard, and hopefully somebody will hear it and think about this a little bit more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Diana Phillips. I am a 21-year homeowner, no, past that, a homeowner of Huntington Beach with a 22-year-old son. I asked him about selling alcohol at the youth sports complex, and he was like, that is the craziest idea. I mean, it's corporate-driven of greed. Disneyland does not sell alcohol. They want to claim it as the happiest place on earth. There's a reason why they don't sell alcohol. That is because alcohol just creates bad behavior. Bad things happen when you add alcohol. We all know it. That's why there's reasons that you need to be older. Why do we need to have, at a youth complex on public property, alcohol being sold? With California being the most litigious or whatever state, one lawyer for every 10 people, there's going to be one accident. It's going to.
Next speaker, please.
Hello. Okay, the residents are not against the air show. They're against the money launderer, the promoter, Kevin Elliott, right here. Mother Nature is against Kevin Elliott also, Australia Gold Coast. Mother Nature took that sound away and they had to cancel that show. Pacific Air Show, Mother Nature brought that fog in last year. You could hear something up there, you just couldn't see it. One year we had an oil spill. Mother Nature washed it ashore to make sure we could cancel that as well. The air show makes no money. There's an LLC called the Pacific Air Show. It pays Code 4, Kevin Elliott's company, to do it. Kevin Elliott says the LLC doesn't make any money because he pays Code 4, Kevin Elliott's other company, to put on the show. It doesn't make that much sense that we have to pay for it when Kevin Elliott ultimately profits from it. Hey, get Brian Thenis to pay for it. He paid thousands of dollars for an airplane to have propaganda go over our beaches, so maybe he can help you out with your air show.
Next speaker. I believe that's all the speakers? No? We have more.
We've got B Channel, Grace, Catherine Goddard, Scott Kahn, Roger Knorr, David Kwan, Matthew Cabrera, Chris Pickrell, Dan Hay, Joaquin Chavez.
My name is Stan Diliberto, and I've got one truth claim to make. Alcohol destroys families.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speakers, can we come up to the mic? Roger, anybody, come on up. You're too late, Roger. Somebody else did. All right, ma'am, go ahead. Ma'am?
Yes, thank you. Okay, you've heard a lot of things about the idea of putting on a constitution for 3 days, a workshop on the Constitution for 7 days, I think it is, excuse me. And it's not clear to anybody what has happened here, whether you've signed a contract, whether you've paid them. What is clear is that you're not bringing in any money in a time that Casey reminds us multiple times, the city is in desperate straits. So not only are you putting this on at a free event, but you're presenting a single point of view. Now, it happens that we have a monoculture here on the council, so I understand that you have only a single point of view. But the Constitution itself is a living document that requires point, counterpoint, decision. So you get ideas and you come up with a third point of view that is the actual decision that needs to be described, and it needs to be presented in a way that you hear from more than one point of view about the genius, really, of our Constitution.
Council members, we have 3 minutes. We're supposed to get 3 minutes, and we're supposed to get 3 minutes for each one of these, but that's fine. First of all, I really am upset about when somebody dies in your house, or whatever, you guys or the police go in there, kick everybody out, and then they start they have a couple of cops outside talking about high school and all this stuff and being buddies with a homeowner, while they're distraught because somebody died, their family member died, while the police are inside searching the house, and they're turning off the monitors. If somebody has if somebody has a camera inside the house, they'll turn it off 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after they leave. This is evil. You got to stop it. That's Eric Paris stuff, man. You can't do this. And please stop this. This is evil. If somebody has any slobber in the pillowcase, they can say that they suffocate.
All right, thank you.
And then they go to
Roger.
You got to stop it. You have to stop it.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Chavez, and I oppose the sale of alcohol at the sports complex that is meant for children. I'm deeply concerned that people who are not responsible with their drinking habits will be driving their youngsters home, and it really worries me for the emotional parents that are already upset maybe with their child for not doing so well, that they will take it out emotionally on alcohol, and then I just don't like that idea for the kids at home. Also, I don't think it's nice for the children who can walk up to the snack bar and order whatever they want to now have to be accompanied by an adult who is also purchasing alcohol. The freedoms that kids have these days are being taken away, and it grieves me. So I think you guys already passed it, but I hope that you consider our care for the children in the city and their chance to have fun at the sport complex instead of dealing with alcohol-induced behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council member and Mayor. And just a reminder, the negative of alcohols in sports, compromise motor skills, decreased coordination, and diminished judgment, impair balance. And most likely, increase the likelihood of disruptive behavior, can lead to issues such as property damage, conflicts with others, safety concerns, law enforcement constantly patrolling the complex, increased likelihood of getting in trouble. And in 2024, even in a football college game, a young man, he was holding 2 cans of beers, throwing his shakers and emptying popcorn buckets on people. And, don't we have a duty to make sports event people where they can enjoy and be comfortable as possible?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Welcome to story time. This one's called Bro Code and the Lapdogs. Many years ago, 2 buddies, Kelvin and Mickey, went to school together and created a company called Screw HB LLC. They figured that name wouldn't fly, so Kelvin changed it to Bro Code. Bro Code was the broiest of broskies, and they plotted the great HB heist. Bro Code had plans. They all involved using taxpayer money to sell out our beach. Bro Code got millions from the city and printed 1 million signs plastered around the city for their lapdogs and their little personal agendas to launch their political careers and decimate the library. They tried to convince everyone it was good that the people couldn't walk on the pier that they paid for. It was good that they couldn't sit on the public beach that they paid for. It was good that they walked out the back door with millions of dollars and exclusive rights to keep that back door swinging open every year with piles of
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Hey, council members. My name is Matt. I'm a 4-year resident of Huntington Beach now. I am in opposition of the alcohol sale. Here are some statistical downfalls of allowing alcohol. Violence and aggression. Around 40% of violent crimes in the U.S. involve alcohol use by the offender. Alcohol is a factor in 65% of domestic violence cases and 37% of assaults. Children exposed to alcohol use at events are twice as likely to start drinking early. Public safety, communities with higher alcohol outlet densities see increased crime rates, including vandalism and disorderly conduct. Message here is alcohol and athleticism do not mix. And for everyone that is standing here today, I just kind of want to share something with you. There's a God who loves you. There's a God who is here to offer you peace and hope and a purpose in this life. And Romans 3:9 says that all fall short of the glory of God, and there's not one who is righteous, but there's a mediator between you and God, and that's Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Am I okay to speak?
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to register a no on selling alcohol at the youth sports complex. It's kind of funny to even make that statement. It's so ridiculous, but it just seems, if you think it through, it's a disaster waiting to happen. I really don't see an upside. I see all risk and no reward. I think we need to leave this space for families. That's what it was intended to begin with. And why restrict children's access to the snack bar? I mean, so that we can sell alcohol to the parents who are driving? I mean, it's madness. So I vote no, and thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Jignesh Padiyar. I was on a run, totally forgot, so I'm a little bit sweaty right now. But totally don't agree with the alcohol at the youth sports center. I think kids' sports are meant for kids. If you're an adult who wants to drink, then go home and drink, or just keep it away from the kids. Totally for agenda item number 14, implementing aerial flashbangs and blast balls for critical incident responses. If you're going to bring trouble to HB, be sure you're going to get trouble back in your face. After seeing what happened under George Floyd and the boarding up of downtown, we should be able to protect ourselves and our city. Also, all for the air show. We need more afterburners 24/7 because that's America and that's what we do. And 100% support of the new item pushed forward by Councilwoman Gracie Vandermark to oppose the redistricting of Huntington Beach. We're allotted votes to vote for every single council member up for election, and that's going to take away our votes as citizens to only vote for one individual per cycle, even if that individual is not up for a cycle. So also, agenda item 17, did you guys notice that Trump is also recommending voter ID for the nation? Huntington Beach on the map. We are doing great. Keep it up, guys.
All right, any more speakers?
That concludes our public speakers.
Awesome. All right, council members, do you have any council committee appointment announcements? Anybody? Seeing none. AB 1234 reporting. Does anyone have anything to report? Anybody? Butch.
I attended OCOG on Tuesday this week.
OCOG. All right, anybody else? All right, openness and negotiation disclosures. Anybody? All right. Okay, we're going to take something out of order. We are going to move number 18 to right now. So we are going to take the Kratom item right away. Captain Johnson's going to introduce it, and we got a speaker from CNOA. You could step up too. Okay, guys, if you guys can, if you got conversations to have, take them outside. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Several weeks ago, the City Council directed the Police Department and City Attorney's Office to examine and author a city ordinance that restricts the distribution, sale, and possession of Kratom. Ordinance 4339 seeks just to do that. There are more than 40 psychoactive alkaloid substances found in Kratom. However, most of Kratom's psychoactive effects can be attributed to two specific substances: mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine. Both of these substances are thought to be active opioid receptors in the body, and at high doses, users can experience psychosis, hallucinations, delusion, and confusion. High doses of Kratom can also lead to the user becoming very addicted to this substance. Other known side effects are nausea, vomiting, sweating, constipation, heart issues, and seizures. In mid-2025, 7 states have banned the sale, possession, and use of Kratom. In Southern California, San Diego and Newport Beach have passed ordinances, while the County of Orange has banned the synthetic form of Kratom. Kratom is not regulated at a federal level, although the U.S. FDA has announced it will be examining how to restrict certain products like Kratom that contain 7-hydroxymitragynine. If passed, this ordinance would prohibit the sale, distribution, and possession of Kratom and other products within city limits that contain more than 2% of 7-hydroxymitragynine. It also prohibits the sale of Kratom products that are altered and syntheticized Kratom alkaloids. Lastly, it prohibits the sale or distribution of all Kratom products to any person under the age of 18. As you can see, it is recommended you introduce ordinance 4339 for a first reading, and if passed, a second reading can be done on September 16th. This is Ryan Shannon. He has a little bit to say about it. He's from the California Narcotics Association.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ryan Sherman with the California Narcotic Officers Association. I'm here in support of this proposed ordinance. Natural Kratom products have been around for centuries, and they've been used by local groups throughout Southeast Asia. The plant is a relative of the coffee tree, and when the plants are used in low doses, there's very little side effects that we've seen other than a bit of a rush like caffeine. It's kind of like taking a 5-hour energy shot from what we've been told. However, a couple of years ago, some folks got together and figured out a way to synthesize this Kratom leaves. And what they came up with was 7-hydroxymitragynine, which is incredibly addictive and very, very dangerous, and has led to a number of, as was mentioned, psychotic episodes and even some deaths. So, for example, just last month in Georgia, there was a 2-year-old at a daycare center who got a hold of this stuff. The 2-year-old did not ingest any of the tablets or anything, but merely licked the package that one of these tablets was in, and became unresponsive and had to be revived with Narcan. So this is the type of stuff that's out there. It's available at gas stations, at vape shops, all over the city and throughout the county. So what we at the California Narcotic Officers Association have been trying to educate a lot of local elected officials, explain about this issue, and hopefully get some legislation on the books to prevent this from happening here. It's also, we've got legislation at the state level, it got through the Assembly, halfway through the Senate. They parked it to conduct a survey, and there's going to be meetings over the fall regarding this. As was mentioned, the FDA has initiated and directed the DEA to classify 7-OH as a Schedule 1 substance because 7-OH has yet to be tested on humans as far as the safety and the benefits. If that does go forward and they do study it and figure out a way to use this and provide certain benefits, we believe that medical professionals, doctors, should be prescribing it if, in their opinion, it could provide benefits to their patients. So we've got some concerns about it in the existing form that it's in, and we would hope that you could support this measure as well. And I'm here to answer any more questions as well.
Captain, is it currently available to kids to buy at the smoke shop?
Yes, you can find it at gas stations and vape shops. And you can actually, I looked online, you could buy it on Amazon right now, which is a little crazy to me.
And CNOA, am I wrong in the metragenine? Is that like, I could be wrong on this, but isn't that anticipated to be the new fentanyl coming up?
The 7-hydroxy metragenine, yes. The 7-OH.
And much more dangerous.
Right, that's the one that we're really concerned about.
That's kind of scary.
If a kid just walks into the gas station, is there an age restriction to buy that packet or whatever comes in? No?
No.
But there will be under this. I believe it's making it 21 and
21.
over, correct? I think that's what Orange County did as well.
How do you block the the online sales like on Amazon? Would you say? Is that possible?
From a city standpoint, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah.
But I would think we would need to lobby with Sacramento to do that.
Okay. Yeah, because we could prohibit it for sales in the city, but then online sales, right? There's got to be a mechanism to do that. Okay.
For the online sales, other cities that have banned it have, those companies have all been notified, and they're not selling it online. They don't deliver or sell it in the cities.
Okay, good.
So that might be a way to start.
I mean, do you think our ordinance would cover that, or did it?
Ordinance should cover it because it's going to make it illegal to sell 7-OH in the city.
Okay.
And we're going to continue with the state legislation as well.
We just have to provide notification? Is that it? Okay.
All right, perfect.
So, Captain Johnson, thank you so much for putting this together for us. A lot of the residents did not know that this was an issue, and they didn't know it's considered the new fentanyl. We're being proactive in keeping this out of our kids' hands. And thank you so much for working with us to helping us put together a balanced ordinance where people who need it the original form, the unaltered form, can still have access while kids are being protected from the synthetic version that they can buy. I believe you said at 7-Eleven, you can go to smoke shops, and now with the online. So we'll follow through with letting Amazon or whoever it is know that it's not allowed in Huntington Beach. Thank you.
So with the passage of this ordinance, we would be removing all the synthetics from every sales outlet in Huntington Beach. Is that the spirit of the ordinance?
Yeah, we would contact all the shops that we know that are selling it and notify them of the passage of the new ordinance and tell them they need to comply. If not, we'll take enforcement action.
And it says, they're prohibiting the sale and distribution. What type of a penalty if somebody tried to, forsake the ordinance and you caught them selling it, what type of penalty would somebody face, a vendor?
This would be classified as a misdemeanor, and so it would be under the misdemeanor rules of the state of California.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance.
I'll second. Anybody else? All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Mayor? I need to read the title
Yeah.
that's being introduced. I'd like to read for the record, the ordinance title. Ordinance number 4339, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending the Huntington Beach Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 9.92 thereof, prohibiting the sale, distribution, and possession of Kratom.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 6, Surfside Sunset Sand Replenishment Project.
Thank you, Mayor.
Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Jim Red,
who is the Environmental Services Manager in the Public Works Department that will provide the report tonight.
In a suit.
Thank you, Travis, and thank you, Mayor and council members. And with that, I'll start my presentation. All right. So I want to start by just giving a background and why it's so important, especially to Huntington Beach here. The project is known officially as San Gabriel River to Newport Bay Sand Replenishment Project, but it's often referred to as the Surfside Sunset Beach Nourishment Project. It's really a mitigation project designed to mitigate the effects of flood control structures and water resource protection projects that the feds and also the state have implemented over the years. But how that affects, I'll speak more how that affects sand replenishment and the natural process of sand working its way from inland areas and onto the beach. So it really starts at Surfside at the Naval Causeway. That's really the beginning of the project footprint. And it restores about 17 miles of coastland from the San Gabriel River all the way down to the Newport Pier. Every stage usually averages about at 1.8 million cubic yards. And just to give you an idea, 10 cubic yards is about what fits in the back of a dump truck. So this is a lot of sand. And typically the project takes anywhere from 3 to 5 months from the beginning to the end. This project was authorized via the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1962. And to date, we have 13 stages completed, with the most recent one being completed in February of last year. So the benefits and the needs. So I spoke a little bit about why we don't get the sand that we used to. And it's really because of some of the projects that the feds, including dams and levees and jetties and concrete lined storm drain channels, those are really effective in preventing flooding. But what they also do is they don't allow the natural migration of sand from our mountains, our rivers, and our streams to make its way down to the ocean. So this also really benefits us in terms of tourism. Huntington Beach obviously wouldn't be Huntington Beach without a beach. And it also protects our property values and also allows for recreation. It's hard to recreate on a beach with no sand. So this is also speaks volumes in terms of the need. On the left there is an image from 1953, and that's basically from the lack of sand, which is a natural protection and barrier against large damaging waves from winter storms. This is a little before my time, but on the right, I was here to experience that. That was in January of 2024, where we had stretches of PCH from Newport all the way down to Sea Point that were closed. And that was because of the winter storms and also the lack of sand that would act as a protective barrier that would prevent the waves from coming across the beach itself and onto PCH, and effectively closing it for, I believe it was 4 or 5 days at a time. So this is why we need to replace the sand on the beach. And just to give you some details from the 10,000-foot level as far as the project, it's administered by the Army Corps of Engineers for the regional working group. They act as a project manager, secure most of the funding, do all the studies, and also acquire all the permits, all the environmental permits, and also liaison with the various permitting agencies, whether it's EPA, the Regional Water Quality Board, and other environmental regulatory groups. The regional group, or the local stakeholders, obviously include the City of Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, Newport Beach, the County of Orange, California State Parks and Recs, as well as the Surfside Stormwater Protection Division, which is a special assessment district in the city of Seal Beach at the very northern edge of this project. Sand is typically recovered from 2 offshore sites. The first and main site where most of the sand is recovered from is just outside the Navy Causeway, or the entryway to Huntington Harbor. It's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles out. And most of the sand is pumped from there and onto a barge and onto pipes, and then pumped onto the shore, and then it's spread using dozers. And then eventually, over time, 5 to 7 years between the projects, the sand actually makes its way all the way down with wave action and winter storms that usually come from north to south, and push the sand all the way down to Newport, thereby replenishing all the sand-starved beaches along the way. So this is just some more details in terms of how it works. You got an offshore barge that pumps the sand onto the barge and then out to the beaches. And then over time, that's allowed to dry out and then spread on the beaches. And then eventually the waves carry that sand down the coast to Newport. And then funding and schedule. So stage 14, we're already prepping for stage 14, even though we just finished stage 13. This is a project that takes years in terms of planning and permitting and securing the funding. So even though we've finished stage 13, we really just took a breath and then start the process all over again. As far as the estimate for stage 14, which we hope will kick off in fiscal year 28-29, the estimate now is about $68 million. And 2/3 of that will be from the feds, and the rest will be from the state and also local stakeholders. And that includes the city of Huntington Beach, Newport, and all the other regional partners. So the next steps, and this is where we are now, is we really need to push this project. And that means collaborating with local partners to make sure that we continue to apply the pressure and appealing to local, state, and federal representation for project prioritization and funding, and making sure, even though this was enacted or authorized by Congress as part of the 1962 Harbors and Rivers Act, we found that the funding doesn't usually come along with the congressional act. And it's very difficult on our part because the decisions in terms of how the projects are funded is usually at the federal level, and it seems like it's almost in a black box. We don't know who's making the decisions and what projects are getting funded, even though for years this project has been the #1 priority for the Southern California District of Army Corps. It's set and languished for years. Stage 12, which preceded stage 13, was completed in 2009, 2010. We waited almost 14 years before stage 13, and so we don't want to be in that same boat. And that's why we're here today, to advocate for this project. At this point, I will open up to any questions that you may have about this project.
On that previous slide, it said 1.2 million Huntington Beach, but then there were no numbers listed, sorry, a couple slides ago. Do you know how much the other cities are contributing or any of those other entities?
We pay the lion's share of the stakeholders because we have the longest linear feet. It's really by linear feet, and that's how the equity sharing. But our cost in terms of linear feet, we only pay 15% of the actual nominal fee. The state actually picks up the 85% of that. So that's where that initial cost estimate comes from. But it's really based on the linear feet of the 17 miles of the project. And so we have the largest share. I believe we have about eight square miles, or 8 linear miles of beach.
And then in that downtime from 2009, you mentioned all the way up to, well, 2024.
Correct.
What was at what point in that gap did you notice that, hey, we need sand? Like, what were some of the negative consequences? And can you pinpoint that?
Anecdotally, and some people can speak to this in this room, is if you would go to Dog Beach and the Bluffs, you would notice that during high tide, you couldn't make it across the water. There was no beach. And so we would see evidence of where beaches would disappear overnight, it seemed like. Other locations are bluffs as well. We've seen major erosion between that time period and when stage 14, because without the sand being there as a natural protector and barrier, the waves would crash on the bluffs and cause major erosion, because that's really sandstone and it doesn't last long under wave action. So that's what we've seen over time, and especially in Surfside, which is where the laydown area, they've experienced extreme sand starvation to the point where areas that are set aside for plovers and tern nesting areas have been basically decimated. There's no place for those birds to nest. And then also some of the waves and winter storms that we had would almost come up to their doorstep. And so we would see anecdotally, there wasn't really a study, but we would see anecdotally the things that would allow us to understand that our beaches are being sand-starved.
And then who is it? I imagine it's probably the Coastal Commission or even the Army Corps engineer. I imagine they do studies to make sure that they're not destroying the marine habitat where they're pumping the sand out. You said about a mile off the
Yes.
coast.
So the project is done during a window where there's minimal environmental impact. And that's actually why we had to stop stage 13. We had a very narrow window where we had to stop at the end of February because granion nesting season started in March. And so even though the project wasn't completed, the project entailed 1.2 million cubic yards of sand, and we had to finish end of February. We had only deposited about 811,000 cubic yards, and that was because of that environmental window that closed.
So that's we don't bear the cost of assessing all of that. That comes down through the state or through the third-party agencies.
Well, we actually do. There is another component where we pay a very small nominal amount for the initial design and studies, and that is done by the Army Corps as well. Okay. So typically for stage 12 or stage 13, the city paid about $40,000 in the design costs as well as the permitting and the studies that went along with it.
Gracie.
Thank you for that presentation. When we sat down upstairs and you showed us what the issue was, that conversation actually started because a few of residents who walk their dogs and take them out to Dog Beach kept telling me the beach is disappearing. Yeah. So then I asked, is this because of the tide coming in this season? And we sat down with you and you said, no, it's actually the sand replenishment issue. And the other question I asked you is, why is this happening? And you mentioned that the Army Corps of Engineers had built the Yetis, and because of those Yetis, the sand, that was blocking the sand from trickling down to where it's supposed to. If you can explain that a little bit better.
Yeah, so the jetty is designed to protect the entrance and causeways into Huntington Harbor, but what it does is it prevents the sand from migrating southward. And so when you've got this physical barrier that prevents sand from going south, and we have other physical barriers such as dams upstream, like Prado Dam and things like that. They also prevent natural migration of sand from the Santa Ana River and other rivers and streams from making down. And pretty soon you have very limited sources of sand. Either they're washed on shore from large events, from large storm events, and then they're quickly washed out with the next storm. That's what would cause the depletion of sand on our beaches.
And is that the reason why the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers it's responsible for securing the majority of the funding?
Correct, because most of these are federal projects, and so they, broke it, and so they should fix it. Is kind of what Congress said.
Okay, and then also the time frame. You mentioned there were several challenges. Number one, the funding. You just never know when it's going to happen. One of the important reasons why it's important that we continue to advocate. We advocate in Sacramento. We advocate in Washington, D.C. And number two, you mentioned the Granion, because of the Granion run, then we had to stop then. It's one issue after another,
Right.
So we can't complete the job.
Yes, it makes it very challenging because we have such a narrow and small window to get the project completed and get all the permits aligned. So that's why we have to work so far in advance. So even though this project, we anticipate, we hope will start in 2028, we really have started doing the work as of last year. Because it takes critical timing to get all these ducks in a row and then to execute the project in a timely fashion.
So let's say you acquire all the permits you need, you guys are ready to go. The funding.
We don't have the permits as of yet, but that we're working closely with our regulatory agencies. And this has been such a long, ongoing project. Most of the players and the regulatory agencies are very familiar with the project. So the process is pretty streamlined. Rarely have we encountered regulatory issues, although the regulations do change over the years. Our regulatory agencies have been a partner for this project, and because it also provides sustainable habitat for the environment, as well as obviously for tourism, and as well as locals here.
So prior to going through the whole permitting process and starting this all over, do you even know if we're going to have the funding, or do you do all this work and then learn that we don't have the funding to move forward?
Yes, we don't know until the final, maybe 6 months. So the same situation happened in I want to say 2017, 2018 fiscal year. So that was when the stage 13 was supposed to occur. All the local partners, including Huntington Beach, we ponied up our money. All the permits were issued. The project was supposed to start. And then all of a sudden, the Fed said, nope, we don't have the funding. Everything came to a stop. And then we continued to do our work in terms of lobbying for the project and working with the Army Corps to make sure this is on their forefront and this is a priority project for them, even though they had listed as a priority project. We couldn't understand why the project was not funded, and we didn't understand why it was pulled at the very last minute, it seemed like to us. And all the agreements were already in place. The funding was already acquired from the state and all the regional partners, and it just came to a grinding halt. And so we want to prevent that. We want to make sure that all the wheels are greased, that we don't encounter such a dilemma moving forward.
And approximately how long does it take, roughly, from when you start the whole process to when you're done with the permits, and then they tell you we don't have the money?
So the studies and the permits that precede the actual design usually take about 2 years. And then the permitting itself runs concurrently with that. And then the design follows that, and usually by year 3. And then by year 4, we have a good idea what the project would entail in terms of how much sand, the duration, and then also that also helps us line up the contractors. So unfortunately, that's another bottleneck is there's very limited number of contractors that can actually do the work on the West Coast here, and they're booked up. You got to secure your place or slot for your project years in advance. So we have to show that we have our funding secure, our permitting is already in line before they can even commit. And so if you don't, you lose your place in line. There's not a lot of contractors that can do the work, and so it becomes very, very difficult. And that also leads to a challenging situation in terms of the funding, because there's so limited players in this game that the prices are pretty exorbitant.
Okay, thank you.
Done.
Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple quick questions. So you mentioned 8 miles, 1.2 million cubic yards. Was that what you said for Huntington Beach, basically?
No, 1.2 million yards was for stage 13. Most of it was deposited in the Surfside area. So we don't actually get all of that here. It works its way down the coast.
Right, but that's what we're allocating for our 8, because it's going to migrate down south, and then I would imagine Newport drops theirs in at River Jetties, right, and that moves south. Seal Beach drops theirs at the river mouth, right? So everything's moving south, but for our project, 8 linear miles, you're estimating about 1.2 million cubic yards, right?
Yeah, there's only there's 2 locations where sand is deposited, and that's at the Surfside community, and then there's another area where sand is removed from the mouth of the Santa Ana River, and that's deposited just on the south side of the Santa Ana River.
Yeah, I see it.
And then it works its way down.
Yeah. So since it takes so long to get it going, I mean, once you have it operational, I mean, is there any prudence to maybe dropping more than 1.2 million cubic yards? Kind of overloading, and you know, is there too much sand that could move south and be detrimental?
No, we were actually hoping with stage 13 to allocate funding for about 3.5 million cubic yards, but the only money that was available was enough to support 1.2 million cubic yards. So yeah, we could definitely use a lot more sand. I don't think there's any such thing as too much sand. It's just it costs so much to move sand.
Butch.
Thank you. When I might have missed this, when is stage 13 anticipated to start?
Stage 13 was actually just completed in February of last year.
Okay.
We're looking at stage 14, and we're hoping to move that forward in fiscal year 28-29.
Okay. Can you go back to the slide that shows the beach erosion in Surfside Colony in 53? And that one right there. One of the speakers, or one of the speakers tonight, brought up something and said something to Councilmember Vandermark about how ironic it was for her to be bringing this item forward. I'm thinking that the gist of that was that maybe the speaker didn't think council member Vandermark believed in climate change. So I want to look at that picture. You look at the left side. Was climate change a big thing in 1953?
I am not a climate change expert, so I would be outside of my wheelhouse.
You look at the one on the right, and I would say, yeah, maybe the sea has risen. Do you know, has the sea risen, and how much it's risen maybe in the last decade?
Well, I think the same factors are in play, that's for sure. So the same wave action, the same limited coastline that we have plays a role. As you already know, Surfside community has a very narrow strip of land, and with natural wave action, this is what can happen.
Right. So the erosion was caused by wave action, tidal flow, that type of stuff, and possibly exactly the same thing, because I remember that exactly in 2023, it was high tides and big waves.
Yes.
So we had that back in 1953 too, I would guess, just by judging what happened in Surfside Colony, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Butch, the 50s were the ice age, then came global warming.
Casey.
Yeah, one last thing. I mean, obviously, this is a critical project. I think it's important to note, to reemphasize. So this should, because I learned about this when we first got elected, this should happen roughly every about 7 years, right?
5 to 7 years, yeah. And it depends, sooner than that is sometimes if we have a series of damaging winters, like we had in 2022 and 2023, we had those large winters, or in terms of the rainfall and the storms that we experienced. So yes, ideally it would be every 5 years, 7 years if we don't have any crazy winters, but ideally every 5 years would be the sweet spot.
And we had that 15-year gap, and I know Michelle Steele, when she was our congresswoman, she made this a priority, and she lobbied hard to get this done. And so it really emphasized the importance of lobbying, DC, taking these trips out there, really advocating and fighting for these dollars, because you touched on it. This is the biggest project by the Army Corps of Engineers on the West Coast. So it's critical that we, lobby your elected officials in the federal government. You mentioned there's like a black box for funding. It should happen every 5 to 7 years. It took 15 years this last gap before Michelle Steele jumped in. So just want to emphasize how important these advocacy trips are, and to lobby like your elected representatives.
I concur.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Excellent report.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7. City Manager.
Yes, this is our Breathe Safe HB Community Opioid Response Initiative. And we have our fire department, both Dr. Rahimian, our Chief Medical Officer, as well as Division Chief Justin Fleming to provide this staff report.
It's got to go low. Yeah. It's going to go from here to here.
Bobby.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Justin Fleming. I'm a Division Chief with the Huntington Beach Fire Department. I serve on the operations side of the department, and I have the privilege of overseeing our emergency medical services and ambulance program. With me, I have the famous Dr. Rahimian, our Chief Medical Officer. I'll let him just briefly introduce himself.
Yeah, great to see you all again. I'm Dr. Rahimian, Ram Rahimian. I am a board-certified emergency medicine physician. I'm from Orange County. Went to UC Irvine for undergrad, Master of Public Health at University of Arizona, and then Doctor of Medicine there, as well as emergency medicine residency. And then I did my EMS fellowship at LA County USC. So have been working in level 1 trauma for a long time, and then very privileged to work together with our fire department to ensure that we're providing the highest level of care in Huntington Beach.
So what we're here today is to introduce our new Breathe Safe program. It's a community opioid response initiative. There we go. And so what we're just going to describe it is what exactly is Breathe Safe HB, what's the program about, what its 3-pillar structure is, and then the benefits that the community will see from this program. So what is it exactly? So I mentioned before, it's a citywide opioid response initiative. And so this program is going to provide community education, response, advanced treatment protocols to help us address the ongoing opioid crisis. And so we track this information through a data perspective. And so, for instance, just in the year 2025, the fire department has had to administer Narcan, which is the medication that you use to work against opioids, like fentanyl and other heroin and drugs like that, 100 times this year so far. And that doesn't include the amount of Narcan that was deployed before we got there. This is just the fire department administration. And so while like 100 may not seem like an extraordinary number, understand that when we show up and we have to give this medication, it's because somebody's not breathing, right? Like they are not breathing because they have overdosed on whatever medication or drug or recreational drug that they have taken. And if we would not have administered this medication, if we would not have responded, this person would have died, right? And so these are members of our community. So I want to kind of just make you understand the gravity of even 100 times this year. That number is significant because each time is a life. And so last year we were probably around 150 to 200 deployments of Narcan. We're averaging right now about maybe around 15 to 18 per month to members of our community that we're administering this medication. So it is definitely still an issue, which is why we have this Breathe Safe program coming forward. It's a proactive, community-centered approach, right? So the fire department, as you hear the term for us, first responders. Responding, right? Something bad has to happen, and then we show up, right? But with this, we don't want to wait for people to overdose. Then we show up, right? What we want to try and do is get ahead of it, right? We want to be proactive with the members of our community when we have Dr. Rahimian to be able to provide the education, the public health, in order to hopefully be able to deter it so that we don't even have to get there, right? So that's an important part of this, is that it's a proactive, community-centered approach. The great part about this is that it's funded through California opioid settlements, so our program is not funded by the general fund. In 2021, there was a big settlement between a lot of the big pharmaceutical manufacturers and the rest of the country. I think it was roughly about $30 billion in this settlement. California was a part of it. And part of that settlement is that this money will be distributed to municipalities and such forth for these specific types of programs over the next 18 years. So the city of Huntington Beach will continue to receive funds every year for the next 18 years, not only from the initial settlement that came down in 2021, but from additional settlements that are taking place from the pharmaceutical manufacturers that are settling their lawsuits throughout the country. So the great part is that that's how this program is going to be funded, and it won't come from general funds. Also, too, is that these funds roll over from year to year, so as things change and such forth, it's not like a use it or lose it concept. But part of the settlement funding is that the money is earmarked and needs to fit specific core strategies. So we can't just use it for anything we want. It is very specific. We do have to report what it is that we spend the money on. And so this program is going to fit all of those parameters that are established by the state so that we know that we're using the funds appropriately. So our three-pillar structure is through community education is the first one. The big thing is that we want our community to understand the dangers of opioids. We want to reduce the stigma that goes with them. We want our community to understand that opioid use and recreational use of these types of medications transcends socioeconomic class, right? It can affect the high school quarterback as much as it can affect, the guy hanging out at the liquor store, right? It has no boundaries, these medications, right? And so that's what we want to instill into the communities, for people to understand and reduce that stigma. We want people to understand how opioids manifest in our community. Where do they come from? Where do the people get them and such forth? We want to show them where we can help them get treatment for addiction. We want to target our schools, major public events, utilizing our CERT program, medical tents, in order to get this information out. One of the things that we are going to do, and I believe that they were hopefully distributed to you, is through these kits. And so this is kind of like our introduction kit, but inside of these, what we have is two Narcan, which is free, is given by the state of California, so that you can keep this in your house. In fact, if you're prescribed pain medication for any sort of ailment, they're also going to give you Narcan, right? So this is a very common medication that's distributed. And then also, too, we want to take advantage of not only just having Narcan, but we're going to try and take the next step. So we're going to provide some bleeding, so in order to stop the bleed. So these are kind of kits that we'll give to people when we provide training, say to CERT. We're going to show them how to use all of these things. So they're going to get a tourniquet. They're going to get a fentanyl test in order if they get to come across a pill and are not exactly sure what it is. And then also on top of that is that we have these cards, these laminated cards. And inside of here is going to be different things that's going to explain how to use the Narcan spray that's in here, It's also going to have instructions about how to do CPR. And then also it's going to have instructions about how to stop the bleed. And so all of this is going to be in a kit, and all of this is going to be available through our Breathe Safe program. So that kind of gets to the next point, right, about Narcan accessibility. So another key pillar for this program is to ensure that we have Narcan available to anybody that wants it. We're going to put it in with city AEDs and try and distribute it as much as we can. And then the last part is the advanced treatment protocols, and I'll have Dr. Rahimian speak a little bit about that.
Thank you, Chief Fleming. And so really, emergency care is the failure of prevention, as Chief Fleming mentioned. So as we continue this initiative, we want to make sure that we don't just get there every time someone's about to go into a cardiac arrest, right, and needing acute resuscitation and overdose reversal. So, we want to continue to expand our services. Opioid use disorder is very complicated. It's not a one and done, right? This is a chronic relapsing illness that affects people's ability to function in various different ways. So really being able to get people access to social work, access to advanced practitioners, access to additional resources. So we're working together to try and advance some of those things to be able to help people.
So our community benefits. Biggest thing, right? Awareness. What opioids can do, who can it affect, which is pretty much everybody. But you'd be surprised about how many people think, well, it can't affect me, it can't affect my child, it can't affect my family. Yes, it can. I've seen it. I've been working in the city for over 21 years. I've been a paramedic for a long time. So Dr. Rahimian's been in his position a long time. I've seen it. It can affect anyone. We're going to make the benefits of the education, training for the community, so we're going to find training opportunities in order to be able to show everybody how to use the Narcan, how to stop the bleed, how to do CPR, and then, like I also mentioned, the prevention, right? If we can stop an overdose from happening to begin with and we don't have to show up, that's the best way to go about it, right? It's a similar model we use with our community risk reduction department, with the fire department. They go out and they do everything they can to ensure that the fire code is followed so that we can prevent fires, right? We do still have to respond because they're going to happen, but we do our best in order to try and reduce them, and that's the goal of this program. And then finally, of course, is with response. So we do have to show up. It's still going to happen. It's still going to be a part of it, but the more that we can reduce it, the better it is for our community. If we can avoid these needless deaths, if we can get people the treatment and the help that they need, that's the goal of this program. So we just wanted to have the opportunity to introduce it to all of you and just know that we're just in the launching phase of this. But we're open for any questions if you have any.
How many people we lose in a year in this city due to drug overdose?
Well, I think we're very fortunate with our response time. So being that, we deploy it about 150 times, those are all lives saved. But, I mean, it's definitely in the double digits of community members that are lost. And unfortunately, those are going to be the ones where, they overdose and just nobody is there to be able to recognize it. Because the bad part about these types of medications is that it will slow your respirations and you will stop breathing when you're asleep and you can't do anything about it. It kicks your involuntary mechanism for breathing. It stops it. So, when you sleep, you're just going to breathe naturally, but this just stops it and you're dead before you even know it. And so that's, so those are the kind of the ones that we get, but it's in the double digits for sure.
All right, Don.
Thanks for the presentation. It's very important. Is the funding give you guys the capability to get one of these in every house, like one way or another?
Well, I don't know. I would love to have one in every house. That would be a great goal. I think our goal to initially is that we're going to get anywhere between 5,000 to 10,000 of these to start. So it's just a balance of utilizing the funds that we have and ensuring that the funds still are continuing like we're told that they're going to. But even if we're able to, with our initial start of 5,000 to 10,000, that's a lot. But I think the goal is we want to make these available to anyone that wants one.
It's a good goal. And your slide actually answered my other question, like, is it safe? If somebody's, I'm not familiar with all the different symptoms and signs, but if I had the Narcan from this kit and somebody who's maybe just passed out or something, I would want to, it's good to know that if they weren't ODing, maybe just passed out on alcohol and you shoot it in the nose, that it's still safe if you don't know. Right, doctor?
Yeah, definitely. And so, realistically, it's not going to have any major side effects. What it does is it precipitates opioid withdrawal, right? So what happens is that opioid binds really strong to the receptors that all of us have. And what the Narcan does is it just kicks it off. And so then people who are who are using opioids regularly are a little bit more sensitive. But for a normal, person who doesn't use opioids, then there shouldn't be any other risk to it, right? So if you do find someone, and we do talk about it on our cards, is if someone's unresponsive and they're not able to wake up, really there's not increased risk for giving them Narcan. It may wake them up, but then we also have people start CPR as well and call for additional resources.
So, Mr. Fleming, like even just that one little sprayer, maybe not the whole kit, but that one little sprayer in everybody's car, I mean, would be less than this whole pack, but you hope you never need to use it, but it sure would be nice if everybody had one for the one time that you wish you had it.
Correct. I mean, like I said, the hard part about drugs, and I'm sure we all understand, is that, if it's your family member or something like that, a lot of times you don't know. They're not telling you. People aren't readily giving this information to you. As much as we sometimes think that we know, even the people closest to us, sometimes we don't know what demons those people have. Yeah. And so you may think like, oh, I may never need it, but you know what? You're totally correct. Why not?
Even for just a random person. Yeah,
You don't know
that's
who's
my
gonna-
point.
You don't know who's going to be around. You never know when you may need it. A lot of us keep a lot of things just in case for that one time, and this is something that we'd love to see in every household if we can for that one time.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Andrew.
So the majority of the calls that you get, or even those 100 instances where you've resuscitated somebody, where you basically saved their lives, are these primarily, is it heroin, fentanyl, is it an even mix of everything? Like what's the kind of overall?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, when some things are obvious, and the patients may say, hey, yeah, I smoked some fentanyl, right, and then I passed out. Or, we have patients who are prescribed, they got cancer, they have, some opioids for their long-term cancer pain, maybe a fentanyl patch is on too long and they took a little bit too much medication. So we have both situations of, illicit drug use or people who are using their medication and they have like an adverse reaction, which is why now even with any prescription of opioids, Narcan is distributed as well, just for those accidental overdoses as well. So we have a mix, but it's not, just specifically heroin or fentanyl. There can be prescription abuse as well as misuse.
Yeah, I think an example into what Councilmember Kennedy had mentioned. So I remember one time I had gone on a call for an elderly individual, and he was in his chair with his whole family there, and they had been watching TV or sport. I think it was football. He had accidentally taken too much of his pain medication, and because he had taken some, and then he was on that, and then he forgot he took it, and he took some more, and he was in his chair and just stopped breathing. I mean, it was like, and fortunately they noticed, but they didn't have Narcan or anything there. We showed up, we gave him Narcan, woke him up. He was like, thank God, you know what I mean? He had no idea, and that's how dangerous some of this stuff is. And so, and that's a perfect situation where it's like, why would I ever need it? Well, that's a perfect example.
Gracie.
So is there a certain amount of time from when they overdose till we have time to grab this and administer it, or is it on a case-to-case basis? Like, what's the time window that you have before somebody passes away?
Well, it's just variable. It may be dose dependent, right? I mean, someone may have, smoked, some fentanyl, and then, they're starting to have their respiratory drive decrease. It works quite quickly. So once you stop breathing, a normal person has about 6 minutes of apnea time is what we call it, right? So you're not able to get full breath in, right? So within those 6 minutes, your heart starts to slow down, your respiratory rate slows down, and then you go into cardiac arrest, right? Because your body needs that oxygen as fuel to continue moving and continue your heart beating. So it can be up to almost 6 minutes with someone having irregular respirations from the time that they smoked to the time they've passed out, depending on the dosage, right? So all overdoses, kind of anything can be a poison or a toxin. It just depends on how much of it you took, right? So again, it can be quite quick for people to decompensate.
So once they go into cardiac arrest, you guys have to jumpstart them?
Yeah.
Would this work? Or would you even bother administering this once you have to bring them back?
So there is more research coming out that they're seeing increased survival or what we call return of spontaneous circulation, or patients who have gone into cardiac arrest that get Narcan and high quality compressions and even an AED on them, they have a higher chance of getting them back, especially if it's done sooner than later when the heart is still kind of quivering before it fully stops.
Thank you.
Chad.
I can attest to witnessing that firsthand on St. Patty's Day. I was doing a ride-along when there were 3 people that had overdosed in the parking structure on Main Street, and 2 of them were suffocating in their own vomit as the police officer showed up. Thankfully, they had the Narcan on them, and one of them was completely out, no heartbeat, no breathing, and they started performing CER and pumped them with the Narcan and brought the woman back after being out for 5 minutes. It's like she woke up from a nap. She was like, "What's going on?" They're like, "Ma'am, you were dead for 5 minutes. We need to know what you took." But it was incredible how the Narcan brought him back, and without it, I don't think those people would be alive today.
It's certainly one of the more miraculous things that I've ever seen is someone kind of just, getting up from the dead when, 5 minutes before you're just pumping on their chest, hoping.
I thought she'd be in pain, but she looked like she woke up from a casual nap and just trying to figure out what's going on.
Don?
Yeah, one last question. It's just when Gracie was talking. So do they have to be unconscious, or if somebody was like had smoked some fentanyl or whatever, and they're like flipping out, if you they probably wouldn't let you, but if you shot it in their nose, would it just take it out of their system?
It probably wouldn't be very pleasant for them because it precipitates withdrawal, right? So the main goal when we administer Narcan is to really just get people breathing again and to really kind of get them to wake up slowly. So you're kind of, just going, smacking all of those opioids off the receptors, and you're going to induce potentially nausea and vomiting and some discomfort because, they're going to get that flu-like withdrawal symptoms. That's one of those things that keeps people using opioids.
All right, Butch.
I don't have any specific comments other than to thank you guys and to thank the command of HBFD for not only putting out fires and rescuing people in car wrecks and sick people at their residences. You guys do so much more for this city, and I appreciate it. Fortunately, I haven't had to call you guys yet, and I hope I never have to, but if I do, I hope you're on duty because I'm not too far from the station you call home. Thanks.
We appreciate your support.
Yep, thank you very much.
All right, anybody else? Thank you, guys. Great presentation. All right, from there, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Don, you going to pull 12?
It's really 11. I don't really need to pull it. No, it's 12. You're right.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I'll move to get 8, 9, 10, 11 withdrew, so we don't have that. 13 and 14.
Second.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Consent items 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14 pass 7-0.
All right. Don, number 12.
Thank you, Mayor. I just really, it's all I wanted to say on this. If anybody recalls from the last meeting, I was questioning why the owner of the property just wanted one additional extension to the covenant of affordable housing. And I said, if you want one, we're in a position of leverage. Why not ask for 5? And Casey actually made a motion that we give him 2 weeks to come back with a, formal recommendation, if you will. So the good news for the seniors is instead of just getting 1 more year of affordable housing protection, they came back with 3 years. So I just wanted to point that out. I think it's a win for the seniors. And I was happy to see that. So thanks to Casey for that motion and the owner for responding in a favorable fashion.
Yeah, thanks, Don. I know you were instrumental as well, but to your point, it's a quick turnaround, and I'm glad they came back with 3 years. They'll have now 3 years to put together a proposal to, potentially renovate the facility, at which point there might be an option to extend the covenants even further. So appreciate staff working on that and having them come back with the 3 years. You want to move it?
Oh, yeah. I make a motion to move this item.
I'll second.
All right. Butch ain't here right now, but go ahead and call roll.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item 12 passes 6-0-1.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the public hearing. Number 15, adopting resolution 2025-24. Approve findings of fact and with the statement of overriding consideration, Pacific Air Show Huntington Beach, and approve and authorize the execution of an air show event agreement between the City of Huntington Beach and Pacific Air Show LLC, and amend the on-call contract with Environmental Science Associates to appropriate $250,000 for the air show environmental impact report and ongoing mitigation monitoring. As a reminder to the public, this public hearing was continued and remained open from August 19th City Council meeting. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications from this item?
Yes, we do. For the public hearing, we have a letter received from the California State Lands Commission. Item number 15, 4 emails received. Hang on a second. Yeah, okay. Four emails received. Item number 15, a memo from the city attorney with updates to the agreement. A memo from the Director of Community Development, Jennifer Villasenor, with updates to the resolution. And that is all for the public supplemental after the agenda.
All right. Do we have a staff report for this?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have our Jennifer Villasenor that will provide the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Before I begin the staff report on the EIR, I just wanted to note that in the supplemental communication that I sent earlier today, there were 3 documents. The first was a revised resolution. There were just some minor changes, including a date change to today's council meeting on that one. On the second attachment, it was a minor change to the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. There was one additional statement that was added. And then finally, we received a late letter from the State Lands Commission regarding the final EIR. So after the final EIR was distributed, in fact, after the original meeting date. And so because they raised some issues regarding some of the findings of the final EIR and draft EIR, we felt it was appropriate to provide a response in writing, which was provided to the City Council earlier today. So I would note, too, that if the City Council makes a motion to certify the EIR, please make a motion to certify the EIR with the revised resolution and revised CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. With that, I also wanted to note that alongside myself giving the presentation today, we have representatives from ESA, the city's environmental or CEQA consultant, Fair and Peers, the sub-consultant, as well as the air show operator that can answer technical questions of the EIR as well as project description questions of the air show. So EIR number 25003 analyzes and discloses the potential environmental impacts associated with the Pacific Air Show. Now, the contents of an EIR are dictated by the California Environmental Quality Act, which both has statute and guidelines. So the first thing we do when we prepare an EIR is we prepare a project description. Now, your project description has to be robust and detailed enough to cover all of the aspects that you will study in the EIR. So we worked with the air show operator to develop a project description that would cover not only today's air show aspects, but potential future aspects of the air show. And that's so that we can have a very conservative document, which is a good thing in CEQA terms. So once we develop a project description that encompasses pretty much all of the potential environmental impacts that could result from the air show, we start to analyze 17 topical environmental impact areas. Because this air show is a temporary event, there aren't a lot of impact areas that we found that we needed to study. For instance, because there's no permanent development associated with the air show, things such as geology and soils, right? There are no impacts associated with that because there's no development. So we were able to scope out a number of topical areas from the EIR. With that, when we take a look at the air show impact areas, we assess them in relation to established thresholds of significance. So in CEQA terms, impacts are categorized as no impact. Again, the example being that since there's no development, there's no impacts to geology and soils, to a less than significant impact. And so that an example of that might be lighting and glare. There may be a source of lighting and glare from aspects of the air show on a temporary basis, but once the air show is completed, it goes away, and so therefore that impact can be considered less than significant. And then finally, there are some impacts that are considered potentially significant, meaning that once we've analyzed them and measured against a standardized threshold of significance, we found that they are potentially significant. And once we look at those, we determine if they can be mitigated to a level that's less than significant or below the exceedance of the threshold. And then finally, there are some impacts that just cannot be mitigated, either because they're too speculative, as is the case of this air show, or because there are no feasible mitigation measures. So once we determine what our impacts are and we've identified the level of significance, we add mitigation measures. And in fact, we have mitigation measures that are proposed for wildlife hazards, biological monitoring, and noise. And with the wildlife hazards, those can be, that mitigation measure calls for a wildlife assessment in the event that the air show proposes on the beach runway, which is one aspect of the project description. If that's the case, this mitigation measure would assess any potential impacts to wildlife on the beach, and based on what those impacts are, propose standard protocols to ensure that impacts are minimized. That mitigation measure would reduce the level of significance to that impact. And then there is a project design feature, meaning it's not necessarily a mitigation measure, but something that is proposed by the applicant, and that's for biological monitoring during the air show. And that would minimize an impact that was already considered to be less than significant, but this would ensure impacts are minimized to the extent possible. And then finally, there are significant and unavoidable impacts that cannot be feasibly mitigated, and we did find those in 3 areas, which I'll describe in a minute. So the topical areas analyzed, again, as I mentioned, that because there's no permanent construction proposed with the air show, many of the impact areas could be scoped out or were determined to be less than significant in our initial study. And so the EIR analyzed air quality, biological resources, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, transportation, and tribal cultural resources. So the areas of significant and unavoidable impacts are in 3 topical areas, and I think it's important to kind of describe them a little bit more in detail because of how they came to be. So in terms of air quality, the operational emissions, meaning the emissions resulting from the air show, are related to emissions from criteria pollutants due to vehicle trips coming to the air show. Now, these emissions already exceed the significance thresholds for VOC, which is volatile organic compounds, NOx, which is nitrogen oxides, and carbon monoxide. The area that Huntington Beach is in already exceeds the criteria pollutant levels, so the added vehicle trips, vehicle traffic to the air show would increase these levels. And so as a result, we identified this as a significant and unavoidable impact. There are no real feasible mitigation measures to reduce vehicle trips when we have a large number of people coming to the air show. In terms of hazard and hazardous materials, this significant and unavoidable impact was identified because it's very speculative. Although the city has a local hazard mitigation plan and the air show does provide an evacuation plan, there is sort of there's no certainty to how we can predict what potential emergency could occur and when that would occur and what population numbers we're talking about. So it's very difficult to gauge what the response times would be increased to. And so as a result, it's basically too speculative to guess and identify mitigation measures. So as a very conservative approach, we determined that this impact is significant and unavoidable. And then the last one is for noise and vibration. This is a significant and unavoidable impact for a project, feature of the project that hasn't been implemented yet. So part of what we studied as the project description for the air show, future air shows, would be a multi-day music festival. And even with implementation of mitigation measures, which includes moving the speakers as far away from the closest sensitive receptors being the residents of the condos on the beach that are located off of 9th Street, the only development seaward of PCH. When we move the speakers far away from them, we can only go as far as you run into the ocean. So moving the speakers would mitigate some of the noise, as well as implementation of some sort of sound barrier or curtain. Those two mitigation measures would minimize the noise, but not to a level that's less significant, meaning that the decibel level, when it was measured, exceeds the city's allowable noise threshold. So again, this is for feature of the project that isn't currently implemented. I don't believe it's part of this year's air show either, but if in future air shows this multi-day music festival occurs, there would be a significant and unavoidable impact here. So the other aspect that CEQA requires the city to analyze as part of an EIR are alternatives. And CEQA requires an EIR to identify and analyze a reasonable range of alternatives. And a reasonable range of alternatives includes alternatives that could feasibly reduce the project impacts that have been identified, as well as meet the project objectives, which are set by the city in working with the air show operator as well. So the draft program EIR evaluated 3 alternatives. The first one, which is required by CEQA, is the no project alternative. So that's no project, no air show. As you can imagine, the no project, no air show alternative would result in no impacts as a result of the project. The second alternative would be using the 2023 air show alternative, and that's essentially not adding the aspects of the project that we put into the project description, a multi-day music festival, a potential runway on the beach, some of the other activities that are mentioned in the project description. And then the third alternative is a reduced project alternative that would remove the military jets and the equivalent noise-producing jets. They're the loudest part of the air show. And so those were the 3 alternatives that were looked at. Both alternatives 2 and 3 would result in less impacts than the proposed project air show, although not in both cases, not all of the impacts would be minimized to a less than significant level. In addition, alternatives 2 and 3 do not meet the project objectives to the extent that the proposed project would. So When we prepare an EIR, we have to put it out for a 45-day public review and comment period that's required by CEQA. During that 45 days, we invite interested parties and other agencies to comment on the adequacy and environmental issues in the EIR. We received 16 comment letters during that time, and CEQA requires that we respond to all of the comments that address an environmental issue that were raised during the comment period. We respond to all of the letters and all of the comments in them and prepare detailed responses in the event that they're necessary to address an environmental issue that's been raised. So once we prepare the responses to comments, sometimes that requires some changes to the EIR. So that's also part of what's called the final EIR, which would be the comments that we received, the responses that we prepare, and then any text changes that we make either to clean things up in the EIR or as a response to the comment letters that we received. And we do that and distribute it to the city council as well as agencies that commented on the EIR 10 days prior to certification of the EIR. So we published the final EIR on August 8th. And then we also prepare a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. In this case, there's 3 mitigation measures, and that essentially lays out the mitigation measure, the timing of it. So when does that mitigation measure have to be implemented? Who's the responsible party and who's the responsible monitor? And all of this includes, it makes up what's considered the final EIR. And then, as I had previously mentioned, that sometimes we have impacts that are significant and unavoidable. In this case, we identified 3, 2 that are essentially speculative or for future aspects of the event, and then 1 that is resulting from exceeding emissions where the emissions are already being exceeded in the South Coast Air Basin. So when we find those significant and unavoidable impacts, the city must adopt a statement of overriding considerations, which is essentially a statement that the lead agency finds that there's specific overriding benefits to the project that outweigh the environmental effects. And in this case, those environmental effects, 1 is speculative, 1 is not part of this project yet, and then the 3rd is the criteria pollutants from the vehicle emissions. So as part of the City Council's actions before acting on any project approvals, you will be asked to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, which has been prepared for you. So now I'll turn it over to Travis Hopkins to talk about the air show agreement.
Thank you, Jennifer. This item tonight before you also includes an air show event agreement. Following the oil spill in 2021, there was a lawsuit filed by Pacific Air Show against the city. And in May of 2023, a settlement agreement was reached outlining the terms of a future multi-year agreement, air show event agreement with the city. And that is what's proposed here tonight along with this EIR. Next. The agreement, here's a summary of many of the terms on the agreement. There's a 10-year term with 3 5-year renewals, not to exceed 25 years. Note that the settlement agreement had 40 years total, so this is a reduction from that. There's a reduced parking spaces amount from 3,500 to approximately 3,000. Maybe a little bit more than 3,000 as we are looking at the number of parking spaces allowed at City Hall. Restoration fees for the area will be completed by the Pacific Air Show. The Pacific Air Show would not be required to pay permit fees for the event. Personnel costs paid for by the city include police, fire, and public works for those events. The city paid for the EIR according to the settlement, and ongoing mitigation and monitoring by the city. Any CEQA amendments due to change in scope will be paid for in the future will be paid for by the Pacific Air Show. There is pending litigation, and pending that, at the end of that litigation, there might be required to renegotiate those terms by a third party. There is parking revenue that 2025 through 2030, Pacific Air Show will collect parking revenue from those city lots discussed in those parking spaces above. And after 2030, the city will retain $10 per space sold by Pacific Air Show. And in 2031, the price retained by the city will increase by CPI annually. RV camping revenue from 2025 through 2030, Pacific Air Show collects the parking revenue from those camping spaces. And similarly to the parking revenue, the RV camping revenue, the city will retain $100 per camping space sold by Pacific Air Show in 2031, and this would be increased CPI, and it will be increased by CPI annually after 2031.
Travis, that's for the 3 days of the event, right?
That is correct. Those are for the 3 days of the event. There are some other terms for when they load in and load out for spaces, the 600 spaces that they would use to provide the event. Here's some more summary of the agreement. These are obligations required by the air show. They will continue to need to obtain an annual specific event permit from the city in advance of all necessary federal, state, and secure all federal, state, and local permits. They will need to restore the property at their expense after every air show. They will have to comply with all applicable laws, city rules for the duration of the event. Require liability waivers from all event participants on a city-approved form. They will have to provide all operational resources for them to provide the event, other than the city resources discussed earlier. They will use local suppliers where reasonably possible and legally permissible, and they will require to maintain insurance coverage during the event. The city has obligations as well on this next slide. So the city will grant Pacific Air Show exclusive event rights for an annual air show in Huntington Beach, disallowing competing air shows or aerial performance events during the term of the agreement. They would work with Pacific Air Show on event dates, ensuring that event does not occur between March 15th and September 15th to protect the Bolsa Chica nesting season. The city will provide the Pacific Air Show exclusive use and monetization rights of city parking as previously discussed, minus the funds the city will receive. And the city will waive any cost for public safety, marine safety, police, fire, application fees, permit fees, beach maintenance fees, setup and takedown fees, banner replacement fees, public works, electrician, electrical, and restroom maintenance fees during the event. And the city will assist Pacific Air Show in mitigating third-party costs using city resources and indemnify the air show for CEQA challenges caused and undertaken by the city. So there are, with this, we're coming to the recommended actions. And I might have Jennifer hit the first ones because we have some additional.
So essentially, we're recommending that the City Council certify EIR number 25003 for the Pacific Air Show because it adequately analyzes the potential environmental effects associated with the Pacific Air Show, which is one of the requirements of CEQA. It identifies project alternatives pursuant to CEQA, provides mitigation measures to lessen the project's impacts, and has been prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The second action would be to approve the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations as revised by the late communication.
The next two recommended action is to approve and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the air show event agreement between the City of Huntington Beach and Pacific Air Show LLC for the management and operation of the Pacific Air Show. And additionally, we have one other item, as the city is completing the EIR report, provide authority to the city manager and city attorney to amend the on-call contract with ESA to appropriate an additional $250,000 for the air show environmental impact report and ongoing mitigation and monitoring, and bring the on-call contract to a $1.1 million. And that is the report, and you can continue with the public hearing.
All right. Any council members, do you have any questions on the report? Chad.
So, thank you, City Manager. What's the total cost this year? What's it looking like for police, fire, public services, and all the city services, and waiving all the permits? What are we looking at?
So we're estimating about $253,000, or maybe 260.
And you had given me a number a little bit north of $300,000. How do we get to that?
So in the staff report, as we were putting this together, we estimated prior to a $300,000 number for that.
Okay, so is it estimated $300,000 then?
Well, so right now, our estimate's 253. As we got closer to the air show, we evaluated what cost it would take to do it.
And does that estimate also include, beyond just doing the air show, does it include an event at night, or would that require more police, more marine safety, more?
This year, there isn't contemplation of a musical event. I think that's what you're speaking about. And if there was one, it could cost more.
Okay,
more
so
staff costs.
250, no contemplation of live event.
Correct.
I've got a question about the future aspects you had mentioned. How long will those future aspects for the EIR, is it good for about 10 years, is it?
Yeah, the EIR is evaluated for a 10-year period from 2025, I think, to 2035.
Okay, and then my understanding is we have biologists that are coming out twice a year to do surveys?
I think it would be once a year before the air show and maybe during the air show, right?
Okay, so is that twice a year? Yeah. Before and during? Once before the air show and one during?
2 during and once before.
During and once before? Yeah. Okay, and then suppose they find some type of environmental change. Is it possible that we could be forced to make an addendum to the EIR if there's an environmental change?
No, so if there were some sort of finding, then we would document that, and then depending on what that finding was, there might be a protocol that goes into place. We may work with the air show operator on the next year's specific event permit to advise them of whatever that issue is. But you wouldn't do another environmental report. Your environmental impact report is based on a baseline year.
Okay. So if there was any kind of environmental discovery, just suppose they found, butterflies, or bald eagles, right? Would that require more research on our part? Would we be on the hook?
Not necessarily. It depends on just the presence of wildlife or even the threatened species doesn't necessarily mean there's an impact. It would have to be what impact is caused by the air show, and is it a significant impact? Is there a result that is being caused by the air show that is somehow resulting in a detrimental impact to whatever the species is that's found.
Okay. And then if this EIR for future aspects is good for 10 years, so we would be needing to do another EIR at year 10, I presume? And then if we do sign off on this contract at year 10 and then at year 20 as well?
It depends. So it may not be another EIR. It depends on what the circumstances are. In 10 years, we would essentially evaluate it like we did this time around and determine if there's impacts. There could be any number of environmental documents, from an exemption to an addendum to a full EIR or a negative declaration.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We do, Mayor. We have 8 people signed up to speak.
Okay. Individuals wishing to provide a comment on this item scheduled for public hearing may do so by filling out the request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to give their identity of themselves. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless well, I'm going to give 3 minutes. City Clerk, 3 minutes, yes.
Mayor, did I hear you opened the public hearing?
Oh, no, I didn't. It's open now. And now we can call the speakers, right? Thank you.
Okay, we'll call your name. Sonia Beal did not list a number that she was speaking for. Amory Hanson, Rick Brown, Russ Neal, Diana Phillips, Bethany Webb, Grace, Stephanie DeFore.
I did earlier. Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We cannot trust Kevin Elliott of Code 4 to abide by any rules. Remember, he didn't obtain permits and he doesn't go by the rules. Remember this, City Council knows these things and they stay quiet. Number 16, remember Travis Hopkins, city manager, who submitted the alcohol proposal. He was appointed by the City Council. I remember when the City of Huntington Beach was a healthy lifestyle, parks, beaches, wetlands, a quiet 4th of July, not a war zone. These City Council agendas is more
I'm
about
sorry. Do we have timers?
sensationalizing Huntington Beach than protecting it. Have you guys really ever been on the wetlands and saw all the natural life that's there? You're talking about eagles or whatever. Now that's sensational. You're sensationalizing things that destroy things. We can't afford this. Think, have some integrity, have some character. I'd appreciate it. Gracie, you're out of line with your city council seat for your agenda about the special election for redistricting.
We're just dealing with this one item, ma'am, on the public hearing.
You climbing your political ladder hurts the real issues Huntington Beach taxpayers
Ma'am, stick
are
to the issue, please.
experiencing.
Just stick to the issue.
Mayor, before you move on, I just wanted to clarify that the public hearing had remained open. You didn't need to reopen it.
Yes, that's correct. And please, you guys, stick to the issue. Go ahead, next speaker.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for Pacific Air Show and the city's efforts to ensure it remains right here in Huntington Beach. This event has not only become America's most preeminent air show, but it's also one of the most anticipated events here in Huntington Beach each year. First, let's acknowledge the operator. Pacific Air Show is presented, managed, and delivered by Code 4, one of the most professional event operators in the world. The Australian government was so impressed with what they saw in Huntington Beach, they invited Code 4 to replicate the air show on the Gold Coast and creating an international success story that began right here in Huntington Beach. Now let's look at the numbers, and the impact is undeniable. Each year, over 700,000 attendees come from outside Huntington Beach. That generates $120 million indirect impact to Orange County. $70 million in impact spending flows into Huntington Beach businesses, restaurants, hotels, gas stations, and shops and more, whether you like it or not. And most importantly, for this chamber, the event contributes roughly $4 million annually to the general fund. When you compare the settlement costs to retain the air show and the economic impact, it makes sense. The city negotiated a $4.9 million settlement amortized over 7 years. That breaks down to $1.9 million upfront and $500,000 annually over 6 years. At the same time, Huntington Beach secured a $5.2 million lump sum payment from Amplify Energy settlement last October. That settlement alone offsets the entirety of the air show agreement, leaving the city in a net positive position. So let's put that in perspective. Over 7 years, the air show will generate an estimated $28 million to the general fund. You add the direct impact to the Huntington Beach businesses, nearly $500 million over the same 7 years. And if you do your math accordingly, you'll see that. And you'll see the air show is the most powerful economic windfall that the city has. But beyond the numbers, the Pacific Air Show has elevated Huntington Beach's profile worldwide. It showcases our beach, our community, and our ability to host world-class events. It draws visitors that might not ever come to Huntington Beach, and many, 91% by the way, return year after year. That's an immeasurable marketing value that most cities can only dream of. In short, this settlement isn't just about resolving a legal matter, it's about investing in Huntington Beach's economic vitality, and its reputation and its future. The Pacific Air Show has proven to be a signature event that brings pride, prosperity, and international recognition to Surf City, USA. So for those reasons, I urge support for the Pacific Air Show to remain in Huntington Beach for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bethany Webb, 40-plus year resident homeowner from Huntington Beach. I use the homeowner part because my taxes are going to public enemy number 1, Kevin Elliott, Code 4, Pacific Air Show. As I mentioned before, we can have an air show, a free one, with the Blue Angels. They haven't sued us, okay? In a court case, again, that they lost. Remember this, they lost the same exact court case that we settled with them, and the judge didn't even have to hear all the evidence. There's an arbitrator right now that's going to come back and kick a lot of this out. I'm going to say this to the people that are up for election. This is on you, okay? Griselda's running away to run away for assembly. That's going to be a no-brainer. But the rest of you that are up, this is going to follow you. And this is the taxpayers. You're going to run as conservatives. This is not a conservative, this is a giveaway. If you looked at those numbers there, this is something we're getting screwed and not kissed with. There is no upside to this. We are paying for everything, and we get nothing back. As far as Huntington Beach's reputation goes, I was out on Monday, on Labor Day, and it was dead. We're not attracting people to Huntington Beach. We lost the Olympics because your MAGA agenda is alienating people from our beautiful city. You want us to pay because your buddy Kevin Elliott's paying for your re-elections, for your, this is a pay for a play. And that's going to be shown what the real attorney Rob Bonta gets done, looking at the evidence and the deal that you guys made. So I suggest, if you plan on running for anything, make sure that you put on your resume that you voted for the air show, that you saw the numbers that we just saw, and that you screwed Huntington Beach so that you could get donations to your individual campaigns. We won't forget it. When we're paying our property taxes and we look at the giveaway that you guys gave, and by the way, for those of us that walk the wetlands and know what the environmental impact on our beautiful wetlands and our beaches are, and they're not even paying for that. This isn't a business deal. This is a pay-for-play giveaway to your donors, and we're watching you. We understand this, and this is not over.
Next speaker, please.
I'm here for my strong opposition against the Pacific Air Show. I am a member of a Gold Star family. My father, an Air Force jet pilot, died during his mission when his parachute failed. My stepfather was also an Air Force jet pilot, and I grew up attending air shows, a lot of air shows, and I loved them all. I looked forward to it, and I looked forward every year to the Pacific Air Show. I did. But that changed when I learned the owner is bilking HB citizens out of millions through a shady settlement deal. An event that is meant to honor service and inspire pride should not be built on corruption. The Pacific Air Show dishonors the values of integrity, transparency, and respect for those who serve and fleece and betray HB citizens. Alternative number 1, no project, no air show, move it to an alternative space.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hansen. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 15, the Great Pacific Air Show's Environmental Impact Report. I truly believe the Great Pacific Air Show will provide great economic benefits to Huntington Beach, as it has done in several previous years. The air show will also encourage coastal access. I urge the council to grant the permit for Huntington Beach's finest event. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 15. Thank you.
Thank you, E. Next speaker.
My name is Russell Neal from Huntington Beach. I'm also speaking in favor of item 15. I am pleased to see the air show, which has been a great success and a real annual highlight for Huntington Beach, enjoyed each year by thousands of residents and visitors, continuing. I believe most of the opposition to the air show has been manufactured issues on the part of local opponents of the council running to the state auditor or coastal commission to make trouble over nothing. I've read the settlement and don't see the so-called giveaway. It just lays out a framework that is still subject to annual contract negotiations, as we have seen presented tonight. As to environmental damage, we don't have to speculate. The air show has been conducted for many years with no problem. I thank this council for resisting pressure to eliminate the air show so many of us enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Dufour. I'm a 47-year Huntington Beach resident, homeowner, and business owner. I raised my 5 kids in Huntington Beach to love and protect our local beaches. Now I'm teaching my grandchildren to do the same here. As an active, local surfing family with business and community interest, I felt compelled to come down here tonight and address the air show problems. I have a lot of friends here, so I'm really nervous because they're probably on the other side. But I'm not here to criticize patriotism, but to advocate for responsible public spending, coastal protection, and smarter economic planning. The air show has been promoted as a revenue driver for our city, but it's important to ask, at what cost to the city, to our beach, and to the community that lives here year-round? City documents show that more than $4.9 million in direct payments, over $500,000 in environmental costs, and large amounts of waived revenues from fees and parking are committed to support this one private event for years into the future. We're told it fills our hotels and restaurants and provides tax revenue to the city, but so would a variety of other alternative, healthier events. these events wouldn't be disrupted by oil spills or marine layer fog. Imagine Huntington Beach hosting more sustainable surf festivals, international beach, film, and art showcases, coastal culinary weekends, conservation and sports expos, family-friendly daytime music festivals. These events can bring eco-conscious tourists who stay in our hotels, dine locally, and leave with good memories. As a mother and grandmother, I want my kids to inherit a healthy coast. As a business owner, I want smart city investments. And as a surfer, I know we can do better for our coast. It's time to end the air show. Let's invest in events that bring revenue and reflect the values of a city that treasures its precious coastline and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I encourage you to not adopt the statement of overriding conditions. I encourage you to come to your senses and vote no for any additional air shows promoted by Kevin Elliott, Pacific Air Show LLC, or Code 4. Mr. Elliott and his company has failed for a number of years to obtain the necessary permit from the California Coastal Commission, as we all learned from the recent hearing. His company has agreed to pay a fine as a penalty for prior failures, and a permit application this year was late again. This is obviously an organization that does not carefully follow the law and yet has been allowed to pursue additional air shows. If the event is approved by today, it will be able to continue for years. As evidenced by the air show event agreement, the city is agreeing to give over an extraordinary amount of money. Why? You're giving away exclusive use of parking and the monetization of it, waiving city fees, covering city employment costs, covering other costs as well. You're going to assist them by mitigating third-party costs, providing city resources. You're going to pay for the EIR. You're going to pay for what is usually done by the event promoter. You're authorizing an additional $250,000 for environmental mitigation. And again, usually this is the promoter's expense. I just do not understand how you can possibly justify doing this. And you keep claiming that all of this money is brought into the city. Prove it. There's got to be some way to prove that there is some modicum of data that is available to show that the money does come to the city and the region. And if you can't, Mr. Elliott says that he doesn't make money on this, and to me, this would be the ultimate bad business person, and yet you're continuing to want to work with him. And you're indemnifying his organization for CEQA challenges, and you're going to stick this to this future city councils because you have the long-term renewals. This is just simply outrageous, and yet you've covered yourself with paragraph 27 with the event agreement, and I beg you to please require Mr. Elliott and his companies to provide reasonable data, verifiable data of the money that's being brought to the city, because that is the only justification you have for doing this. So prove it.
Next speaker, please.
All right, let's try this again. Diana, 21-year-old homeowner of Huntington Beach that has lived through the air shows, the U.S. Opens, and everything. I can tell you that the air show is imperative for Huntington Beach for the fact that the U.S. Open has been failing miserably to bring the people into Huntington Beach. We have also seen the low amount of people. I mean, I walked the wetlands and the beach this last Labor Day. There was nobody at the beach. There was no families at the beach. I mean, we are not, it's really sad to see that people are not coming down to the beach. The air show brings so many people. It brings camaraderie. It brings patriotism. It brings so much revenue into the city and other cities around us. The birds, they don't know, how can they do impact studies? The birds can't talk. The birds are just fine in the wetlands. They're just fine. Why can't we have good business. Why can't we have business that brings in more business, that brings in more people that want to come to Huntington Beach? We want to be a family-friendly community. We want people to come. We want people to come from out of state. That's why we want to have the air show. That's why we want to make the U.S. Open big again. We want Huntington Beach to be a surf city. We fought hard to have that name. Why don't we build on it? Why don't we work hard to build this city to be what it should be? The world is our oyster, and we're letting corporate greed. With the air show, it's not corporate greed. It's bringing in revenue. It's bringing in people to Huntington Beach, putting on the red, white, and blue, and watching those beautiful planes go in the air. Maybe find a better time during the year where we don't have the marine layer. But when they called it off for that spill, as a person, I was like, who did that? That's wrong. You know, it was just not that person's responsibility to do it. The air show brings money. The U.S. Open brings money. We need to bring revenue so that we can make a great community. That's what we want. We want a wonderful Huntington Beach. We want to grow this place, not have air shows. That just brings good business. That's what we want. I don't know. That's just what I want. People to be happy and to have good... Just can't we make Huntington Beach happy again? Can we just make it pretty again, please?
Next speaker.
Okay, let's connect the dots for the record. We have an LLC, Pacific Air Show, Kevin Elliott. We have Code 4 with Kevin Elliott. The LLC pays all the money to our Code 4 and says we don't have any money and asks us to pay for it. We have signs made for Butch Twining, Don Kennedy, Casey McKeon, Pat Burns, Gracie, Chad. Probably in the future for you too, Andrew. Campaign signs made by none other than Code 4. Who's in charge of Code 4? Kevin Elliott. We have events that are staged by Code 4. Events for Butch Twining, Don Kennedy, Casey McKeon, Pat Burns, Gracie, and Chad and Andrew Gruhl. Who pays for that? Kevin Elliott. Who's voting for the air show? Butch Twining, Don Kennedy, Casey, Pat, Gracie, and Chad. Do you connect the dots yet? Do you see what's going on here? I think the taxpayers do not want to pay for the bribery, the corruption that seems to be going on in our city. Again, talk to Brian Thenis. He has some money. He can pay for some of the airplanes. But we don't want to pay for it. And you should be ashamed for this bribery.
Next speaker. Next speaker, please. All right, yeah, call the next set.
That's all we have.
That's it?
We called all 8.
Okay. That's beautiful.
Was there anybody that didn't come up to speak?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to close the public hearing. And any discussion from council?
Yeah.
Don.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to make a couple of points here as I listen to the speakers, and I appreciate your time, speakers. So one of the speakers said, hey, the Blue Angels will do it for free. So I took a quick search here and it said, will they do it for free? Then it says, yes. But let me say what it says. Even when admission is free, the Blue Angels isn't cost-free. Cities or organizers typically cover the following: operational costs, logistics, crowd control, security, shuttle systems, and marketing. For example, Jacksonville Beach, just in 2025, paid over $200,000 to have them come for free. So that's not really true. Secondly, let's break down the numbers here. So let's say that the public safety cost us $300,000, fee waivers cost us $200,000. I'm just extrapolating some estimates, and we pay the $500,000 for the next 5 years. That's $1 million. The Pacific Air Show is the #1 most attended air show in the entire United States. You can look that up, attracting over 3 million visitors. #1 attended air show in the country. So, when you have 3 million people show up at your beach, rest assured, you're going to be able to prove that you made at least $1,001,000. So just like Uber's losing money, he can lose money and still put on a show because he's hoping to build an international brand. It takes time. So let me make a statement here that I think everybody can agree with. A successful air show that creates an incredible experience for families, builds up our national and international profile, increases commerce for all our businesses, and creates a profit both for the promoter and the city, I would imagine everybody could agree that that's a great thing. So in addition to that, cities subsidize promoters all the time. Just look at how much money LA spent for the LA Marathon. It wasn't free. They spent a fortune to attract that. You know how much money Gavin Newsom spent to attract the World Cup and build seawalls and everything else? So cities do that. They subsidize promoters and events to bring the commerce, bring in the people. That's what cities do. So let me look at the rest of my notes here. So yeah, you know, the cities do subsidize. That's a fact. Oh, by the way, Dade County, to bring FIFA, they committed $21 million in direct cash, Miami-Dade County, up to $25 million in kind, including police, fire, and paramedics. That's just to bring the FIFA World Cup. So that's close to $46 million. So don't make the statement that cities don't subsidize promoters. It's factually incorrect. And if you want to see proof, look at the 3 million visitors. We'll prove it. We provided a report for you guys. And even though they provided an economic impact report, you didn't believe it. So provide your own. Prove it that it isn't in the fund. So I am 100% behind the Pacific Air Show, 100% behind the agreement, and let's get this show on the road.
Casey.
Can I ask Don a question real quick? Just one, it's not a
right,
back and forth,
go
just
ahead.
the 1.1 million number. Was it 1.1 that you said?
Yeah, I said that for costs.
Okay.
That was 300 for the police and fire, 200 for fee waivers, and 500 to Code 4 for the next 5 years. After that, let's just call those hard costs, 500 grand. Not what pro formas, just costs.
And
Yes.
then were we netting something? Did I hear that? That we should expect to get 1.
Well, I would imagine if you have $1 million committed, and you attract 3 million people, and you're the #1 attended air show in the country, and you have TOT, you have sales tax, you have jobs, you have goodwill, but just pure dollars, I would imagine we could trace back at least $1,001,000 back to the general fund. So that's a profit.
I was just checking. Thanks.
All right, Case.
Oh, my mic wasn't on.
I just think it's important to go through the history, since myself and my colleagues that were elected in 2022 have the most experience with this issue. So if you guys recall, when we were elected in 2022, we actually walked into an ongoing lawsuit with the air show and the city. For whatever reason, the previous council had refused to meet with the event holder to prevent litigation. So litigation was the result. So we walked in and had a hard decision. Let it go to trial. We may or may not win. There's arguments on both sides, but in that situation, I know the air show was not going to come back. It was gone. So we made a decision to choose a different path to try to save the air show. And the previous settlement agreement, I think everyone understands, like, no one's happy with it, but that's what it took to save the air show. So as a recap, that was $4.9 million in payments, with payments spread out over 6 years, actually 7 years. We then did what the previous council did not do, and we sued the oil company, Amplify Energy. We brought back $5,250,000 back. So in one lump sum, so if you net present value that, that was actually a better deal for the city. It wasn't $7 million, as some people had said, because we didn't use the air show's damages to supercharge our settlement. It was 4.9 with payments spread out over 7 years. So as I mentioned before, we'd always were hopeful that we'd have an opportunity to negotiate better terms in that settlement agreement, and which we've done. So instead of the 40 years, it's 25. Instead of the 3,500 parking spaces, it's actually closer to 3,000 with more defined areas, which is critical. Importantly, now we have the ability to obtain parking revenue in year 6 with annual CPI increases on the demand that the air show creates in October. If you guys have driven by our parking lots in the summer months, those parking lots are not full. The parking structure on Main Street is not full. But yet it will be on a non-summer weekend in the first weekend in October by the demand the event creates. So we'll be able to share in that parking revenue. And we also negotiate tighter contract terms that protects the city. As Don touched on it, this is the premier event in the city, and I would say on the West Coast. Right? Now with the stability and surety, it can be built to be so much more robust with potential sponsorships. We've even talked about creating like an aviation convention during that week of the air show to fill the hotel's convention space, their group sales, to supercharge their transient occupancy tax that it brings to the city. Think about SpaceX, Boeing, Anduril, have a convention during that week, an aviation convention on the West Coast. It's already proven that it can be a success. In 2018 and 2019, it was voted the best air show in the country. That's the only time that, you can clap for that. So that's the only time that's ever happened, that air show has been voted twice as the best in the country, yet alone in consecutive years. As mentioned with this purveyor on the West Coast, there's also immeasurable amounts of marketing that puts HB on the world stage. The free marketing that this brings to our city is massive. And it's hard to quantify what that financial amount is, but it's huge. The air show creates, as Don touched on, and one of the speakers, a $120 million economic impact to our local economy over 3 non-summer days with $77 million in direct spending. The air show brings in, there's arguments, millions of dollars of sales tax and hotel transient occupancy tax revenue. And people argue with the 3.7 million or 4 million that one of the speakers mentioned in the economic impact report. I think it's safe to say that we can all agree that the air show brings in at least $1 million in tax revenue. In 2022 and 2023, the city brought in $53 million in sales tax revenue, which is slightly over $1 million per week. The city also brought in $14.4 million in TOT tax revenue, which is roughly $300,000 per week, for a total of $1.3 per week in sales tax and TOT. The air show, of course, contributed to that $1.3 million per week. And every retail business owner I've spoken to over these years, from restaurants, sandwich shops, they all say that the air show is their busiest weekend of the year by far. It's not even close, and their sales are up 25 to 30% just in that weekend alone. So if the air show is here for 25 years, bringing in at least $1 million with, as Travis touched on, the cost of $250,000 per year, that's a 233% return on your investment before counting the $2 million in parking revenue we will achieve off of the demand the air show creates. So if you add that into your ROI, that's 260% return. Most people get really excited about a double-digit ROI, yet alone a 260% return. The air show also brings in ancillary economic benefits. Like I said, with the global attraction, the hundreds of thousands and millions of visitors, someone touched on it, 90% said they will return to the city, which means more economic impact from the money they spend on their return visit. Other large-scale events have seen how successful the air show has been on City Beach, shows that we can put on large-scale events like that, and they want to be a part of our city. Darker Waves was a huge success, that concert 2 years ago. And we're currently working with other large events on City Beach, like a rodeo, because we've proven that we can do it. Big point, the Coastal Commission approved the air show. And the Coastal Commission doesn't approve much, but they approved the air show. Like I said, it's already been a proven success. 18, 19, 20 COVID, 21 oil spill, a lot of bumps in the road, but so much room for growth. As Don touched on, it's the largest air show in the nation. It supports our troops, and it's their #1 recruiting event for the Department of Defense. The military ranks it their favorite air show in the country, because of the location, Huntington Beach, and that HB provides a family atmosphere for them and their families. They rave about it all the time. It's the first air show to be nationally broadcast. It was broadcast on Hulu. And like I mentioned, we really want to push to explore the creation of that aviation convention, which would be amazing. And look, Don touched on it. I understand there's heartburn regarding concessions, but cities provide concessions to large-scale events all the time. Don touched on some great ones. Oh, here's some more. Comic-Con, San Diego invests in public safety, traffic management. The America's Cup, San Francisco invests in infrastructure and waterfront improvements. Coachella Valley, the music festival, they invest in infrastructure support, security, traffic management for the event, et cetera. The Rose Bowl, the LA Marathon, Don touched on. What the speaker talked about, the Australia Gold Coast Pacific Air Show. That city's actually paying the air show $1.75 million per year for 5 years, and they're covering $500,000 a year in public safety costs. And it was so successful that the city has now committed to another $700,000 a year to continue to grow the event. And you guys talk about the Olympics. In order to land the Olympics, if we won the Olympics, we probably would have had to invest $8 million in infrastructure that may or may not have had secondary uses. So it's false to say that cities don't do this all the time. I personally believe the air show economic benefits and the ancillary benefits far outweigh the $250,000 in costs we're paying and the demand it creates in parking revenue. And I fully support the air show. Thank you.
Gracie.
So I won't repeat a lot of what Council Members Kennedy and McKeon said. Completely agree with them. The air show benefits businesses downtown. If you go downtown and you ask them, do you want the air show here? They say 100%. It's the busiest time for them. It also attracts tourists that wouldn't have otherwise come to our city, with over 80% of them saying they will return. And that's thanks to our streets, our law enforcement, first responders who are attending the air show, making sure that it's safe for everyone. They make a great impression on people to come around. So does the air show benefit us? 100%. There's no question. Did we have to make those concessions? Yes, we did. But as Mr. Councilmember McKeon and Kennedy said, many other cities do the same thing. The air show being the largest event here in Huntington Beach is very significant. If we were to lose it, we were to lose more money than what we are actually offering the air show. So I agree with what you two said. There's no need for me to repeat all of it, and I'm in full support of the air show.
Butch.
I just want to say a couple words about Code 4 and Kevin Elliott. I've known Kevin Elliott since, and the first time I met Kevin Elliott, I was still working. I've been retired for close to 4 years now. But I go back, and I always tell people this. I don't know if it's true. I think I'm the only guy in my company goes back to the very first air show, and we have always gotten a chalet. We didn't always get it for all 3 days, but most of the time we got it for all 3 days. That's how I got to know Kevin Elliott, not through campaign signs. Kevin, and you guys a lot of you guys have said that, Kevin obviously rolling in the money, and money's just coming. Do you have any idea how much he invests to get this show on the road? Chalets, walking, the walking paths, the fencing, the catering, all that stuff. He puts up the pilots and their families. He rents out 2 hotels in over by Bella Terra. He puts up the pilots and their families. Fortunately, we have some guys here that were actually here earlier. The what do they call it? The Volkswagen Bus Clan Club. They provide transportation for the pilots. He has a huge party for all the pilots and their families with hundreds and hundreds of people there. He's spending money to make things happen here. It's not all rolling in, cash all the time. He makes a huge investment. Him and his partner, I see you, Eric. They dump a ton of money in this thing in hopes of making a return. Did they make a return last year? 0. There wasn't one plane that anybody saw. You think he took a huge bath on that? Of course he did. You know what he did to all the ticket holders? He made a big announcement on both days that says, "You guys, we're going to honor your tickets next year." So come back with your tickets next year, this year, and he's going to honor those tickets. He's going to take another hit. So give the guy credit for being a businessman and investing his own money to bring a world-class event to Huntington Beach. I give you credit. I love the Pacific Air Show, and I will vote for this. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Code 4.
All right. Not everything's about money. Some things are about the experience and long-term what it does. And this is right up there. It's an experience. It's good for our city. I don't like going to the gym all the time, but I think the long-term benefits are going to benefit me, my family, and everything else. And I think this is kind of the same way. We paint our house. We put a new roof on to make it last longer, maybe make it worth more. And this is just an investment in things we got to do in life. And I think in the long term, this is going to benefit our community, our city, our state, and everything else. And I'll tell you, I've never had a bad experience even in the fog last year. It's just, I think in the long term, we're better off for it. So I'm all for it. And with that, I think we're gonna call for a vote. Oh, wait, Chad?
Did you want to speak at all? Okay. I want to start off by saying that I absolutely love the air show. I love the sounds of freedom, what that represents going overhead, especially, being a veteran and, overseas and hearing that sort of air support. It's almost like the second coming of Jesus. That's your support right there. And it's the worst sound in the world for the enemy. And for the longest time, even during the campaigning, we were kind of alongside these folks of, we want to save the air show. The air show is so important. I love the air show. I love Kevin Elliott. And I think it was wrong what happened on Sunday, the way that the air show was canceled, and I do believe that he should be made whole for that. It cost him. But at the same time, when I look at these numbers from Destination Analysis, and I really roll up my sleeves and do a cost analysis to figure out if these numbers are accurate, I hate to say it, but I just don't see it. In fact, when I do my research, I find quite the contrary. And I think it's so important for us to be doing a cost analysis to figure out, we don't have answers right now in terms of what type of TOT do we actually make? That's transient occupancy tax. What does the city actually get? What kind of bump off of the air show? What type of benefit does the city actually get in terms of sales tax revenue? What type of benefit does the city actually get in terms of parking revenue? Well, moving forward with this agreement, we won't see any of that parking revenue, at least for the first 5 years, and then we get $10 on a spot after that. And so the Fab Four, they had campaigned on saving the air show. I love the air show. But at what cost? And I know that you folks take what we have to say, because many of you do look to us and you trust our word. And you take what we have to say and consider it. If I tell you we're going to make $120 million, a lot of you won't go to fact check that. You'll just take my word on that. When you really look at the money that's coming into our city, the numbers are a loss. We don't know what we're making on that TOT. There's so many numbers that we do not know, but we can know if we simply just go and do an audit. If we get an economist to go and do the numbers, we can audit these precise numbers. None of the other council members have gone to the hotels just to simply ask them, do your due diligence. How much money are we actually making on the air show? What kind of a bump do you see in terms of room fees? Because it's not like those hotels would be completely empty 3 days of the air show. There is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday before the air show. There's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday after the air show. We should be asking, how much are you actually making on those rooms before the air show, after the air show, and on the air show? Then what's the delta? What's the difference? We're told by this destination analysis that $700,000 comes to the city from the air show through the hotels. But when you actually go dig into those numbers and when you call them out on it, you find out that $700,000 isn't really $700,000 direct to the city. what you discover is that they're accounting TOT for all of the surrounding hotels. They are counting over 11,000 rooms. We don't have that in Huntington Beach. They also add up the parking fees that we're not going to be getting anymore in the future. When you look at the taxes directly to the city that we will receive, it's not direct to the city. There's a little asterisk, there's a little parenthetical statement where it says that this is actually county taxes and localities. And so you see this number, $3.7 million that comes direct to the city, and that sounds exciting. And even if the air show costs us $1.1 million, hey, a 3.7, that's a 2.6 net. How could you lose? But when you really look at that 3.7 number and you whittle it down, that 700 is not a 700. And the biggest chunk of it, 2 million of it, there's a little asterisk next to that 2 million. You know what it is? They say that it's increased property tax revenue. That people coming to the air show, somehow this will increase property taxes because it adds value to our homes and then the city collects on that. How do they come up with that number? And over the course of what time? Is that 2 million per year? Is that 2 million over the course of 40 years? And when you ask those questions to a group like Destination Analysis, that's when they hide behind, it is a proprietary methodology. And so we don't really know what we are receiving off of the hotels and the hard costs that are to us. I've ran some of the numbers, so, like Casey said, they know more about this than anyone else. And so if you look at the original terms in that settlement agreement that they agreed to, the 3,500 parking spaces, remember, that's 3,500 parking spaces per day. So that's a times 3, times 40. When you put the number on that, there was a request with the Coastal Commission to raise the parking fee beyond $50. That's the ceiling. There's a desire to raise it beyond the $50. So they didn't get it. So if you can charge $50 a spot for 3,500 spots, 3 days a year for 40 years, this is what's in the original agreement, that's a $21 million valuation just on that. There's 600 spots, 14 days prior to the event and 12 days after the event. That's 26 calendar days a year for 40 years, the original agreement that they scored. The valuation on that, $6.24 million. When it comes to police, fire, and all these city services that we're footing the bill for, all the permits, everything, well, we just heard this number, 250,000. Times 40 years, that would be a 10 million. And so when you add up all of these numbers, the 5 million that was already paid out, or 4.9 if we're being really particular here, it's a valuation of over $50 million. And the problem with that is that there's assignment rights in the contract. And so if the operator wanted to just go and sell this contract to some third party, they could do that. They could say, hey, here's the valuation, I'll take $20 million and I'm out. And in the terms of the agreement, the only way that we can stop that as a city council is it takes a supermajority. Last I checked, we're supposed to uphold our city charter. Our city charter says that for any council item, it takes a quorum. That's a vote of 4. This is a supermajority that would require something that goes beyond what our city charter says, which is the highest authority in our city. And so again, I seriously love the air show. I'm sad that I probably won't be able to show my face on the beach at the air show after pointing these things out. But we will be paying for it, our kids will be paying for it, and our kids' kids will be paying for it. And when people throw around numbers like, hey, it's going to bring us over $1 million, all these numbers are going to be able to be checked out. And so the current agreement that we have right now, because it is not the 40 years, but that's pretty frightening that that was a valuation of over $50 million. That's what they got. Now we're told, but now be happy because we got 25 years. As if that's good. So for these 25 years on an annual basis, we heard $250,000. That's a cost to the city for the police, fire, first responders, and permits. $156,000 in those 600 spots. That's a $10 valuation. If you want 601 spots, it costs $10. So the valuation on that's $10 a spot. $156,000. $1.1 million you guys heard for the EIR. So if you distribute that over 10 years, that's going to be $110,000 per year. $31,000 is the number I was given for 2 surveyors. We heard today that there actually might be 3 surveys, so I guess the number is going to be even greater than that. These are expenses to our city. The math was able to be done on parking at Main Street Promenade and at the Pier Plaza and the city-attended parking. We were able to look at what would we make on 3 days if there were no air show at all. That number is $59,500. Since there is an air show now, we're giving that up. So that's $59,500 that we normally would be making every year. No, it's wiped now. And then when you look at that approximate $5 million and you just distribute it over the course of 25 years, it's $200,000 a year. And then when you look at the RV parking, we're not only giving up the RV parking for the full 3 days, which typically, you know, those RVs, those spots go for $6,000 a spot. There's about 50 spots. You could do the math on that, $300K for the year. But, you know, let's suppose we weren't going to get that. If there's no air show, we're not getting $6,000 on it. Well, staff ran the numbers on that, $64,000 for those RV parking spots during that course of time, because it's the 3 days, but it's also 14 days prior they get 15 spots and 12 days after they get 12 spots. That's 26 calendar days for 25 years. I'm just throwing annual costs at you guys from our city: 250,000, 156, 110, 31, 59,500, 200,000, 64K. You add it all up, it's $870,000 on an annual basis based off of that. What do we actually make from TOT? What is the difference? At best, I could actually reach out to a couple of the hotels and ask them for some numbers, and they were generous enough to give me. And these are, I won't be particular in terms of names, but I'll just say that these two hotels I will present to you represent the lion's share of it. And the bump that we actually get from these hotels, one of them is about a $20,000 bump. That means they make about $200,000 more on rooms alone. That doesn't count food, that doesn't count all the other services, but we don't make money on those services. We only get TOT based off of bed taxes. So that's one of the major hotels. Another one of the major hotels, and this was the one that did the best, the bump, the difference in terms of what we get during that time is $50,000. And I'll just tell you that basically the numbers on that, let's suppose we take the highest bump per room. If you average it out, total number of rooms based off of bump, the highest I saw was per room $114. Now you take a couple of those smaller hotels. I just shared the lion's share with you. You take a couple of those smaller hotels like the Paseo or the Shorebreak, you apply some numbers to those, and what you wind up coming out with, best case scenario on those two hotels, if you're just doing a projection, and you know, Destination Analysis has no problem throwing little multipliers and guesstimations on their stuff. This is very, very reasonable. It'd be about $28,000 for the Paseo or so, and Shorebreak Hotel, $18,000. I'd be shocked to discover if we make more than that. You add all of that TOT up, the reality is it's not a $700,000 TOT. We're looking at the lion's share, those hotels that face the beaches, $117,000. How's $117,000 going to fill a hole of about $870,000 per year over the course of the next 25 years? Again, I love the air show. I love Kevin Elliott. I do. And I think he should be made whole for what happened. But I cannot sign off on a 25-year term like this, let alone a 40-year term. And I'm asking, who's doing the negotiating here? And I'm only told one of us is actually in the room for that. So it's totally possible for us to actually go get an economist, go figure out these numbers. There's no reason why we cannot do that. Why has it not been done? I don't know, but I'm pushing. Let's do that. Why, when we have pending litigation over the air show that's going to be heard in the next couple weeks? Hang on. We have pending litigation that's going to be heard in the next couple of weeks. Why would we sign off on a 25-year term? How do we unwind that if they discovered that the settlement agreement was beyond the powers of what the city council had to do at that time? How is it that we're talking about doing things in exchange for beaches and the areas thereof? Sound familiar? Section 612 of our city charter? Are we supposed to be exchanging anything apart from a vote of the people? And so this, I think, opens this us up to litigation if we sign off on a long-term agreement. And so there is a fiduciary responsibility to not put us in a situation where we could get sued that way. And we also have a state audit right now. So I think it's time to simply pump the brakes when I look over the settlement agreement I don't see anything in terms of a shot clock that forces us to make a decision tonight. I don't. After reviewing the settlement and related documents, I find no shot clock or deadline that compels us to act tonight. Nothing in the settlement, no recitals, no Brown, or the Brown Act forces immediate approval. To the contrary, Brown Act requires meaningful public deliberation. This proposal relinquishes certain benefits and amends the settlement recitals, which means we have latitude to negotiate better terms for our taxpayers. And so claims that delay equals breach or a reversion to a 40-year term are unsupported. Exercising caution here is not bad faith, it's prudence. And so given the pending state audit and pending litigation over the terms of the settlement to be heard in the next couple of weeks, the responsible course is to pause on a long-term agreement. And so I would like to make a substitute motion to move to postpone action until we can actually do an audit and get an economist out to run some numbers so we can obtain some fiscal analysis, invite community input, and consider potential amendments. And so I think this honors the settlement, it protects taxpayers' interests, and ensures that we proceed with transparency. That would be my substitute motion.
Okay, hold on. We have a substitute. Do we have a second? Okay, there's no second. I'll make the motion as, I think I already made the motion to as recommended.
Second.
All right. I'll give a chance. Nobody else?
No, before we vote, if I could just address some of Councilman Williams' assertions. There's some good math over there, no doubt about it. But when you're talking about the 59,000 that was already generated, like for example the parking, and you put that into the deficit column, but you don't give us the additional revenue that we get from the revenue share was 125,000 minus the 59, so there's 40, 50, 60,000 there. You're not equating the...
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow you.
So you said, hey, the parking survey was 59,000, no air show, right?
Yeah, that staff ran the numbers on that.
Okay.
I got from Community Library Resources. They looked at 3 days of what would the parking structure on Main Street do and at the promenade, and 7th Street all the way up to Beach Boulevard, the attendant parking. And they gave me hard numbers. They broke it down, like what the promenade would do, what the plaza would do, and what 7th Street up to Beach Boulevard would do. If there was no air show, we would do 59,500.
Right. But so that may be factual, but that isn't based on 100% occupancy, which we will be getting with the air show. We will be selling all those spots. So there will be additional revenue above the 59,000 baseline that you're not factoring in. Secondly, on the TOT, I do think we should be able to quantify the TOT. But remember, they are also spending money in the shops. So it's not just the TOT. There's going to be a lot of sales tax that is also being accrued from expenditures, not just from the hotel guests, but the million plus, 3 million, whatever the number is, people that come here, there is going to be a significant sales tax bump. And remember, if we want to agree that we're just trying to get to 895,000, or I'll round it up to $1 million. If we get to $1,001,001, it's a home run for the city. It's a free event, so to speak, that creates goodwill, supports our business, puts us on the international map, and builds our reputational value. And it gives people a reason to want to come to Huntington Beach and a reason to want to come back to Huntington Beach. So it's a net win, even if we make $1 above the cost basis. I think the proprietor, the promoter's done, he doesn't have to go from 40 years to 25 years. That was a gesture of good faith, in my opinion. He didn't have to say, I'll give you parking revenue on year 6 throughout. The agreement doesn't call for any of that. So these are concessions that he's making voluntarily. And the people that don't agree with Kevin Elliott will say, oh, big deal, that's nothing, it's a grift. No, it's not a grift. He could enforce that contract. He could say, I want the 40 years, I'm not giving you any parking, but he didn't do that. He said, I'll take a 10 and 3 5s, and I'll give you some parking. And so he's making concessions. And again, if we're just trying to get to $1 million to cover the cost, I can guarantee, well, I can't guarantee anything. I can guarantee we'll get to $1 million plus. And let's do another study. But the problem is, this guy can't throw an air show right now with uncertainty. And in my opinion, he's been uncertain for years. It's probably the reason he can't get a title sponsor. Is there going to be an air show? Am I getting sued? Will there not be an air show? What title sponsor wants to put their name on anything? So there's things that the promoter needs to have so that he can build a legacy, activity that can generate a profit, not just for him, but for us as well. So I think at this point, I just wanted to address that. You're making great points, Chad. And by the way, on a side note, I paid almost 20 grand for those signs. I think I paid too much, but I'm kidding. But there's no free signs with Code 4. I guarantee that. Check my form. Check my form.
Butch.
I paid $19,000, and I know that to be a fact. Okay. I just got a question for our city manager, Travis. Am I right in is my understanding correct that Kevin in Code 4 already has a signed 40-year contract at this point in time? That was approved?
The city has a settlement agreement.
Okay, has
that
a settlement
contemplates
agreement.
the 40-year term.
For 40 years, and the one we're contemplating tonight is just 25, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate Councilman Williams' breakdown. There's a lot of stuff I agree with there. I do think there's a lot of intangibles that don't go into Councilman Williams' calculations, but I'll leave that up. I think it's a good idea to continue to analyze this, with all the numbers that you've come up with. I think it's incumbent upon us to analyze it, but as Councilman Kennedy said, Code 4 can't keep going on without an agreement. They can't put on an air show unless they can depend on us to support it. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, I would like
Call the
to
question.
amend.
No. Call the question.
Can I amend my substitute?
No.
Call the question.
Casey.
Call the question.
No, you already did.
So if you're going to call you need a
25-year
second to call the.
Gracie seconded Pat's motion to move
Can
for
I
recommended
be
action.
recognized to speak? Mayor?
Gracie seconded Pat's motion to.
Please don't shut me down.
Casey needs a second on his call the question.
Oh, I need a second on my call the question. Got it.
Oh.
And I can still make a substitute motion.
Not the call the question has to be heard first.
Okay, I'll second.
You need to
Oral.
vote. Yeah.
City Attorney, my understanding is that if the motion has been seconded, but I call for a substitute motion, the substitute motion is heard first.
Not on the call the question.
I'll let you make a statement, but keep it kind of concise
Mayor,
after
Mayor, please
after the
recognize
vote.
me. Allow me to be
Mayor,
heard.
you've got to take the vote.
I know. After the vote, I'll let you make a statement. We're beating the hell out of this.
I feel like
and
I
we
got a
gotta
good
go.
alternative that you guys might like.
Call the question.
Go ahead.
I have a first by Burns, second by Vandermark. Item number 15, approve as amended by supplemental communication.
You're going to vote on the call, whether or not to actually call the question, and then vote again on.
Okay.
Call the. We're gonna vote. Call the question.
Vote on call the
first.
question. Who was the first
So
and
my
second on
understanding is if it doesn't get a quorum, then we can continue the deliberation? Correct. Okay. I got something I really would like to say, guys.
I have no idea.
All right. Call the question. Call the roll for the call the question.
Call the roll for call the question first. Second?
Yep.
And just to be clear, no vote would say no and we'll continue the conversation.
Pardon me?
A no vote would be no, we won't call. If we get a quorum of no, we will continue the deliberation, just for clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Twiney.
I'd like to hear Chad's proposal, so I'm going to say no.
Councilman Kennedy.
Okay. City Attorney, is there the call to question, what we're voting right now to what, not allow Councilman,
Essentially, yes, cut off debate on the item.
okay. You know, this is a highly contentious thing. I probably won't agree with him, but in fairness to Chad, in fairness to the residents, whether or not this changes any vote, you know, I'd like to hear what he has to say. So do I have to vote no on the call to question?
Yeah.
And, you know, no.
Yes, yes.
I'll go with no then. I'll hear it. Go with it.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
We're voting no on, sorry, I'm
Call the
confused now.
question.
On call the question. Okay,
If you want debate to end, you have to vote yes, right?
yes.
No. Mayor, may I be recognized?
You got to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
All right, then, okay, please try to, we still have the motion on the floor, but you want to make a comment, please make it.
So we have 5 on call to question, 5 no, 2 yes.
So now the
Okay.
continues?
Yeah,
So-
I'm going to let him,
I can appreciate the fact that the applicant would need stability, especially for, sponsorships going forward. They're going to want to see that type of stability. So I can see how, just saying no now, or even like just a 1-year agreement and that's it, there's no stability in the future. So what if we say yes to a 25-year exclusive agreement that he will have the right to do the air show for 25 years? It could be the 10-year term plus the 5 plus the 5 plus the 5. But as far as the deal points go in the terms, we just do the deal points for year 1, and then the deal points for future years to be continued to a future negotiation. In other words, we can negotiate those deal terms in good faith in future years. Let's see how this first year goes. We'll audit the hotels, we'll audit everything and figure out the numbers. And if the numbers are good, like we think, then we can engage in giving all of those deal points for the 25 years. And so it would be a 25-year term. He has stability. He has the 25 years locked in. He has all the deal points for year 1, so he's going to be made whole and some. He's going to be bringing it in on all the parking. It's going to be good. And then we assess. In good faith, we negotiate moving forward. And so that would be the amendment to my substitute motion. We lock in a 25-year exclusive commitment, year 1, all the deal points, and then following that, deal points on future years to be continued in negotiations.
City Attorney, so the new settlement agreement or contract that we're voting on has already been negotiated by the city staff attorneys and his attorney, right?
Correct.
Okay,
And staff, yes.
Yeah, so you can't go and renegotiate on the fly.
Correct.
I mean, if we don't pass this tonight, he can enforce the previous settlement contract, so.
City Attorney, my understanding is that we could give you approval to just go back to the table. Is there any kind of shot clock? Is there something that forces us to do this tonight?
Yeah.
And on the record, if we don't do this tonight, then that's it?
The court would have jurisdiction over the settlement agreement to force us to comply with the terms.
But when I look at the settlement terms, we're supposed to be negotiating in good faith. I can't find a shot clock. It doesn't say that you shall within a certain amount of time. It says that we will. And there's no deadline that compels us to act tonight that I could see in the terms. And
after the environmental review is conducted, if the promoter asks us to do an agreement, we're compelled to do it at that point.
And so we are doing this agreement and negotiating in good faith. Does it say that we have to do it in 24 hours, 48 hours, 48 days? I don't understand what the shot clock is on that. We're in the process of doing this right now, but we just got public input. We're having the deliberation. We want to go back to the negotiating table and say, look, this is what, we've approved up until this point.
Like I said, if the promoter decides to enforce the terms of the original settlement agreement, he could essentially argue bad faith because we've negotiated and we've come to terms, and now you're going to change the terms.
How is it that we can't change terms after hearing from our community? Isn't deliberation part of this? Don't they have a say in this? What's the point of input?
Chad.
What's the point of input?
Chad, are you making a motion?
Yes, so I amended the substitute motion.
So you're gonna make an amendment. You're gonna make a substitute motion to Casey's motion at this point.
So Councilman, you got to remember, as tough as it is not to understand, to swallow, the negotiation has already been transacted. So there's an agreement that's already been agreed upon, and as our city attorney said, we could be compelled to honor the 40-year deal. The other thing about, even if we could do that, there's so many variables. If he was forced to have that and he had some bad years, that's bad news. If he had some incredible years, then he's going to say, hey, I want even more. So that doesn't make sense, and there's an agreement in place that was in place. And, I believe, as our city attorney said, as painful as it may be, let's hope there's success, ongoing year after year, profit for the city, success for the vendor. Yeah, hope. That's right. There's no finite things in this world. I think, let's vote in good faith. And
I'm going to call the question.
Second.
We got a first and second on that.
So,
Call the question.
The original call to question
No,
again?
it's a new one.
Pat did the first in case he
Mayor,
just
there's a motion on the floor. If a substitute motion, I think you should act on the substitute motion right now.
All right. Do we have a second? Okay.
I'll second it. It's just for the sake of a fair vote for our council member.
Okay. Call the roll.
To be clear, the substitute motion is?
it'll be a 25-year term, so he has that stability, so he can get his sponsorships. 25-year term with all of the deal points for year one, and then in subsequent years, we'll negotiate moving forward in good faith.
So that would be to direct us to go back to talk to the promoter and ask
Yes.
if that was palatable.
Yes, that's my motion.
Call the roll, please.
Councilman Twining.
I don't see a downside to that, so I'm going to vote yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
No.
No.
Mayor Burns.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Councilwoman Vandermark. No.
No.
Councilman Gruhl.
No.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion does not pass.
The original motion as revised by staff, as recommended by staff with the revision.
And that was seconded by Gracie initially.
Okay, so on the first motion, first by Burns, second by Vandermark, approve as amended by supplemental communication.
Correct.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
No.
Motion passes 601.
610.
610.
All right. All right, clerk, we ready to move on?
We're good to go.
All right. Moving on to item 16. Appeal Planning Commission's approval of the conditional use permits numbers 25-007 and 25-014 Huntington Beach Sports Complex. Does anyone have any ex parte communications to disclose on item 16?
I've spoken with the applicant.
Okay, hearing no other. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications for this item?
I spoke with the applicant too.
All right.
I spoke to the applicant as well.
Okay. If everybody can just keep their conversations down. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 5 emails received regarding the sale of beer and wine at the sports complex for item number 16.
Okay. Staff, please introduce the report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permits number 25007 and number 25014 at the HB Sports Complex. Before we begin the presentation, I wanted to note that there are 2 conditional use permits, but we will be having 1 presentation as well as 1 public hearing. So the request is to permit the sale, service, and consumption of beer and wine, which is an ABC Type 41 license, within the proposed approximately 5,200 square foot outdoor dining areas in an existing eating and drinking establishment with table service at 2 locations in the Huntington Beach Sports Complex. The slide shows the project location, both the general plan and zoning designations for these properties at the sports complexes, open space, parks and recreation. Pursuant to section 21307L5 of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, the zoning allows for approval of a conditional use permit for the sale, service, and consumption of beer and wine in Central Park at eating and drinking establishments with full table service. So a little bit of background on the request. Last January and then again in May, the city released an RFP for operation of the sports complex concessions. The RFP contemplated the potential sale of alcohol at the locations. In September of 2024, the City Council unanimously voted to award contract to 1909 Craft Beer and Concessions, and the agreement enabled alcohol service if required permits from both the city and ABC were obtained. During that meeting, there were no speakers and 1 written communication was received in support. So fast forward to July of this year, upon receiving a complete application for both conditional use permits, the zoning administrator held a public hearing and approved the conditional use permits and added conditions of approval related to the design review board review as well as police department conditions. During that hearing, there were 5 speakers that spoke both in support and in opposition to the requests. Subsequent to the zoning administrator hearing, the conditional use permits were appealed to the Planning Commission by Planning Commissioner Tracy Pellman. As a result, in August of 2025, so last month, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and approved the conditional use permits with added and modified conditions of approval. And I'll speak a little bit about the Planning Commission meeting in a later slide. So going to the site plan, this is the site plan that's reflected at the location that's closer to Golden West Street. They're both pretty similar, but the site plan shows the fully enclosed outdoor dining area. It's approximately 5,000 square feet. You can see the table service seating area. And on both of the site plan slides, you'll note that we show the location's proximity to existing playgrounds at the sports complex, and that was something that came up at the City Council, the Planning Commission meeting. So this playground's approximately 80 feet from the existing eating and drinking establishment. And here you can see a better view of what the table service area would look like. I would note that the Planning Commission did create a condition that would modify the proposed what's called airplane cable railing that's very typical in some outdoor dining areas to make this a solid barrier. And this is the second site plan. This is more internally located in the sports complex. Again, similar size, approximately 5,000 square foot table service seating area, fully enclosed. restaurant. The restrooms are located outside of the fenced patio area, and this location is pretty much adjacent to the existing tot lot. And here, again, you can see the renderings with the table service area. So I would point out that the presentation as well as the City Council staff report focuses on the appeal issues. After the Planning Commission meeting, an appeal was filed by Councilman Williams, and the appeal was focused on the concerns that were raised during the Planning Commission meeting. So this presentation does focus on the Planning Commission meeting and the concerns that were raised there. However, these conditional use permits are considered de novo hearings, so new hearings, and the City Council is requested to look at the conditional use permits in totality and make findings. So during the Planning Commission, there were approximately, I think, 20 to 30 letters that were received both in support and opposing the request. The supporting letters cited the elevated experience, the support for local business, and the variety and offerings that would be provided at with the establishment of beer and wine sales at the existing eating and drinking establishments. The opposition communications that were received raised concerns regarding the proximity to the establishment near children and the potential for accidents. During the hearing, there were 14 speakers that spoke in opposition and citing concerns related to public safety, the location and proximity to youth, the sports fields, as well as the playgrounds. It is important to note that there is one other location in Central Park that currently has a beer and wine license, and that is Kathy Mays. That was something that was also raised at the Planning Commission meeting. And it is also worth noting that ABC, the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, must issue the beer and wine license and the applicant must go through a separate process with ABC prior to starting the sale and service of beer and wine.
Doesn't the senior center also sell on when they have events?
Yeah, they have a catering license, yeah.
Okay.
So the Planning Commission, after deliberating during the public hearing, approved both requests with some revised conditions, and I'll just summarize quickly what they were. They required, as I mentioned, the outdoor dining barrier to be a solid fence rather than the airplane cables. They wanted delineators added for a clear path for the customer walk-up windows. They required beer and wine to be ordered and added the words "and consumed" from the dining bar top tables and delivered to guests by service staff only, and that was part of the table service. They required providing security staff during the beer and wine service, and then they limited the beer and wine service to starting no sooner than noon and closing no later than 10 p.m. So with that, the Planning Commission and the Zoning Administrator both recommend that the City Council approve the proposed conditional use permits based on the required findings for conditional use permits and conditions of approval. One being that they comply with the zoning code for allowing such requests, as well as the general plan policies that call for accommodating market demand at recreational facilities and accommodating new uses and utilizing them to their full potential. Also, it provides an enhanced amenity within the sports complex. It's an ancillary use to the existing eating and drinking establishments as well as the sports complex. And conditions of approval have been incorporated to promote safe service of beer and wine, including 21 conditions that were provided by the police department and compliance with all applicable laws and regulations, including the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. With that, that concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
I've got one Real quick, if they violate some of those conditions imposed by the police, they can lose that license pretty easily, can't they?
Yes, so we would document that through code enforcement, and then if they continue to violate the conditions of approval, the zoning code has procedures for revocation of conditional use permits.
Okay.
And Jennifer, just to reiterate, so May of 2024, the request for proposals went out with the language of the ability to obviously have a group come in, invest in rehabilitating these facilities with the potential to sell beer and wine subject to a CUP, and then, correct?
Yes, both the RFP and the subsequent agreement that were approved included considerations for alcohol sales, provided that permits were obtained.
And then this group was selected, and then that was voted on unanimously exactly 1 year ago, 7-0 by the previous city council in 2020.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else have questions?
Can we go back to that, the tot lot, I think it was the second location, the tot lot in proximity to the barrier?
This one?
Yeah, how far is that?
8 feet. It's basically adjacent.
Okay, so 8 feet. And then if the CUP were to be granted, could a child go into the snack bar now area and go get some sunflower seeds or, you know, a snack without being attended by a parent, or do they have to be attended by a parent now to go do that?
No, I think they would be permitted to order food.
Okay, so what I have here in the municipal code, and I could be wrong, I could save this for later, but it's 9.84.080. The following activities are hereby prohibited in connection with the issuance of any alcohol use permit, and I'm reading off a C. All minors must be accompanied by a parent, adult relative, or legal guardian. And so the enclosure that allows them to have this beer garden, that allows them to sell and consume alcohol, also precludes any child from ever being able to go up to the snack bar at a baseball game to get some sunflower seeds.
If I can add to that, the CUP's conditions so that each location will provide what's called like a fast window, and that's supposed to be delineated so that, as you mentioned, a child could go in without, adult supervision, go directly to the window. That window will not sell any alcoholic beverages, but would be only allowed to sell things that are non-alcoholic, something that a child can order.
So where is that on the diagram behind you there?
Each location has, I believe, 2 windows, and the applicant has to designate at least 1 window for that purpose.
Okay, so a child couldn't enter into that premise, though, without being attended by a parent, at least according to the municipal code. So now they're going to have to go around the side somewhere to get something at a window, I suppose.
They could enter inside, but like I said, there would be delineations directing that child to the window and not through the outdoor dining area.
So they would almost like walk through a funnel? Is that the delineation? Like they would walk through a funnel?
It would be delineated in such a way so that it provides them a clear, direct path to the window and not to meander through the actual dining, outdoor dining patio area.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
All right. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We do, Mayor. We have 30 people signed up to speak.
Awesome. All right. Individuals wishing to provide a comment on this item scheduled for public hearing may do so by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes as requested by Council Member Williams, unless it's been granted. I just gonna have to ask you, if you make your point, you don't have to use all 3 minutes. So with that, call the first 10.
Ed Laird, Dave Garofalo, Dominic McGee, Sue Goodwin, John Miskitty, Rick Brown, Joanne, William Beckham, Russ Neal, Amory Hanson, Melanie Brady.
Somebody start coming up to the speakers.
Please go to both podiums as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am here to oppose the sale of alcohol at the Huntington Beach Youth Sports Complex. First, our municipal code makes clear that alcohol is prohibited in city parks by default. The only exceptions require special permits under Chapter 9.84, and those permits cannot be used when youth activities are scheduled in the same facility. Since the complex is primarily used for youth sports, so alcohol service would directly conflict with the code's youth protection rule. Second, the complex sits in the open space zoning district. In this district, alcohol sales are only possible through a conditional use permit, and only if the city can make findings then the use will not harm public health, safety, or welfare, and is consistent with the general plan. In the facility centered on children's practices, games, and tournaments, it's difficult, if not impossible, to make those findings. Third, the city's own park rules say no alcohol beverages of any type are permitted. These rules reflect the decades of policy to keep public recreation family-friendly. So now, if we change that, that's really going to be against to all the years of good doings. In short, this proposal right here conflicts with existing Huntington Beach rules, raises serious public safety concerns, and undermines the family-oriented nature of the parks. I would ask you to cast your vote to protect the kids, protect the city, and protect the environment. Thank you so very much.
All right, Don McGee. I'm a 24-year resident of Huntington Beach, proudly. I want to say, first of all, that I believe that these CUPs they both violate Section 612 of the city charter. We've been told by the city attorney's office that that's not the case, but we haven't been given reasoning. It's kind of the argument from authority, and it's lost on me. These types of licenses, these Type 41 licenses, aren't usually allowed through ABC if they're neighboring or in close proximity to establishments that are designed specifically for children, and the tot lot is one in particular. I commend the City Council on passing Ordinance 4339 prohibiting Kratom products, the opioid derivatives, and because of that, I'm lost. I'm baffled at the fact that you want to have CUPs to serve alcohol. I come from a family and an area in Northern England that was ravaged by opioids, by heroin and alcohol. And I'll tell you this, that the opioid addicts, the heroin addicts, the smackheads never posed a problem for me. It was always the drunks. Okay, so I have personal experience in this. What I will say is this, is the majority of the HB voted for you for decent family values, Judeo-Christian ethics, and they'll continue to do so if you just do the right thing. I was told by a state legislator that the HB3 would not win because of their stances they took against LGBT ideology, the books in the library, and so on and so forth, and that was absolutely fallacious. So I'll end with this, Matthew 6:33, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Amen. Take care.
Can we have the next speaker step up? Oh, he's there. I didn't see him. Jesus.
Good thing this goes down. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I've come here tonight without a speech. I know each of you professionally, and I know that in your hearts you all work for the betterment of the community. But a quick story. So I came here in 1969, and all through the 70s, 80s, and half of the 90s, there was one rule in Huntington Beach: keep every open space park passive. Several of us came together, former Mayor Ralph Bauer, former Mayor Shirley Detloff, former Mayor Dave Sullivan, I think then Supervisor Jim Silva, and myself, and we started formulating Measure L. It was an enormous fight just to get one little open space dedicated to youth sports. Nothing else. You won't find any other words in the law. Youth sports complex. That's 100% of the intent of what we tried to do. This issue was so passionate. You went through the library issue. I went through bringing Walmart to Huntington Beach. I went through this Measure L issue, and it barely passed because of the absolutely inbred nature of the community about keeping the open space passive. So I'm not so naive that I'm going to come here tonight and change your minds, but I want to put some issues on the table. Every event venue that I know of in this community and other communities, when they want to have an event with alcohol, they go get a license for the day, for that event. I don't understand why that can't continue. The amount of our facility at the youth complex that has been dedicated to youth diminishes every year. I mean, if I was the owner of that management company, I'd be doing the same thing to maximize my profit. But what it took to build that community, so that project, I'm just telling you, it has my name on it, so I'm really passionate about it. And I was the chairman of the council subcommittee to design that facility. And everything that was done to make a youth sports complex. Nothing else. There was no other intent. And we're tampering with that tonight. And I'm hoping that if I'm not successful in putting some better ideas on the table, that I at least ask you, I plead the case, to add one more CUP, that this facility must never be lower than 75% use for kids. I mean, that would destroy everything that we worked for. I mean, how many parks in Huntington Beach have activity on them? Hardly any, except this one facility exclusively dedicated to youth. Please debate that amongst yourselves and hopefully come up with the right answer. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this subject. I hope this has not already been decided. I've lived here 42 years. I'm a father of 3 boys. We have participated in sports. I have volunteered many times. Let me start by saying we would not take our children to a bar while we're drinking. What we have here is a recreational facility built for the community and specifically for the children. This plan change would allow the selling of alcohol, fencing the snack bar that would, if this passes, there would be one window where a child could go to get access for a dog, licorice, or gum. This is a perversion of the planned use of this facility. Family recreation and competitive sports. I strongly suggest that we not pass this request for the sale of alcohol at this sports facility. In a prior meeting past, I spoke about being a high school varsity umpire and witnessing the travesty with competitive sports ambitions from the parents with their children. You can tell the parents, they get out of hand when they feel like their child is being slighted or didn't get to play the position or there was a bad call. And that's without alcohol. We've had problems and had to eject people from the field. Big League Dreams has been shut down several times in Riverside because of fighting. And I don't know if the people are drunk or not, but just between the teams or the coaches or what have you. So when you look at it, look at Dodger Stadium. It's a nightmare with all the alcohol served there. And we can't even enjoy the sports. They're spilling drinks on you and they're getting belligerent. It just doesn't make any sense to mix children's sports, competitive sports, with alcohol. It just flies in the face. Is this what we want in Huntington Beach? There's plenty of places to go after the event to drink and have food. There's nothing that cannot be made worse with alcohol. I've said that several times. When they leave the sports center and they go to the pizza joint, there's time for them to cool down. And then they can have their beer or whatever they want to. But I worry that if they're drinking at the sports complex, that anger will continue. There may be accidents getting out of the parking lot. They could take people's lives. The city could be sued. There's just so many things that are against this, and this was not the planning of the original thing. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
I want to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sue Goodwin, and thank you, HB City Council members and all the constituents that are allowing me to speak. I don't live in the city of Huntington Beach. I live in Westminster, but I feel as a native Californian that I do have a right to speak on this. I'm urging all of you to vote no. I feel there's going to be a negative impact to the whole community of Huntington Beach, but most importantly, I feel that our youth participating at the HB Sports Complex are very impressionable. Let me tell you why I think this is a bad idea if it's passed. As an elementary teacher for over 25 years, I know firsthand that school-age children are impressionable and searching for mentors from the ages of kindergarten clear through high school. I can't help but ask the question, who is really mentoring our youth here at the HB Sports Complex if alcohol is allowed to be sold here? Is it the parents that are the mentors? Of course they are. Is it the coaches? Yes, the coaches too. Could it be the relatives coming to show support? Absolutely. If these adults are held up as heroes but are consuming alcohol, let's just say, it's just a scenario, alcoholic beverages all while these youth are waiting for their hot dog at the same counter, what exactly is the message we want to send our youth? Then there's the question, if these important mentors are consuming 1, 2, or more beers during these athletic events, how are they supposed to drive home safely? Is it up to the children to be the adult in the proverbial room and take away the keys? Maybe call an Uber for the neighbor friend driving little Johnny home because his working parents couldn't be there to take or bring home that child home safely? Well, you know, as a parent myself of 3 responsible adult children and 6 grandbabies, I can't help but think what would happen if it were my grandsons getting into the neighbor's car who might have participated in drinking beers that night. It would be absolutely fine if a drinking adult wanted to go visit some of the nearby sports bars with their loved ones. In fact, I looked up online, there's at least 10 within 4 to 7 minute driving distance of the HB complex, the sports complex. And I can give you all a copy if you'd like them. Take your families there. I have 10 copies. But beyond that, I'm just asking you to consider a no vote on the conditional use permits, please, to support the future of our youth and to mentor them the way they need to be mentored. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, ma'am.
Hi, I am Melanie Brady. I'm a nurse practitioner, a family nurse practitioner, emergency nurse practitioner. And I'm hoping, as a longtime resident of Huntington Beach, that you also consider some of my background in what I'd like to say to you. In addition, being an educator for 15 years as an adjunct faculty at a major research institution for training school counselors, teachers, educational leaders, and doctoral programs as well. So I think that there was the opinion expressed that somehow that teaches children, teenagers, how to responsibly drink. That is absolutely contrary to studies that I've seen. That does not make sense. You know, in addition to that, programs that help students reduce the use of alcohol and understand the risks are like sports complexes, art programs. There are things like the mentors that were mentioned by previous people. Those are the things that bear out in helping people understand the risk of alcohol and avoiding them. Not at all something like this. You're taking a perfect complex, a sports place, already designed with these protective factors and changing it, and I think that's an unwise dynamic, an unwise choice. So I'm asking you, as a resident, but also to maybe consider some of my professional background as well in your decision, that you'd please vote no on this. It's not good for the community or the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I want to share my strong opposition to a proposal allowing the sale of alcohol at the Huntington Beach Sports Complex. This facility is a crown jewel of the city, welcoming over 1 million visitors annually, and the vast majority of whom are children, young athletes, families, and community spectators. The proposed introduction of alcohol sales at this family-centered venue raises serious concerns related to public safety, public youth development, traffic management, and the overall character of our community. Some key concerns. So family-friendly environments at risk. The sports complex is one of the few remaining public spaces in Huntington Beach where families can enjoy sports, recreation, and community events in a safe and sober environment. Introducing alcohol into this space compromises the very values and have made it so successful with sportsmanship, youth development, health, and community unity. As far as public safety and liability, alcohol consumption, even when regulated, can escalate tensions in competitive sports environments, especially among youth spectators. This increases the risk of alterations, impaired judgment, DUIs, and medical emergencies, all of which place a heavier burden on public safety personnel, staff, and city resources. As far as traffic and parking hazards, the sports complex already experiences significant traffic and congestion during major events. The introduction of alcohol can lead to more impaired drivers leaving the venue, increasing the risk of traffic accidents on city streets, in residential areas, and adjacent to the complex. As far as precedent to other family-oriented events, approving the alcohol sales at this sports complex would set a dangerous precedent that could be cited by other recreational youth-focused facilities seeking similar permissions. This incremental shift would slowly erode the protections that are to keep family values safe, accessible, and focused on healthy community-first values. So my conclusion here is the Huntington Beach Sports Complex is not just a venue, it's a community asset. It represents the values we uphold: wellness, youth achievement, and family togetherness. Allowing alcohol sales at this location is incompatible with those values and unnecessary for the continued success of the complex. I respectfully urge that you reject any proposal that permits the sale of alcohol at the Huntington Beach Sports Complex and instead recommit to the policies that prioritize family, safety, and responsible community development. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Honorary Mayor and council persons, just thank you guys for letting us have this hearing. Appreciate it. You know, obviously, I don't agree with the alcohol sales at the sports complex. In 612A, it says that no public utility or park or beach or portion thereof now or hereafter owned or operated by the city shall be sold, leased, exchanged, or otherwise transferred or disposed of unless authorized by an affirmative votes of at least a majority of the total membership of the city council and by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of the electors voting on such proposition at a general or special election at which such proposition is submitted. The idea behind the Measure C, as Ed Laird spoke about, the intent was never for alcohol. And if you guys don't stand your ground on something as simple as children, I understand that there's 5 areas that the city's looking at to increase revenue. I understand the budget constraints, having worked for the government and have worked with budgets. I understand it. But it should never, ever be on the backs of a child at any time. And, you know, and I'm sitting here from a logical standpoint because, you know, I'm being a U.S. Air Force veteran, love the air show. I'm a Thunderbird aficionado.
And I'm sitting there thinking like, well, what's going on with this thing going on at the sport complex? And sometimes God just gives you focus. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking of this OC rewind. Why are we hurrying again? We seem to be in a hurry tonight, right, Chad? It seems like we're in a hurry for everything. So we got this event coming up at the end of September. You know, the end of September, here we are at the beginning. So everything goes fast forward now to if you guys vote yes. Everything's okay on the backs of these kids, where we're not gonna see the increased revenue that you think. Just as Chad's pointing out these other things, I can see that this OC rewind, and you know, and I'm gonna be a hypocrite because it's 80s music that I love. I would probably go. But the idea is that it advertises a full bar, not beer and wine. If you look at the flyer, you can go online and see it. It says there's a full bar. So what's my point? We're gonna allow this to go forward on this to get the camel's nose in the tent, and we're gonna forget about the sports complex and the reason it was made. The reason it was made was for family. The reason it was made was for children. Let's not fool ourselves. We're not protecting children. We're putting them in the line of fire, and we're all responsible for that. It's not just you. Right? Because that's the point. Let's protect our children.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Joe Pettick, Calvary Chapel of the Harbor. Our church family's here. We love what you guys are doing for the most part. And I guess the last discussion, boy, the tension was so thick we could cut it. And I just want to say, a house divided will not stand. And I love the fact that the wonderful, the stability you guys used to have where you guys were like-minded. I think it's a slam dunk when it comes to children. The intent for that facility, there's a fact. The intent was for a youth center, a safe place for families to go. And so we as the people are standing up. We've got a lot of people here that are standing up to say, please help us. We're there for you. We want to be there for you guys, but we all have, I get it. I would not want your job. I'm a pastor. I love doing what I do, and I love to teach the Bible. I love being there in the community and active in the community. As you know, I'm very active in the community, and I wouldn't want your job because you guys have to make some very tough decisions. And I know your opinions are different, but I would just ask that you please prayerfully think through this. This could be a disaster in the making. This is a bad recipe. This is a youth center. There's a lot of drinking establishments. We're not asking for a dry city. We're not asking, hey, none of that. There's all kinds of drinking establishments. We just say that here as our church family, as a community, longtime residents here, that we don't want it changed. And I know it seems like it's getting hijacked. It was a total youth center, and now it's being hijacked where adults are there. And so, but now it's turning into a place where we want to sell alcohol. And we as the people here are standing here strong, and we're going to continue to stand strong. We appreciate what you guys are doing. This is a very difficult decision. I get it. There's profit involved in this. But I pray that you think through this, prayerfully think through this, and realize that family's important. And the city of Huntington Beach, we are a community of families, and we want to keep the family unit, and we want to, the Bible says to speak up for those that have no voice. Well, the kids don't have a voice right now, and trust me, I've seen, counseled many families with alcohol problems, and we see the fallout of it. And I know, the police department, and I spoke with, some here that talked about this, the police department might be okay with this and all that. But you know what? There's damage that takes place. All of us have seen people that say, oh, we're drinking responsibly, while they're slurring and they're getting angry and they're saying things they would never say unless they were under the influence of alcohol. You've seen it. We've all seen that. So we're just asking, please help us. I know this is a tough vote, but we ask you to please stand for we the people here. And so I thank you. I thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. My name's Jason. I was told to come here and speak, and that was like 3 hours ago. So you all get a tough job, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm naive. First time here. I got this whole thing written, but I just want to speak from my heart. Just going to speak from the heart here. The Bible calls me to love my God with all my heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love my neighbor as myself. I can't see one good reason why alcohol in kids' sports complex, I don't get it. But let me just break this down, because I'm a father, okay? I got 2 kids, all right? I got a teenage daughter. And so I'm just going to make this real simple here. I was talking to a friend, and let's just do math real quick. It's like, what? I can't believe we go to this late. One drink will impair you. If you ask these amazing officers over here, I would love to hear how many times they heard, "Sir, I just had 1 or 2 drinks." And guess what they go? Guess what they say? Bye-bye. Off to the the jail you go. And here's the scenario, y'all. And I was talking to a friend about this. Here's the scenario. The dad van shows up, mom van shows up, the kids just won the game. Where do you go? What does the coach say? We're going to Baskin Robbins. We're going to get ice cream. So now, all of a sudden, you've got a dad or a mom that's just had 1 too many drinks. I don't know, 1 or 2. And what happens? Judgment's impaired. All these things that can be impaired happen after 1 or 2 drinks. They get in a car full of kids, 7, 8 kids, and what happens? They miss that red light. They miss that yellow light, and all of a sudden, you've got a tragedy on your hands. We're not asking for a dry city. We're asking to be responsible. Y'all got a tough job. I'll be praying for you. I'm just asking you to do the right thing right now. God bless.
Hello, I'm Carol Tracy. I'm a Huntington Beach resident, and I'm here to say that I don't believe that there should be alcohol at the sports complex snack bar. My understanding is that this complex was begun as a place for children, and I think it should remain as such to preserve their innocence. Everybody else has said everything that I agree with as well. So please consider no alcohol and children at this event.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Dan Hay, Hay, by the way, in case you wanted to spell it on the screen. I'm president and CEO of Premier Girls Fast Pitch, headquartered here in Huntington Beach. I'm responsible for another big event in town like Dave Elliott's called the PGF National Championships that generate over $130 million of economic impact to this town and to Orange County. We just had over 650 teams attend our PGF National Championships here in Huntington Beach the last 2 weeks of July and the first week of August with over 50,000 attendees. At the end of these championships, we televise these young ladies. These are the best of 10-year-olds to 18-year-olds, female student athlete softball players in the United States, and we televise their championship games on ESPN. I've happened to live here in Huntington Beach and or Fountain Valley, and my businesses have been here consistently for the last 65 years. I'm also the past chairman of the board of the Orange County Boy Scouts of America. I'm currently the co-head coach at Marina High School, and our varsity softball team won the CIF Division III championships this last May, and Mayor Pat honored us, and you can all clap for Marina High School right now. Thank you. I have run hundreds of tournaments in the United States over the past 20 years, and alcohol is only served in about 5% of these locations. You know, I attended the Planning Commission meeting and spoke against the alcohol, and we had quite a few people there, or I say we, I didn't have anything to do with it. They were random people that showed up. And, you know, no matter how many people talked against it, it still passed. But the key word was youth. That's been the key topic here about this alcohol being served around youth. The argument that parents smuggle alcohol into the tournament sites doesn't cut mustard with me because quite frankly, I'm either naive because I just don't see it. And to say that they serve alcohol at Chuck E. Cheese, that's comparing apples and oranges of what goes on in competitive sport, youth competitive sports. Our customer base is our organizers who run the events there at the complex say the customer base wants this. I'm the customer. My customers don't want this. I don't care. There's rumors about, what do you call it? Concerts want to be held there. I don't care if concerts are held there. They can serve the alcohol at any adult event that they want, but at the children's, youth, sporting events, alcohol should be banned. So I don't want to have the organizers not make money if they're holding adult events, but at the youth events, there just shouldn't be alcohol. That's just the message that I want to portray here. Thank you.
I can call the next set.
Okay. Guest P, Jennifer Winberg, Maria McCulty, Billy Maddox, Bethany Webb, Grace B. Channel, Brian Thenis, Rebecca Chavez, Diana Phillips, Amber Webster, Brandy Desso, Joyce Riley, and Matt Olmsted and Jerry Marchbank, the applicants.
Good evening, Mayor Burns, council members. My name's Brian Thenis. I was one of the planning commissioners who voted in favor of this project. And everybody I talked to said the snack bars, the 2 snack bars that they're trying to convert to these basically restaurants, full-service restaurants, were never open. And so I thought, okay, well, you know, we if this helps the restaurants stay open, this helps serve the people going to these sporting events and improve their experience at the event, then I didn't think it was that big a deal. It's just beer and wine. And I felt that it was important that we did something to help the snack bars stay open. And so we added conditions, you know, security. I thought that was a great idea because then the security guard could walk around and police people who are drinking alcohol in the stands. This isn't people drinking alcohol in the stands. These are people who you have to sit at the table, you have to be served at the table. So I'm not quite sure how the scenario works out where the parents are supposed to be in the stand watching their kids, and the alcohol is not supposed to go into the stands. So I think this is a good idea to help, you know, improve your experience at the sporting complex, to allow the snack bars to stay open for the kids. This will allow the business to survive, because I think if you want a restaurant to fail, just don't serve alcohol. We did our research. We found that other you know, cities own sports complexes and they do serve alcohol, like Silver Lakes and Norco. And in fact, Disneyland does serve alcohol. Club 33 in Disneyland, it serves alcohol. And all of California Adventure serves alcohol. So I'm still in favor of this. I think you've got a tough decision to make, and thank you for your careful consideration of this matter.
Next speaker, please.
Can I start? Okay. Good evening, City Council. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just want to say I definitely don't agree with alcohol in a youth sport complex. I just feel like there's hardly any place for family events where I just don't see, you drink to lower your inhibitions. It's not really appropriate for a special event for kids, is how I feel. So that's my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joyce Riley, a member of the Christian community. This is supposed to be a venue, a place for children. There should be no alcohol served there under any circumstance. And as for profits, the children are the profits. That is what the most important, they are our most important resources, and they should be protected at all costs. And there should be no alcohol whatsoever. You're opening yourselves up to all kinds of problems by saying yes to something like that. This is against all the laws. of common sense and the laws of God. So seek God first and protect our children.
Next speaker.
Oh boy, this whole complex was designed originally to be a safe space for kids, underage kids, teenagers, a sports complex. And it seems like, seriously, I feel like it's been hijacked. I feel like special interests want to get in there and corrupt it, bring alcohol in unnecessarily. And there's all these sports bars all around where they can get their drinks. They can go afterwards, celebrate and drink, whatever they want to do. But why bring it into a place originally specifically designed to be a safe space without alcohol, without drugs, to help kids, rehabilitate, help give them good examples, good experiences. And now why are you bringing alcohol into it? I can just see what's going to happen. Parents go get the alcohol, they give some to their kids, but some parents get exercised, get upset, then they get into a fight, and it's like good example for the kids. It's just, to me, it's ridiculous. I just don't think it's a good fit. You have alcohol bars already. They can drink afterwards. They can celebrate with their drinks to their heart's content afterwards. Why do it at the facility where you're supposed to be protecting kids? Thank you very much.
All right, do we have any more speakers? Any more?
Mayor, the applicants wanted to speak.
Yes. Vic, do I close public hearing and then let them speak?
No, they speak during the public hearing.
All right. Applicant, please come down and let's hear it.
Good evening, Mayor Burns and council members. My name is Jerry Marchbank with HBSC, and with me tonight is one of my partners, Matt Olmstead, and our Director of Food and Beverage for the sports complex, and also President of Huntington Valley Little League, Louis Palmer. Before we talk specifically about this project, I wanted to take just a minute so you could hear from us about who we are and really why we're here. I like to start start every meeting. We start every meeting with looking at our guiding principle. And for us, sports are more than just games. They're a foundation for community, connection, and opportunity. So for us, that's really our guiding principle. We're always trying to look beyond just the games, but really how we can better serve our community, foster connections, build a sense of community at the complex. A little bit about us, and some of you have heard this. My partners and I, we're three HB locals, coaches. We've spent significant amount of time traveling around the country with playing with not only our kids, with our teams, with other HB families. And I can't tell you the number of times we have said to ourselves while we're away at these other places, we wish we were back home playing at Huntington Beach. So when the city opened up the RFP looking for a third-party operator, we saw it as an opportunity to really build for our city what we always wanted, right? It's never been about the financial pro forma for us. There are a lot of operators out there that would love to see HB as an asset in their portfolio. But for us, this is our home, right? All three of us we work other jobs. This is a passion project for us, right? It's always been our goal to develop the best, not one of the best, not the second best, the best sports complex in America, because that's what we think HB deserves. Sorry, next slide. Am I getting ahead of myself? Next slide, please. A little bit about where we are today. 1.4 million people visited the sports complex last year. That's up from 970,000 the year before. We host over 50 events per year, and these are events like the Taste of Huntington Beach, a few concerts, the Kentucky Derby watch parties, HB Board Riders fundraisers. In fact, this weekend we're going to host the Japanese Business Association of America's annual adult softball tournament. So of course, youth baseball, softball, soccer, lacrosse. We operate a year-round adult softball league that consists of about 85 to 100 teams year-round that play adult softball. And we partner with 4 adult soccer affiliates that operate and run soccer leagues 7 days a week at the complex. When you take a snapshot of our field reservations, our fields are booked about 57% of the time during the week for youth, and about 43% of the time for adult activities. When you factor in the event schedule, that jumps up to 72% youth. However, that only looks at the field use, right? Not necessarily reflective of the demographics that are visiting the complex. We heard Mr. Hay say that he brought in 50,000 people. Well, we know about 6,000 of those were actually the youth athletes participating, which suggests to me that there's 8 friends and family members that are there per youth athlete that are at the complex.
You don't know my numbers, right? Hey.
So I think I'll show you, look at this picture. This picture, I think, speaks more to the point. We recently held an event where we partnered with FC Barcelona, one of the most premier soccer organizations in the world, to host a clinic. And you'll see here some of the kids in the middle of the screen, surrounded by a whole host of adults that are also there as spectators. And so as you see, it's the mix. While the fields may be booked for youth activities, the mix is really, it's this mix that you see that's really the community we're serving at the sports complex. We're proud to employ 47 local workers. And finally, getting back to our guiding principle. We know that sports has the ability to open doors to opportunity and the ability to uplift people and communities. That's why we created the Play It Forward Foundation. It's a nonprofit organization that allows us to provide opportunities to more people in our community. We recently provided thousands of dollars in backpacks and jerseys, balls, and other sports equipment at a back-to-school event in the Oakview community. We're working with our partners, including the LA Galaxy, to develop a sponsorship and a scholarship program that will allow more kids to access training at the highest levels. And if you look a little ways out into the future, we have our eyes set on launching a sports academy where young athletes can not only thrive athletically, but academically. So with a little bit of that context, I'll turn it over to Mr. Olmsted to talk specifically about 1909.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of where we're at right now, kind of how the operations are and things like that. So, and as you may or may not know, I know it's been brought up a few times that there's currently alcohol every weekend there that's already there. So it's been brought in. I know Mr. Dan Hayes said he doesn't think that's the case, but in fact, Mr. Dave Chanel actually provided you guys with, was the zoning committee, I believe, he provided you guys with photos of him at a PGF event of a ton of people with alcohol there. So it's in the process, or it's on the facility, and as you know, or may or may not know, the complex is 48 acres. So it's quite a bit of land to kind of control and manage that. It's literally impossible to kind of control that whole area. They're going to bring it in. They're all over the place. It's impossible to police for us to do that. So as you can imagine, being able to pass this would give us a little bit more control, right? So we're going to have, it's almost think of it as like a beer garden area. So all the measures are in place to where the people are going to have to stay there. We're going to have more staff, trained staff. I'm going to turn that over to Louis in a little bit. We're going to talk about kind of the staffing and how we do that. So this allows us to police this a little bit better, have staff to kind of go out there and make sure that the alcohol is not in the stands where the people are watching their kids play or grandkids play or whatever that is, but it's contained to a certain area that has been designated, that we worked with the ABC department, the zoning commission, planning commission, the PD, and everything. We follow but to the rule. So I just want to put that out there. That gives us a little bit more control on how we can rein this in and help that. And I'm going to let Louis talk a little bit more about this too, but this also, our staff is going to be able to go cut people off. If someone's had 1 beer or 2 beers or whatever, and they think, hey man, this guy shouldn't have another beer, they're going to get cut off. We don't have that ability to do right now. If you go out to field 8 or field 4 or field 6 or whatever it is, they have a 24-pack there, we can do nothing about it, right? And they're right on scene. So this gives us a little bit more control for that aspect. So just wanted to bring that up. In addition to us bringing on a director of food and beverage who's been in the industry for about 25 years. And I'm sure there's a lot more questions that you guys might have, and I know Louis would like to touch base on that as well. So I guess that's our time, but we would, would love to, yeah.
You got a few more minutes.
Okay.
Next slide.
So basically, I know this young lady already kind of went over the timeline of how we kind of got here. So we submitted the RFP back in 24. If you remember, this was unanimously voted 7-0 through the city council, and then we kind of went to work, right? So we kind of, phase 1, we went through construction, we completed the Golden West location, which is up and running now. The snack bar is up and running now there. We went through all the application process, we submitted through the ABC, and we went through the notice and site inspections through the ABC, we did all of that, and then got approved through the design and review board, and just, so I don't want to touch base too much on that. I know you guys already went through that. So next slide, please. Comparables. So I think, we're not the only sports complex that have a beer and wine license, right? So if you take a look here, this is mostly Orange County, San Diego, and Riverside areas that currently have an ABC license and operate. So we don't need to go over all of them. You can take a look at that. So there's precedent there, no issues that we've had, no big issues. That you don't see anything on the news there from these guys. So it's not like we're asking to do something out of the ordinary or something different. This is just to set a precedent that this is done in most sports complexes around us. So I know you guys are going to have some questions, and before I get to this request, I'm going to let our Director of Food and Beverage talk a little bit about kind of how we're going to operate this 1909 craft beer and concessions, because I know some questions will come up, and I want him to address those first.
Good evening, Council. So I guess I'd kind of just like to speak a little bit to what I think might be the biggest concern of our community, and I think that's the safety of how we're going to actually operate and serve alcohol and wine. I'll kind of step back a little bit and just kind of explain the way we're going to operate. I think one of the biggest things that it takes to operate any type of food service establishment, it goes to the training. And any establishment that I've ever operated, the training is going to be a very extensive piece, and it's going to be something that we instill in our service staff, where they're going to be taught to engage with our guests. And what that's going to do is give them an opportunity to interact with them when they first engage them at the first step of greeting them at the table. And what that does is give them an opportunity to create eye contact, engage in conversation with them, and as they're asking them for an ID, if they do decide to ask for a glass of wine or a glass of beer, as they're talking to them and asking them for their ID, and they're feeling their ID and looking at it and asking questions with them and talking to them, they're going to be able to look them in the eyes, and they're trained to do these things and look them in and see if their eyes are glossy or if they're watery or if their speech is slurred. So they're not only just taking orders and just saying, well, what do you want? Okay, great, and moving along. We're going to teach our staff how to actually engage with these people and create a sense of engagement, and that's going to be the initial step. On top of that, we've already stated, and we're happy to oblige by putting it in our use permit, that we're going to have security on staff. They're also going to obviously go and get their responsible beverage service certification, which is mandated by state, and it's also in our use permit as well from PD. We'll make sure they're trained in that. And then on top of that, we're going to make sure that they understand every single piece of responsible beverage service from our standpoint. We're not going to tolerate anybody coming in and being obnoxious or going above the limits. I also want to clarify that this is not going to be a bar. This is going to be an eating establishment. It's going to be a place where our community can come, the visitors to the sports complex can come and eat, which is what they are doing right now, and I don't want to toot our own horn, but they really enjoy the food. They do. They're coming in, they're enjoying a bite to eat, they're gonna come and grab a beer, maybe a glass of wine, maybe a Coke, maybe not, and then go about their day and go to their games. I'd also like to, just kind of clarify that, we all are very invested in making sure that this community is safe. I'm a member of it. They're both a member of it. There's nobody that cares more about that than us. And I sympathize and I empathize with everybody in this room. I don't want to see this be something that is going to be unsafe, and neither do either of these gentlemen. We're very, very cognizant of how serious this is, and we take it very seriously. We really, really do.
All right. If you guys can wrap it up real quick so we can have
I'll wrap
time
it up
for
real quick.
questions.
The picture that's portrayed by a lot of people here tonight is that, like, maybe I have a little more faith in our community and people that live here in Huntington Beach. I don't think everyone's a degenerate like the picture that's being painted. I think people are responsible for the most part, and I think we just need to exercise some personal accountability as well too. So I think that doesn't even come up. I don't know why that doesn't ever come up. So like Louis says, we love this community. We think this community deserves the best sports complex that there is around. We don't take this responsibility lightly, and we all have children. They all play there. We've been in the community for forever, and this is not something. We're not creating a Las Vegas bar scene here. We're trying to create more of a backyard bar, like barbecue style feel. Come with your family, bring your kids in. It's not a big deal. Come in on a Wednesday night or a Thursday night and grab something to eat and watch a game on the TV. So I just wanted to state that because I feel like it was overwhelmingly not a lot of trust in the community for some responsibility there. So I have a little more faith in that than some of the people that had spoke today about that. So
all right,
that's probably an unpopular opinion, but
let's give a couple questions.
So Mayor, you close the public hearing.
Okay. Public hearing closed. Does anybody
They want to
have any
stick around.
questions
If
for
they
these
want to
guys?
stick, yeah, there you go.
Anybody got it? You got it, Dom?
We got comments.
Oh,
Wait in case they're.
Okay.
yeah. Anybody, you got a question?
Yeah, stick around, fellas. Hey, if we can just get all three of you up to the microphone, I got questions for all three of you. Maybe we could start with Jerry. So, as has been noted, you guys have had the contract for, I think, a year tomorrow. I think that's when they did the yes vote. I think it was September, right around that time. You guys have had both concessions all that time. Why is it that the one closest to the library has not been open as far as I can see all this time?
It's a good question. So the prior operator did not properly license that. So it has to go through a significant amount of building renovations. We're in process. We've actually submitted the plans through Huntington Beach Building Department to get those upgrades made to be able to cook in that facility, which was not being done properly before.
What do you think is it a hold up on the city for that? It's taken us 12 months to get through that, or?
We had to go through architectural design. I know it was submitted, then there was some back check. So it was submitted back to us for comments. There have been a few resubmissions. I think it's just the process. I believe we're close to getting approval for that one.
Okay, and then I couldn't help but notice the name is 1909, but it wasn't 1909 before you guys were here. It was 1909 Craft Beer, the name of the concessions.
I'm sorry, it's 1909 Craft Beer and Concessions
right.
is the
Okay,
name.
the last slide, it just said 1909
Just
on it.
the logo, yeah.
Okay, got it. And then how much do you guys stand to make if you sell these pictures? What's the projections here?
Louis could probably speak more to that. It's not, I think our modeling right now is probably optimistically $10,000 a weekend.
Okay.
So $10,000 a week, I mean, it's not a lot of money. It's going to be incidental to really the overall operation.
Okay, so at $10,000 a week, it's like a little over half a million or so
about $500,000
on the beer.
a year, probably.
Okay, and then how much of that does the city see, do you know?
15%.
On the concessions?
On concessions, yes.
Is that right? I believe it's 8% first year.
I'm sorry, it's 8% first year. You're right. It does
Okay.
escalate because of the upfront capital
Okay.
investment costs. You're right.
Yeah.
Escalates to 15%.
Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like you guys would be making out like bandits on the beer. Let's just see, times 0.08. So $500,000 to you, $400,000 to the city. It'll be good for you guys if you do $500,000.
With all due respect, council member, the food and beverage industry really is modeled on 30% labor, 30% food costs, 30% overhead, and 10% profit. That's how we've built our model. So the city's going to make 15% of that overhead number, and we're going to make about 10% profit. So that's how we build our cost modeling in the food and beverage business.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, so the city will actually make 15%, no risk. We'll make 10% with the risk. If we don't do it right, we're going to make less than 10.
There's a car accident, because of a drinking incident. They tend to go after the deepest pockets, and who's the property owner? It's not you guys, it's the city. They'll be coming for us.
Understood.
Yeah, so. I guess some more follow-up questions. Are you familiar with the group called Save Our Kids from the early 90s?
Save Our Kids, yes, in the Oakview Community Center. And
No, in the early 90s.
Oh,
in their
no.
relationship to the sports complex.
I'm not, no.
Are you familiar with Measure L?
I'm not familiar with Measure
Okay,
L.
stick around. We'll do a little history lesson. Basically, you guys wouldn't have a sports complex without that measure and without that group called Save Our Kids. I think it's important to know your heritage.
All right, is that it? Don?
Just a suggestion, regarding the kid lane. I don't know how much space you have, but like at the Huntington Beach High School, the little snack shack. A lot of fields have the snack shack. Is there room to maybe just put a little trailer, kind of like that one down there? If they put it right there by Dairy Queen, pour a little pad, put a little trailer there, dedicate that for the kids, just right next to the snack bar. Just something to think about. You don't have to answer it right now, but that seems like it'd be a simple, easy fix to just have that dedicated as well for the non-cooking snacks.
Yeah.
The lollipops and things like that. There must be some kind of indemnification for the city regarding the tenant. Yes? Okay. Okay, I'll figure that.
And just to touch base on that, Don. We also have kind of our model once this gets up and running is to have like a golf cart kind of delivery method for our patrons, so they can scan they don't have to leave their field, right? So they can scan a QR code, and they can stay on field 8 because they don't want to listen to Johnny go all the way back, wait in line, and then come back. So they can scan that, come either pick it up, they can come pick it up and not have to wait in line. So we'll tell you, hey, it's busy, it's going to be about 10 minutes, or hey, there's no one in line, we're going to have your food ready in 5 minutes. So we have that opportunity to do that. So you don't have to get up and go, you can kind of do that as well. We also have a golf cart, like you see at a golf course, right? So we'll have somebody driving around with, like you said, snacks and Gatorades and Diet Cokes and gummy bears and stuff like that, where the kids or parents or whoever, players, whoever like that, can always flag them down or go, well, we'll set that up in different areas throughout the weekend. So that's part of our kind of a service that we want to provide, because we know during some big tournaments, the lines can get pretty big, right? And so you don't want to miss your opportunity to go see your child get an at-bat or play, kick a goal or whatever it is. So we want to be able to provide as much service as possible when it comes to providing a service for our food and beverage. And I think that's going to go over pretty well to have that service.
Obviously, alcohol can't be delivered to the field, but any non-alcoholic purchases, we have online ordering, QR code ordering now. That's actually in place now, so we can have it.
And then before we go to the comment phase, I just have one last question. I know everybody up here is a parent. And we love our kids and we love our treasure. Are you guys parents? I thought. That's what I thought.
I have 3 boys.
Yeah. No, it was a question. I didn't know factually if you were, but I made a pretty much probable assumption that the answer would be yes. So, you're vested in the safety of kids as well.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all for now.
You'd mentioned out in the fields too, people drinking. When was that? Was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You said there's a particular time when they're doing that, at night or on the weekend, at night?
Yeah.
All right. Chief, we'll keep an eye on that.
Every weekend, yeah. Some weekends are not as heavy as others, obviously, depending on the size of the tournament and things like that. But yeah, it's
Is the idea kind of like, well, they're going to do it anyway, so we might as well allow it? Like they do it anyway, so kind of like that San Francisco logic?
It's on public grace, so it's not much we can do now about it. No, I don't think that's the idea. That's not why we spawned this, but.
I wasn't sure, okay, what the point of that remark then was, that they're out there drinking anyways.
As far as control goes, it helps. This will help us control, having more staff to be able to kind of go out to them and say, hey, we can't have you drinking out there. We don't want you out there. We want you in here. You know what I mean? So it's just.
Got some beer, we could sell you here. I got it.
So, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the point. Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you, Matt, you and I have talked. My pet peeve is the grounds not being taken care of to impeccable.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that
Don't keep going
tweaks
on
the hell
that.
out of me. You know I've gone off on that.
I could talk to you for days about that
Yeah,
because I'm not
but-
happy about that either. You know that's not our contract.
Yeah, it is.
No,
You
it's
guys
not.
are the managers. You guys, I hold you guys accountable to big holes in the outfield and dirt ruts.
Yep.
Where kids can, it worsened from the time I saw it, got pissed off about it, and then when I went there again for a tournament, it just tweaked the hell out of me. And then some of the fields kind of weren't like level.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, that it's not that hard to keep these fields, and that's where I'm a stickler about things. If you can't keep the fields impeccable, how are you going to manage like over drinking? And Matt, just so you know, you got somebody drinking in the park, you guys have just call the police. I don't care. You guys have controls. Again, you're managing the thing. You guys are managers. You guys are ultimate responsible. And that's where I hold you guys. I hold you guys responsible for this stuff. And I want you guys to kind of say how you're going to improve yourselves under these conditions when you're kind of belly flopped on the field maintenance. And I know you say you guys aren't responsible
I take
for
exception to it for sure when you say that. Absolutely. Yeah, but I mean, it's fine. We can disagree because that's a whole different topic.
But you guys are the managers. You guys have a problem with green maintenance, you go to the lease manager, and then he deals with it. If not, then you go to Travis or somebody else. And that wasn't done, obviously. And that's why I'm like a little sketchy, and I want you guys to understand and be cognizant that if this thing passes, there's going to be some expectations to be pretty strict.
Yeah.
Understood.
Hey, can you guys touch on, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I guess the request from, you guys did a great job laying out how many adult leagues and adult athletes play here. Because, I'll touch on it later, but this is not a youth sports complex, it's a sports complex. Kind of where that demand came from the adult leagues and the other leagues, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jerry mentioned we run 3 seasons throughout the year for the city adult league softball, and we average between about 85 and 100 adult teams. So and they run all week long.
And then how many players on each team?
Yeah, they average about 14 players per team. So it's about anywhere between 1,250 to 1,400 adult football players that are playing there throughout the week. So we get a lot of it's overwhelmingly support from them for this, not only for this, but and especially the current side that's not open yet on the Talbert side. So once we get that up and running, because that's where they like to play. So now they can kind of go there and get a smash burger and do all that good stuff there. They feel a little slighted that it's not. They've been playing in Huntington Beach for over 20 years. They're all members of. Most of them are all citizens here, and they want, to Pat's point, they want better fields, and they want a place where they can kind of come and hang out with their girlfriend or their teammates and go grab a smash burger before the game or after the game, because they're driving back and forth all over the place. So this is kind of where it stemmed from, I think, was this group.
Councilmember McKeon, I think that's a great question. Where does the demand come from? I think there's an increased push now with even adults to become more active, right? To be more active and get more engaged in these things. You're seeing Beach City Sports is blowing up, right? That program down on the beach. They want to come in. There's just not enough field space for youth or for adults. And now you have more adults wanting to get into sort of these active leagues. So our adult league, we inherited the adult league. It's something the city's ran for, 25 years, way preceding us.
You said it was 43% adult, 57%.
On the allocation of field, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, my theory on that is every kid comes with a parent, not every adult comes with a kid. So it kind of, I think the adults,
Yeah,
are a
this
little
is how we
bigger
book
chunk
our
of that.
fields, so
Yeah, but I
it's-
mean, as far as the crowd that shows up, I got to lean towards more adults than kids.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm good.
Butch?
Thank you, guys. Thanks for your presentation. As you know, Matt, I'm struggling with this a little bit, and we talked today. And earlier today, my intent was to come with an alternate motion to only serve alcohol when you're having concerts, private events, and adult league, stuff. But I've sat here and I had the same impression that you did, that I've listened to everybody and I respect everybody, I love you all, but after listening to everybody, I felt like we're living in a city of degenerate dads that are gonna take their little ones to baseball games or softball games or soccer games, drop them off at the field and go get drunk, and then go pick their kids up and drive home drunk. Somebody even suggested, well, here's a map of 10 places within 4 to 7 minutes. So have your kid play your game and then put them in the car, and then we'll go over to that one of those 10 restaurants, and then I'll drink there. It doesn't make sense. I don't know where Brett Bush is. I don't know if he remembers. He threw me out of a game. He was the umpire, and I was just a fan sitting in the stands, and all I said was, he was the umpire, and I go, be consistent. He turned around and said, you're out of here. And so dads can get belligerent, and it was said here that they can be belligerent without being drunk. I think it was like a 9 o'clock in the morning game. And I certainly wasn't looking for a beer, even though Huntington Valley Little League, I could have run over to what's that bar right there in the, what's that place called over there on the corner of Magnolia and
Zuby's.
Zuby's. I could have run over to Zuby's and grabbed a beer, but I didn't because I'm a responsible parent. And I have more faith in the parents in Huntington Beach.
Real quick, we got to extend the time.
It's 11.
Yeah, it's past
Gotta
11.
vote.
So
Second.
Are you telling me to shut up?
No, just to take a break. We're going to make the motion to continue. Casey?
Yep,
second?
Yep, extend.
So let's just have a roll call real quick.
Yes.
Councilman Twining?
Aye.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Extend the meeting.
All right, go ahead, Butch.
So anyway, I can keep talking.
You got a lot to say.
So I have a heck of a lot more faith in our fatherly population here that are taking their kids to these games. A lot of questions I had initially is, why are you going to travel a long ways, bring your kids to a softball game or a baseball game, and then go drink? Go to the bar and go drink. I think you did an amazing job with 1909. It's really a restaurant. It's not a bar. It's a restaurant. And in fact, no offense to Kathy Mays, because I go there all the time, but you now have the nicest restaurant in Central Park. I mean, it's beautiful.
Hey, Butch.
Point of order, real quick. Butch, those were just animations of what it would look like. It doesn't look like that at all right now.
Okay.
But also, do you have any question? Because so we can get these guys, so we can get down to discussion, motions,
guys,
and get the hell out of here.
I'm gonna wrap it up here. Can you guys do anything to address all these concerns that we heard from 40 people tonight about what can we do to help them? Get on board with this, or at least say, hey, we've done everything. I think the guys have answered, or assuaged some of our fears.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we've gone through this process, we've worked with, starting with community services, with the city attorney, through the design review board process, through the zoning administrator, with police department. I mean, we've worked with all of the agents that are involved, and we've really accepted all of the recommendations that have come our way for ways to do this better. We really are looking for a way to do this the best possible way. I guess that's what our good faith is, that every step of the way we've been given more requirements, more stringent requirements, and every step of the way we've accepted those. Because we want to do it right. If we think that that's going to make it safer, if somebody feels that that's going to make it safer, we'll do it that way.
All right, thank you, guys. We're going to get down to some council discussion now.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
thank you. All right. I'm going to guess, Chad, you got something to... Oh, yeah? And Andrew, you got anything? Grace? Yeah, I'll go at the end. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go at the end. Well, everybody can't go at the end. Okay, Don, you got something to say. Is this commentary, John? Yeah, we're in discussion.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to bounce around through some comments, through some observations, but let me preface this by saying this is not a vote. I don't take any vote lightly, but I certainly am not taking this vote lightly. There's more people in this audience that I have personal relationships with than any time before that I voted on. And so, you know, I love and respect you guys. Some people may be happy, some people may be disappointed, but, you know, I can't let the emotion come into how I make a decision. As I said, I'm a parent. I've got 3 kids. They are my treasure. I would do anything to protect them. I'm also a God-fearing man. I'm a Christian. So I'm just going to kind of point out some things. Number one, I've been married for 31 years. I played softball there 31 years ago, so it's been around. It was a sports complex. The term youth sports complex may be what it potentially is morphed into, but they never finished that roller rink. They're supposed to play hockey there. But I've been playing softball there for 3 decades plus, along with many other men's in the men's league. So it's just to kind of set the precedent. That was back in like the late 80s, early 90s. Secondly, when, you know, kind of what Butch said, when I hear some of these people say, you know, hey, you know, finish out the games and then, you know, grab your kids and go drink. And my thought is, the kids are still with you. You're still going to be drinking somewhere. Third, I just did a couple of Google statistics. DUIs, alcohol deaths are absolute tragedies without a doubt. So my question was, how many accidents, percentage-wise, are alcohol related? The answer was accidental deaths, there's 30% that are alcohol related, but what that means is 70% of the death fatality are non-alcohol related. Now, on the accidents that are non-fatal, that are alcohol related, it's only 8 to 10%. So that means 90% of the accidents are non-alcohol related. So the correlation, yeah, when somebody drinks and there's an accident, it's absolutely horrible. If they didn't drink, the accident wouldn't happen. But accidents are happening all the time. That doesn't mean I want to justify the statistics. That doesn't mean I want to add to it. But those are factual statistics. Then when they're talking about, you know, protecting the kid, the mentor, well, that same mentor, that same person you're protecting has no problem with that kid having a phone in his hand. And the damage that we see happening to the youth with the phones, the social media, the video games, that could be more than seeing your parent drink. But not a parent says a word about that. They give that kid a phone in 2nd grade and say, by the way, that kid's on the phone when they're at the restaurant. So there's that tie-in that right now, if you have a beer and you have a kid, you're not a great parent. And that just doesn't square up. If you're an alcoholic, you know, mess, you're not a great parent. But again, back to parents drinking, you know, I think we have to have some faith in that. Moving forward onto my notes, so my planning commissioner, she told me after the vote that she was a no going in, or as the agenda was posted. She took it upon herself to reach out and call many of these different local sports complexes that do serve alcohol. And the response she got was enough that she said, I was a no, and I voted yes. Again, I'm not justifying the fact that alcohol doesn't create problems. Yes, it does to a certain extent, but many things in life create problems. A bad parent, a bad temper. I would be more worried. Another lady said, well, you know, you don't know what car your kid's getting into. Let me tell you one thing. When my kid went with any other parent, I was clear what kind of behavior that parent had as an adult if my kid was ever getting in that car. So if you say, well, I don't know, you know, what car my kid's getting into, that's on the parent. And aside from that, I would be more worried nowadays with parents that are on heavy pharma, you know, with these prescriptive drugs right now that seem to be, you know, you can't watch TV without seeing a million pharma ads. To me, pharma is the biggest threat there is right now. It's absolutely horrible. And then on a final note is, you know, we're the third step in this process. They went through the ABC, and I'm sure Andrew, who's probably the only person up here with a liquor license or beer and wine license, will probably tell you, I won't speak for him, but I'll allow him to. I don't think it's a cakewalk. Then they had to meet the conditions of the police department, and I can guarantee PD doesn't want to have just raucous behavior, drunks pouring out of there left and right. So they put a set of parameters in place before they blessed it, and now it's before us on the city council. And so, you know, it's gone through the steps. Whether or not we agree with it, disagree with it, the vendors have followed the protocol, and it is lawful. So who are we to say, you can have it over here, you know, there's 50 liquor licenses, but you can't take your kids down the way to the sports bar afterwards because forget about drinking in here. And then my final thought, this is just a little bit of a conundrum. All these parents, you know, the mentors, Taylor Swift, when you take your kid to a Taylor Swift concert at the Forum and everywhere else, I can guarantee they're serving alcohol there, but you got your kid there too. So all of a sudden, my kid can't be around the sports and the beer, but when I take her to Taylor Swift, you know, I'm going to go up there and grab not only a beer or wine, but I'm going to grab a cocktail. I don't get it. So, you know, the people that we're hoping that I may go the other way on this one, you know, I love you guys, and I know I'm going to disappoint some people, but I'm going to be in support of this. I would like to let you guys know, as Pat said, you're going to be with all eyeballs on you and a tight leash. And if there's any BS, yeah, I guarantee the PD starts getting a problem. You know, there's got to be some kind of revocation, right, City Attorney? Okay, so there's the right to revoke. So, you know, you better do a great job doing this and don't mess it up. And let's see if we can't have something that actually works out. You serve your customers, you protect the kids, you grow your business. And this one's not about the revenue because this is minimal. Like Chad said, you make 500 grand, we get 8%, 40 grand. That's not going to move the needle on anything. So it's not about that. So with that said, for those who I'm going to disappoint with my vote, I am dearly sorry because I have the utmost respect for you people. But you know, I can't be emotional in this one.
All right, I'll tell you, with 30 years of police experience, most of the stupidity under drunkenness happens at home. And if you're the kind of genius that wants to get drunk at a baseball field with your kids and other kids around and driving, well, I guarantee you're worse at home, and that's a sad situation. But that's where the sports complex, guys, you guys are just going to have to stay on these people that you're not serving drunks. Or making drunks, really. But the other thing is, monks developed and discovered, they're the ones who invented, in a sense, beer. You know, so religious. And the first time I had wine was my first Holy Communion at a Catholic church. I was about 6 years old. So I'm not going to, you know, say anything. I've had my share of booze, but you got to be responsible. And I'll tell you, like I say, through police work, most of the stupidity through alcohol I've seen is at home. And if those people are going to be drinking at baseball field, I guarantee you they're doing a lot worse at home. Not that it justifies drinking at the field either, though. But it's a tough decision. And, well, I got a feeling we got a lot more discussion coming on it. Who's next? Butch? I'm done. Oh, good.
Can I throw one fact out? And then
almost.
I know this was a concern, DUIs in Huntington Beach, so I pulled up some statistics on DUIs right from the Office of Traffic and Safety, and they basically said Huntington Beach, out of its peer group of, you know, what's horrible? We let you people on the proponent side speak. I'm trying to give some statistics. Oh, come on. Let us present the facts. If you don't like the facts, so be it, but these are facts. Whoever said, oh, come on. Anyway, so Huntington Beach in their peer group, over the last 4 years, last year we had 587 DUI arrests, which put us at 54th out of 61 out of groups in similar sized cities. And this is from the Office of Traffic and Safety. So we were 54th out of 61 in 2022. We were 53rd out of 60 in 21. We were 59 out of 59 in 2019. And in 2017, we were 53rd out of 58. So I think there's a lot more DUI problems in all these other cities because we're almost at the end of the graph. So with that said, keep that in mind. And one last thing. Sorry, I'm done with it after this. Anybody who's contemplating a no vote, God bless you, but remember, they were going to serve beer and wine at the Symphony of Flowers, and that passed 7-0, and that was billed as a family event who was always going to be at night, meaning any alcohol consumed would be a driver leaving always when it's dark, and that passed 7-0 without a hiccup, and they were going to serve beer and wine there. I don't know what happens for those who vote no now, where the no vote was on the Symphony of the Flowers.
All right, there's 3 down, 4 to go. And you got 1 go at it, so say your piece. And interest of time and
why don't you let the appellant go because he appealed it?
Right? Well, it's whomever. If somebody wants to volunteer, let
I've got
them go.
some slides to do it. I think it's a better cleanup shot. I can address some of the things that you guys have to say too.
Any volunteers? Andrew, you got anything to say? You gonna say anything? Nope. 4 down. Okay, Grace.
Okay, so this isn't a hard decision for one reason. There are a lot of people in this room who I value and appreciate and respect and I have personal relationships with. But one thing I also value is consistency, individual liberty, individual freedom, and the right, parental rights. This reminds me of the same issue that we had with the library, where we weren't banning anything. People might try to bend the truth and twist it. What we were trying to do was put safeguards in place, relocate material that was inappropriate into the adult section, and let the parents decide. Get a library card where parents could restrict the books that their children check out. Let the parents decide. So, and this is no different. We wanted safeguards in place. We wanted first an enclosure. We wanted to have people have to sit in that area. Now we have security guards. We put protections and safeguards in place. But I don't think it's anybody's right or responsibility to tell us how to parent and nanny our children. I had somebody come up to me and say, well, I thought you cared about kids. If anybody questions my commitment to protecting kids, and they don't know me. But I also value the right for every parent to make the choice for their children. I understand that some people have had negative experiences with alcohol. I get it. I had negative experiences with firearms, but I would never impose my trauma on anybody else, because that was for me to decide, and I value everybody's right to make their own decisions for themselves. We've taken steps to make sure there are protections. And, Pastor Joe mentioned something. There are times, it's nice to have the unity, but we're not always going to agree. I don't even agree 100% of the time with my husband. I agree with him a lot less than 100% of the time. And this might be one of the places where we're going to have to do that. I've had my integrity questioned simply because I'm saying I want the parents to decide. I'm not going to decide that for them. And I do have faith in the community and the members of Huntington Beach, the residents, to make the right decisions for their kids. So this has not been easy, mostly because I know that I'm probably going to disappoint some people, but I cannot be a hypocrite and say, I respect parental rights, I respect individual liberties, but I don't trust you on this one. I can't do it. I have to stay true. And my commitment to protect children remains unwavered. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Case.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. Appreciate all of you, like we've all said. Love you, Pastor Joe. So just some quick history that was touched on. You know, when this came forward last May and then was voted on, excuse me, 7-0 by the previous councils because, you know, we saw the existing concession stands. They weren't being really utilized to their potential. These guys came in, they're local, they're family men, their kids play sports here. They have a commitment to make it better. They presented a very compelling presentation to renovate the facilities, put in safeguards, fencing, walls, collaborate with, you know, restaurateurs in town to do food collaborations, really make this like a first-class establishment. And that's why it was approved 7-0. So I was, you know, surprised that this came back again when I believe at the appropriate time it would have been back when the RFP was submitted publicly and was voted on 7-0 by the council if there was an objection to it then. Was approved 7-0. These guys then go and invest money and time and plans into getting these permits to abide by the request for proposal that said the ability to sell beer and wine. So they've made financial commitments. They've gone down the road. I'm in development. As I've said many times, it does take 12 to 15 to 18 months sometimes to go through a city to get your permit. So I just think it's really hard to do business in a city, but it's especially more difficult when they've got their 7-0 approval and then we're potentially moving the goalpost on them after they spend all the time and money going through that. So that's one. Secondly, you know, in Huntington Beach, we're a city that champions conservative values of liberty, freedom, of choice, and expectation of personal responsibility. So it's not the vehicle, it's not the weapon, it's not the alcohol, it's the person that abuses it. And a lot of the comments I heard were big government nanny state, which is saying, we, the government, are going to tell you what you can and cannot do because we don't trust you to be responsible. Someone brought up tonight, in June of this year, Chuck E. Cheese got their CUP for their ABC license, and no one showed up to protest. Now, that is a 100% child facility. This sports complex is not a youth sports complex. Contrary to what Mr. Garofalo said, nowhere on the ballot language on Measure L that was voted on to satisfy Measure C did it say anything about a youth sports complex. So it's not a youth sports complex, but Chuck E. Cheese is 100%. Someone made a comment, well, how are the parents going to Uber back and forth? Well, how are they going to do it at Chuck E. Cheese? Because it's expected for you to be responsible, to take your child there. I was just at Legoland 3 weeks ago for my kid's 3rd birthday, and at Legoland, they serve full hard liquor, cocktails, beers, again, with the expectation of personal responsibility. We're a nation of laws. Bowling alleys, other sports complexes that the applicants touched on do the same thing. I grew up playing ice hockey, and it's common knowledge that hockey parents are the craziest parents of any youth sports. I talked to my buddy, whose kid is 12 years old, travel hockey all throughout Southern California. Every single ice arena sells either beer and wine or full liquor. So Anaheim, Yorba Linda, Lakewood, El Segundo, Toyota Sports Complex, the Cube in Santa Clarita, and the Great Park in Irvine. Full restaurant, beer and wine for sale in an ice rink with children playing. So again, like we're a nation of laws. There's safeguards in place to protect against abuse. Gracie touched on it, parental rights. But play it through. So if an individual, it was made a comment at the Planning Commission that a dad's gonna get upset, he's gonna sprint to the restaurant, which is, I measured it, it's over 350 feet away, which is longer than a football field. He's gonna go over there, rage pound 6 beers, come back and get in a fight, and that's gonna be the result. It's like, okay, let's play that through. So A, that's a long run. B, is this facility really gonna let this guy pound 6 beers? So if they do, they'll probably lose their ABC license. He will then be arrested. He'll probably be banned from youth sports, never happen again. And so then if it really flies off the rails, Don touched on it, we have revocation rights for the CUP. We could revoke their CUP. So there's safeguards at every single level. And so we're a nation of laws, but it's like, if you extrapolate it out, like where does it end? So Zach's 2 on the boardwalk who just got their beer and wine license, should we not allow them because kids are riding bikes on the boardwalk and they're playing Frisbee in front of the sand and hanging out by the pier? Again, I touched on it like Chuck E. Cheese. So it's really a slippery slope when you start nitpicking and having the government put their thumb on the scale where picking winners and losers. Like, it's okay for you guys to do it here, but it's not okay for you to do it here. So either we believe in parental responsibility, and we believe in national laws, or we don't. As simple as that.
Clean up.
All right, I got some slides, but just some comments to some of the things that were said. You know, some of the remarks that the planning commissioners had made that rationalized why, you know, they went ahead and voted yes for this. You know, one was, and we've heard it tonight, they said it from, you know, this dais, well, they're going to drink anyways. And I seem to remember on the campaign trail, you know, one of the candidates that I highly respected, I learned this one from him: that which you condone, you encourage. And so it's kind of a San Francisco logic. You know, they're going to do drugs, they're going to go do hardcore, you know, meth, so we might as well just legalize these drugs anyways. That's a slippery slope. As far as parental rights goes, I don't think that we're taking away any rights that they didn't already have in the entire history of Huntington Beach since 1909. I think the idea here is, you know, we ought to let them drink there, and what's going to be next? The FNL fields on Marina High School, Huntington High School? Like, should we start allowing drinking maybe in the dais here? Like, why not? Apparently we could make some money. Why not do it here? As far as consistency goes, you know, we all ran on campaigning to be protectors of children and defending them. History of the youth sports complex, as you see, HB Youth Sports Complex. We wouldn't have a youth sports complex if it wasn't for this group in the early 90s called the Save Our Kids Coalition. Let me repeat that. We would not have the facility that we have if it wasn't for that group you see on the screen, the Save Our Kids Coalition. And so the coalition was focused on youth priorities, and it was supposed to be a facility for preservation. The key figures, as you see, Chairman Chuck Beauregard and Jim Silva, Huntington Beach Mayor, County Supervisor, worked with Beauregard to advocate for youth sports infrastructure. Next slide. An important LA Times article that you see from the early 90s. It's dated, I'll read it for you. May 2nd, 1994, Huntington Beach Parkland sought for sports complex. It says, in response to pleas from a newly formed youth sports coalition, Councilmember Ralph Bauer has pledged to seek a way to enable sports use of a legally tied up part of Central Park. At a meeting last week of parents supporting youth sports, Bauer said he would seek a second legal opinion on the land status. Bauer and Councilman Jim Silva spoke during a city hall meeting for about 30 minutes to parents representing various youth sports. The parents at the meeting's conclusion voted to form a coalition. A prime goal of the group is to get the city to build a youth sports complex that would include baseball, softball, soccer fields, as well as a gym and swim facility. Silva told the group that he has been working for years to get a youth sports complex built in Central Park. We have plenty of land, he said. We can build a sports complex if the city wants to. Chuck Beauregard, a parent who works with youth swim groups, is the chairman of the newly formed coalition of youth sports boosters. Beauregard said the tentative name for the new organization is Save Our Kids. Next slide. And so now the hunt begins. They need to find a location for this youth sports complex, this facility. As was mentioned before by Jim Silva, he knows locations in Central Park. And so they begin to look into this old mushroom farm landfill site located in Central Park. And so it's Huntington Central Park as we know it, south of Talbert Avenue and east of Golden West. One 4-letter problem though. Park. P-A-R-K. Our city has a little history with this measure called C. It's forever been enshrined into our city charter, section 612. And next slide, a little review of Measure C and the voter intent. The community sentiment was they wanted to fight to protect our parks and beaches. They wanted to have a say in terms of land use, what goes on in our parks and beaches. They want to say if anything's going to be sold. They want to say if anything's going to be leased. They want to say if anything's going to be transferred. They want to say if anything's going to be exchanged. And so it went on the ballot. Their desire was principles over profit. This is truly power to the people. It takes the power away from the council. It takes the power away from the planning commission. It takes it away from any planning developer, you name it, zoning administrator. You have to go through the people if this passes. So Measure C, just to read that first section, section 612, Los Angeles Times reported back then, Measure C was the runaway winner, capturing more than 70% of the vote. Section 612A says, no public utility or park or beach or portion thereof now or hereafter owned or operated by the city shall be sold, leased, exchanged, or otherwise transferred or disposed of unless authorized by affirmative votes of at least a majority of the total membership of the city council and by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of the electors voting on such propositions at a general or special election at which such proposition is submitted. You cannot forget the power that you have as the people when it comes to your authority that's been granted to you by Measure C over parks, utilities, and the beaches. Next slide. Section 2, or I should say B of Measure C, it says no golf course, driving range, road, building over 3,000 square feet in floor area, nor structure costing more than $161,000. It was originally $100,000 when this was written, but because of CPI, this is where we are, may be built on or in any park or beach or portion thereof, now or hereafter, owned or operated by the city, unless authorized by the affirmative votes at least a majority of the total membership of the city council, and by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of the electors. Next slide. So remember, they had a PARK problem. They want to build on this park, but Measure C would preclude them from being able to do that. If we can go next slide. It precludes them from being able to do that unless they get a vote from the people. So as you see, it requires a vote from who? From we, the people. Next slide. And so we're reminded that Section B there, anything over $161,000 in today's dollars, but back then it was anything over $100,000 they need to ask permission. We'll go next slide. And this is how we got Measure L. And this is why I asked if they knew what Measure L was, because you wouldn't have this youth sports complex without Measure L. And so the Save Our Kids, they relentlessly advocated on behalf of the kids. They needed to be wise about what they asked the people of Huntington Beach to contemplate on the ballot. Why? Because if you get it wrong, you asked for this, you can't give them something else. You need to get it right. You can't produce something they didn't ask for. If they put on the ballot, hey, can we have a jungle gym? But then they wind up producing something like an adult weightlifting gym, they can't do that. That's a bait and switch. It won't fly. And so Measure L, what was put on the ballot? What was the voter intent? Measure L, this is a screenshot of it. Next slide. Shall the city of Huntington Beach, at a cost of $1.5 million, construct lighted soccer and softball fields, a roller hockey and snack bar concession, parking, restrooms, and related improvements in an undeveloped portion of Huntington Central Park, south of Talbot Avenue, and east of Golden West Street, on property that was formerly a landfill and mushroom farm. Along with that ballot measure that you see there were the ballot arguments where Save Our Kids folks chimed in, and that's where they're advocating for the children. That's where they're trying to get from the very beginning here, what were they advocating for? They're trying to find a facility that would be focused on encouraging kids to practice healthy habits. Next slide. It passed by a very narrow margin, near just 284 votes. That's it. Next slide. Now remember, in terms of voter intent, you have to give them what you ask them. You cannot ask for a jungle gym and give them an adult weightlifting gym. You cannot ask for a snack bar. This took a Measure C vote to even get this place. You can't ask for a snack bar and then give them a sports bar. Next slide.
Chad, just for the record, you got an opinion from the city attorney. Is this a Measure C issue?
I have an opinion from the city attorney coming up in a slide. And this is a Measure C issue because the people, it's Measure L. People had to vote on this. It triggered Measure C. I'm talking about Measure C and
So
Measure L.
I'm not sure, is there an opinion from the city attorney's office that is confidential that you're going to show on the screen?
I'm not going to share anything confidential. I'm not going to share anything that somebody couldn't get that's publicly disclosed that you could get right off the city website. I pulled it off the city website when I'm about to show.
Okay.
Okay. So Measure L, voter intent. The people of Huntington Beach did not approve a sports bar. The sale and consumption of alcohol on the premise was never contemplated by the voters. That's a fact. It is a drastic change that flies contrary to the mission of steering kids away from drugs and alcohol. That was the whole purpose of Save Our Kids. Let's give them a healthy alternative. This is during the DARE days. We're trying to encourage kids to say no to drugs and alcohol. Why is it that a school zone is considered a drug and alcohol-free zone? I don't think we're stealing away from any parental rights by not allowing them to drink on a school facility. I don't think we're stealing away from any parental rights by having a youth-focused facility. We're running out of these places, folks. You know, why don't we take our kids downtown anymore, Main Street? It used to be a family-friendly place to go, a pastime favorite, Main Street. Nobody's taking their kids to Main Street anymore. Why? Because it's been overrun with debauchery and drinking. It's been hijacked. And this is the hijacking I think we see taking place here. Next slide, 14. And so there is a legislative intent piece to this as well. Not only, I think, was the voter intent usurped, but there's also zoning administrator approval contrary to legislative intent. What follows is the apparent zoning administrator, what I would call the ultra vires, powers beyond the authority of. We're doing a little history lesson. Let's go back to 2018, where a lot of this really started. We shouldn't even be here right now talking about this had this been followed heeded. 2018 Planning Commission at City Council were asked to contemplate and vote on a zoning text amendment that would allow the zoning administrator to have authority to approve CUPs for alcohol permits in a particular situation. So just so you understand, in order to permit an alcohol permit prior to this, it had to go through Planning Commission, or it would have had to have gone through City Council. What they're asking for is, can we grant unilateral authority to a zoning administrator, an unelected staff member, to greenlight alcohol permits? We want you to contemplate that. So the Planning Commission had to think about it, and the City Council had to think about it. Next slide. I'm happy that you guys, Butch, Don, Andrew at least, I believe you guys can change your minds, and that's the whole point of deliberation here. This is what the ZTA says. Number 18, that means it's 2018-001. This is the first zoning text amendment of the year. Is a city-initiated request to amend Section 21306, that's Open Space District, land use controls of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance to establish a conditional use permit approval process to permit the ancillary on-site sales, services, and consumption of alcohol within the Open Space Park Recreation Zoning District. ZTA number 18001 includes a provision which limits the service of alcohol only to restaurants with full table service located within Central Park or in public-private golf courses. Highlighted portion, important. There are 2 locations in Central Park that are eligible to apply for a conditional use permit as a result of ZTA number 18001, Kathy May's Lakeview Cafe and Park Bench Cafe. Pay attention now. There are several other types of establishments that do not qualify to apply for a CUP, such as snack stands, walk-up counters, concession stands, or other similar operations typically found at the sports complex, community parks, Little League baseball fields, and Friday night lights. Next slide. What follows is a video here of when they deliberated. It's just a couple minutes long. This is totally worth it. This is what took place in these chambers in terms of what the Planning Commission and the City Council was asked to contemplate. And based off of the staff's recommendation, what was presented to them at that time, they're expected to make a vote. And that vote has intent behind it, legislative intention. Go ahead and hit play, please.
I'd like to call the April 10th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting to order.
Commissioner Crow.
Here.
Commissioner Ray is absent.
Commissioner Ray has an excused absence.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Chair Scandura.
Here.
Commissioner Kalnick.
Here.
Commissioner Mandick. Here. Commissioner Grant.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Like I said earlier, any new request for ancillary beer and wine or alcohol service in the OSPR district will be subject to approval of a CUP heard by the zoning administrator. The CUP process includes public notification of the hearing and property owner authorization. Further, conditions of approval will be established with each CUP request as a result of the discretionary action. Overall, the ZTA limits ancillary beer and wine service only to restaurants with full table service located within Central Park. There are 2 potential establishments in Central Park that could apply for a CUP: Kathy May's Lakeview Cafe and Park Bench Cafe. There are several other types of establishments that do not meet the prerequisite of being a restaurant with full table service. This includes snack stands, walk-up counters, concession stands, and other similar operations of that type. Based on the analysis provided, staff recommends the Planning Commission approve ZTA number 2018-001 based upon the following. It establishes the city's desired approval process for ancillary on-site alcohol sales in the OSPR zone, protects the community's general welfare and quality of life through the CUP process, and does not alter the zoning designation of any property. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions the Planning Commission needs.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council Public Financing Authority meeting to order.
There are two potential establishments in Central Park that could apply for a CUP: Kathy May's Lakeview Cafe and Park Bench Cafe. There are several other types of establishments in the park that do not meet the prerequisite of the...
Councilmember Hardy, can you lock in your vote?
I'm trying to decide.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
I don't think it makes a difference either way.
Come on.
All right, so the motion passes 5-1-1 with Councilmember Hardy voting no and Councilmember O'Connell absent.
All right, next slide, please. And so what I want you guys to recall from that is the City Council and the Planning Commission were asked to contemplate, will you approve this zoning text amendment? Will you allow us to give unilateral authority to the zoning administrator to approve these CUPs based off of what we're recommending and presenting to you? And what was presented to the Planning Commission and the City Council at that time is that there's certain places that are precluded from even asking. And if you look beyond the blue lines, if we pick up at Friday Night Lights, flag football, frisbee golf, or the library, why? These types of services do not meet the prerequisite of being a restaurant with full table service, which precludes them from applying for a CUP. There is a criteria you must meet before, it says, you apply for a CUP. And if that's not true, then the Planning Commission and the City Council got misled. Then they voted on something with an intent and understanding that they are precluded, that there's a prerequisite you must meet. And so the legislative intent behind this is that only two locations in Central Park would meet the prerequisite: Kathy May's and Park Bench Cafe. Next slide. So going back to Measure C, remembering you can't do anything without going through the people. Measure C, the lease issue as well. And so you'll recall it says no golf course, driving range, road, building over 3,000 square feet in floor area, nor structure costing more than $161,000 may be built on or in any park or portion thereof, now or hereafter owned or operated by the city unless authorized by the affirmative votes of at least the majority of the total membership of the City Council and by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of the electors. There are some questions that the council had that they wanted to present to the then city attorney, Gail Hutton. And amongst these questions that they had for her and concerns about the lease aspect, because Measure C, Section A talks about how no portion of the park shall be leased, sold, or exchanged. They had questions for her that they wanted to ask. So let's go to this next slide. And again, city attorney, anyone can find this going to the Huntington Beach website. They just simply go into the online records and they could type in Measure L and it'll pop up. And so this is Deron Hagan from Gail Hutton, city attorney. Question number 3 that the council had for her. Measure L referenced the construction of a roller hockey and snack bar concession. Based on the approval of Measure L by the voters, can the city lease a portion of the sports complex to a concessionaire without additional voter approval? Answer, no. That's a published city attorney opinion right there. By approving Measure L, the voters authorized the construction of the sports complex. A lease of any portion of the site requires additional approval of the voters. Now remember, look at that question. Measure L referenced the construction of a roller hockey and snack bar concession. What's in parentheses there? The snack bar concessions. That's the focus of the question. By approving Measure L, the voters authorized the construction of a lease of any portion of the site requires additional voter approval. Well, as Casey pointed out a year ago, they voted for it. Next slide. You see it on the agenda. This is almost a year ago to the date. That's September 3rd. And it was on the consent calendar. And I went back and watched. And it just flew right by. If there's one thing I've learned while being on council in this short time I've been on, is pay extra close attention to what they put on consent calendar, because that's where they hide the dragons. And so it says, approve and authorize execution of a lease agreement between the City of Huntington Beach and HBSC Partners LLC for operation of 2 food concessions at the Huntington Beach Sports Complex. Next slide. Let's just be reminded, what did the city attorney say at that time? No. By approving Measure L, the voters authorized construction of the sports complex, at least if any portion of the site requires additional approval of the voters. If you forget your rights, if you forget the past, that authority will just get taken right away from you, and it slipped right on by through a consent calendar. So in conclusion, the Huntington Beach Sports Complex was all about kids, folks. As we saw from Save Our Kids and the Coalition, it would never happen without them. It was always intended to be a youth-focused facility. That's what it's all about. But just like some places like downtown get hijacked, now we see the hijacking happening right before our very eyes. Next slide, please. The hijacking happened right before our very eyes. Measure L, voters' intent will be usurped. Remember, they were asked to contemplate building a snack bar. The idea, obviously, in their head is some kids running up, grabbing some sunflower seeds, getting their nachos, just being free to run up there. Now we're basically being told that there's going to be some kind of like, I don't know, like corridor that they could kind of like work their way through, like a hamster, to somehow avoid. And so now this place that was always a focus for children, it's really all about the adults. You know, one of the things that was said at the Planning Commission is, you know, let's take this as an opportunity to show kids how we could drink responsibly. How about we take this as an opportunity to show kids how we can have a good time sometimes just without any alcohol around you guys? Make the focus on you.
Hey, Jennifer.
As I mentioned before, I'm still speaking. My
still
time.
going? Wow.
The zoning administrator's apparent ultra-virus, what I brought up is the beyond the powers of. You know, that zoning text amendment very clearly said that there are certain places that are precluded from even applying for this CUP because they do not meet the prerequisite. There's a prerequisite, and whatever that was, they said, Sportsplex doesn't have it, sports complex. And then D, the apparent subversion of the Planning Commission and City Council's legislative intent. Remember, they were sold this idea that if you pass this, you're giving authority to the zoning administrator really just to have approval over a couple places. The goal was Kathy Mays back then. Apparently she was having, or it's not even really a Kathy, right, that runs it, but the goal was to get some mimosas over at Kathy Mays. I believe Park Bench Cafe turned down the opportunity. And then E, the not so least of issues with the least issue, and Measure C. Finally, I met with Jim Silva this morning. Remember, he was one of the shakers and movers of Save Our Kids. If we can get the next slide. If you want to go back to intent, you know, we've heard from some council members that have said, oh, it's a sports complex, it's not about kids. Jim Silva, former HB mayor, this is this morning, his quote. He says, it started out as 100% for kids. There's no institutional knowledge of what is going on. This was never considered to be something for adult beverages. It was about kids. Don't let it get taken away. That's Jim Silva. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to deny the CUPs for the reasons you just saw. It goes against the voter intent. I think it's contrary to Measure L. I think that it usurps the authority of the City Council and the Planning Commission, and not the least of issues, the least that should have gone to a vote of the people.
Hey, Jennifer, can you walk through on that, what Councilmember Williams brought up on the zoning text amendment? That, and he played that video from the Planning Commission that it was changing the zoning for all of Central Park. And what they're saying is at that time, only 2 facilities qualified for full table service to abide by the CUP. And that's obviously not what these guys are doing. So they would qualify by providing full table service.
Yeah, so when we get requests for any type of use, the standard of review is the zoning code. So in this case, Central Park is located in the Open Space Parks and Recreation zoning district. When you go to that section, section 21307, L5 says that you can be, you can be permitted with a conditional use permit to sell, serve beer and wine in Central Park only and with full table service. So in order to apply for the CUP, then you have to propose full table service and you have to be an eating and drinking establishment in Central Park.
Which these guys would qualify for.
Yes, that was the question that
Right.
was asked initially when they first came to the counter was,
Can we pull up
could they
slide
do it?
17, exactly what you're talking about?
And
Slide
we
17.
commented back that they would have to provide full table service.
Thank you.
Slide 17, can we pull that up? It's the zoning text amendment. There we go. So just back to the blue. There are 2 locations in Central Park that are eligible to apply for a conditional use permit as a result of ZTA number 18001.
Keyword-
Kathy Mays,
keyword eligible.
Lake Cafe, and Park Bench Cafe. You know why they're eligible? Because they are a full table service.
That's right.
Not potential to become a full table service. They are a full table service.
At that time,
There
they're
are
eligible.
several other types of establishments that do not qualify to apply for a CUP, such as snack stands, walk-up counters, concession stands, or other similar operations typically found at the sports complex, community parks, Little League baseball fields, Friday night lights, flag football, frisbee golf, or the library. Why? Listen now. This is the one that makes it different. These types of services do not meet the prerequisite. It is a prerequisite, not a potential future. You already have to be before you apply. The prerequisite of being a restaurant with full table service. What does that do? It precludes them. Precludes them from what? It precludes them from even applying for a CUP. That's what was presented to the council and the planning commission, and that's what they voted on with that understanding. So it's contrary to the legislative intent.
I think you're missing the meaning of prerequisite. Prerequisite, like in education, means I can't take this class because I have to take the prerequisite first. So as a concession stand, which the definition of concession stand does say you can serve alcohol, but as a concession stand at the time, it did not meet the prerequisite, but as a full table service, it's now met the prerequisite, so therefore is eligible to apply for a CUP.
It's not a full table service right now.
It's
not a full table service.
What is the definition of full table service? They stood before us. It's going to be full table
Here's
service.
what it is. Whatever, look at the zoning text amendment real quick. And here's what staff agreed at that time. And Mike Vigliotta in 2018 in that video, you said that it's really open to, we give liberty to the staff interpretation. The staff interpreted it at that time as whatever a full table service is, it ain't what's at the sports complex. That was their interpretation.
That doesn't say anything close to that.
Sure it does.
No, it says it's typically found at the sports complex. That doesn't say that it can't be that same building becomes a full table service.
It doesn't say that it's a full table service at the sports complex. And
it doesn't say it can't become one either.
Okay, so I guess then anything that has potential could apply, right, in that sense. And then what is the legislative intent?
That's how you change zoning. You change zoning for the entire area.
Now, that might be the case in other scenarios.
That's what a zoning text amendment is.
But
You're changing the zoning for the area, and this is changing the zoning of Central Park. It says there are 2 locations that are currently eligible.
Criteria in place. It put a criteria in place. What you already have to be, you're not reading that last line. These types of services do not meet the prerequisite of being a restaurant with full table service, which precludes them from applying for a CUP.
That was based in its current form. Now they've morphed into whatever it takes to become a full table service restaurant.
Don, they're not a full table service restaurant right now. Those were animations that they showed us. That is not reality. Go over there right now. It's
Well, I
just a snack
understand
bar.
that, but okay, maybe they won't be able to get the permit until they become a full table service, if that's the delineation. But back to, if they are a full table service restaurant, do they have the right to apply for a CUP?
Yes, so the
Okay.
zoning code requires 2 things. It's in Central Park and it's an eating, drinking establishment with full tables.
Okay, and do we have a definitive definition of full table service?
No,
Okay, it's ambiguous?
it's not ambiguous. I mean, you have to have table service, so somebody has to bring you food to your
Right.
table.
Okay. I mean, that's a pretty easy bar to meet. They already said they're going to have wait staff that will bring the food to the tables. So if it's a structure that's qualified because it's now met the prerequisite and they have wait staff to bring your food to the table, and by Jennifer's definition, because it is ambiguous, unless somebody can say definitively it says this, they've met the criteria of full table service. Therefore eligible to apply for a CUP.
They're not currently a full table service. I can't emphasize this enough. I'm just reading the zoning text amendment. I'm trying to hold the line to the legislative intent. It says there are several other types of establishments that do not qualify to apply.
That was
for a
based on its
CUP.
current form because it was not a full table service.
And it's not a full table service today, Don, and if you look in the
Okay.
1909...
If it's a full table service tomorrow, can they get a CUP?
They'd have to probably start the process all over, wouldn't they?
No.
Not today.
No, they would not have
So
to start it all over.
There's a motion, right?
Yeah, there's a motion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the business narrative, they literally say that we will become. They acknowledge the fact that they're not. I mean, the guys are here. They're not a full table service.
Okay, do we have a second? For his motion, he made a motion.
This kind of just gets at me, and I appreciate your like passion, and I'm with you on passion. But what was the food trucks full table service for the Symphony of Flowers? Because you were all in on that. What was that? That was in the Central Park.
I'm happy to say I greatly regret that vote.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, do we have another motion on the floor?
Let's see.
Do you want the agenda?
He,
Do you want the agenda?
well, he asked me to wait.
Let's see. Let's see. Right. Yeah, I mean, I'll just make a motion to adopt as recommended.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
To keep it copacetic, can we make sure that they are, and this is an onus on them, a full table service? I mean,
Sure.
you know, before they can serve their first beer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Don, that's not the zoning text amendments.
I mean, the prerequisite says in its current form that it wasn't a full table service, but now if they meet the standard of a full table service in the area where they can apply for a CUP based on what the spirit of the zoning text amendment is, when they become a full table service, they have the right to serve the alcohol if they get their CUP approved. Is that a yes or no?
Yes, there's 3 conditions of approval related to full table service in the conditional use permit.
Okay. And by the way, you get your conditional use permit and then you go to the build. Just like any construction project, you get your CUP, then you build. You don't build and then come for your CUP.
Yeah,
so you apply,
Right.
you get the approval, then you build.
While that might be the case in every other scenario, it's just inconvenient that it was written that way. It's a prerequisite before you apply for a CUP to be a full table service. And whatever a full table service is, the staff acknowledged it ain't what's at the sports complex at that time. And a prerequisite means you have to be this before you go on to the next. If I want to be a Navy SEAL, I got to go through BUDS first before I go through SQT. I can't go to SQT. BUDS is the prerequisite. If you want a master's degree as a prerequisite, you're going to have a degree in something else before you move on. So you need to go through steps 1 and 2 before you can go on to step 3. The prerequisite was a 1-2. You have to be a full table. They're not.
Jen, can we issue like a CUP tonight conditional on them being fully open as a full service table service restaurant, and as soon as they prove they are, it's granted?
Yes, so 2 things. One, it is proposed to be a full table service. That's why the plans are shown with table service now. So it's already proposed that way. And then there are already 3 conditions incorporated for full table service.
But they're far from open is the problem.
Right, so they won't get their, I guess, certificate of occupancy or C of O
Right.
until they meet all of the conditions of approval.
Right.
Can we go to slide number 25 real quick?
There's been a motion and a second.
You guys did plenty of talking.
Unreal.
Just one, slide 25 real quick. Right now, it doesn't show the presentation. So you keep going, forward, Forward. Forward. One more. Okay, you can leave it there. And just by way of reminder, guys, the ZTA was only one of the many things I brought up. Don't forget about the intent of like being a protector of children. Look how close that's a tot lot children's playground. Look at the barrier where the drinking happens in the green. The tot lot's in the red. Whenever you apply for an ABC license, one of the things that they're interested in is, are you within 600 feet of a school or a playground or a church? How about the fact that, look at where that gate opens up at the top. You see that says wide swinging gate, kind of where you can see the green go perpendicular. That gate opens right up into that children's tot lot. Look at the proximity of that.
I would imagine the ABC saw that.
What are we doing? Seriously.
ABC is one of the
What
most
are we doing
challenging
right now?
government jurisdictions to get a permit from. So
Campaigned on protecting children and saying that.
You can't conflate the fact if somebody lawfully applies for a CUP, meets the requirements, and gets granted a CUP, that means we're not protecting children. That's a big stretch, Chad, and I'm not going to let you make that statement.
All right, we have a
gets their
motion
ABC
and a
license.
second. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
What's the motion right now?
As recommended by staff.
With the condition about the full table service?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they wouldn't get it
They
unless
wouldn't get
they
their
have full
CFO
table
anyway,
service.
but-
want to put that on the record.
For sure.
Okay. First by McKeon, second by Vandermark, approve as recommended action.
Correct.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Yes, we'll be watching though.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
No.
Councilman Williams.
No.
Motion passes 5-2.
All right, we'll move on to item 17, discussion and direction to the city clerk and city attorney regarding voter identification and requirements. We'll give it a couple minutes for the gallery to clear. See you, Dave.
Daddy's trying to find him right now.
Huh? Was he? I mean, yeah.
By them up there, just fucking hitting them.
I missed it. All right, number 17, staff, please introduce the report.
Yeah, Mayor and City Council. Resolution number 2412 declared a special municipal election and was held and conducted on March 5th, 2024, where voters of Huntington Beach approved Measure A, shall proposed charter amendment number 1, which provides commencing in 2026 for all municipal elections that the city may require voter identifications for elections, provide more in-person voting locations, and monitored ballot drop boxes be approved. Now, currently, we're about a year away from the 2026 elections, and so we would like to ask if the city council would like us to, we have three recommended actions: direct the city manager to work with the city clerk and the city attorney and return with cost estimates, to retain an elections consultants to assist the city in developing a process to implement the measures approved by the voters by Resolution 2024-12 for the 2026 Huntington Beach municipal election, and B, direct the ordinance to be drafted and brought back to City Council for the implementation of voter ID pursuant to the passing of Measure A from the March 3rd, 2024 election, presidential primary election. And C, direct the city manager to return with an estimate of the cost associated with implementing the resolution.
I'll make the motion to carry as recommended.
Second.
Discussion? City clerk, please. Call the roll.
Councilman Twining?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon?
Yes.
Mayor Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we already did 18. And then, so we're going straight to 19. Approve for introduction ordinance number 4338, amending Huntington Beach Municipal Code Section 10.44.060, oversized vehicle parking regulations. Go ahead. It's on.
The mic? Okay.
No, it's not muted.
Maybe move the desk up a little.
Unmute. Oh, wait, it might have been muted.
There you go.
There you go.
Pat muted you.
Yeah. Habit.
Thank you for the opportunity there we go, to present on the oversized vehicle parking regulations. This is a simplification of the code to provide some more clarity to our residents and from an enforcement component. Can you pull up the change items on there? It's 19. We don't have a 19. So essentially, the definition of an oversized oversized vehicle is any motor vehicle over 22 feet long or 42 inches wide. There was a bunch of different definitions that made it confusing, and so basically we're just condensing it to that. And also a challenge that we had as well is if people disconnected a smaller trailer, under the old code, it was considered as part of one, and so now we're changing it to allow enforcement when they're disconnected and the trailer is smaller in stature. For example, like a jet ski or something like that.
Okay, you said 42, but isn't it 84 inches?
It's 22 feet long or 84 inches wide.
Okay.
If it can't be pulled up, I can't show it to you, but those are the two components that we're changing for the municipal code.
All right.
Not on
Any questions?
I do. Can RV owners still apply online for parking permits if they, okay.
So this does not change that. You still can apply for the oversized vehicle permit, 3 days for residents parking in front of your residence. That is not being changed.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, officer, can you define oversized one more time?
Any motor
22.
vehicle over 22 feet long or 42 inches wide, measured from the extreme forward widest point to the extreme rear point. Measurements shall include extensions and/or attachments.
You said 42 again.
22 feet long by 84 inches wide.
Okay.
So on 22 feet, if you're street parking in front of your house, you can do it for 3 days, but you have to get a permit, like a temporary permit. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, not free of charge.
Yeah.
But you do have to do it.
And then if you're like parking on public streets with a vehicle at that length or longer, can you do it?
No.
I mean, you can do it not at all, or overnight, or is there?
So except provided in this section, no person shall park or leave standing upon any public highway or alleyway, and then except, and it goes into the exceptions.
Okay. Because some of the public streets have a decent amount of like RV-type vehicles that maybe they can't park them at their homes, and they park them out on the streets and things like that. That would probably require that type of 3-day permit, or it's not permissible at all?
I think that's the component of making someone seek the 3-day permit, but telling them to park in front of their own house. If you start allowing people to get 3-day permits and park wherever they want, I think that would be difficult.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. Anybody else? I'll make the motion to carry as requested.
Second.
Thank you.
Clerk, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, moving on to council member items. 25-710.
Mayor, my
Yes.
apologies. I have to read the title.
Oh.
Ordinance number 4338, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach amending Section 10.44.060 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code relating to oversized vehicle parking. Thank you.
Okay. Move on to item 20, 25-710. Item submitted by Councilman Chad Williams, allocation of revenue increases to public safety.
All right, I think we got some slides for this one too. This is just kind of a refresher. This first slide as we get it up. And so this was at our last meeting on the consent calendar, is item number 21 to adopt resolution 2025-53, updating the uniform bail schedule for parking violations and establish a CPI-based annual adjustment. So I just wanted to make it clear because there was some confusion. You know, folks, sometimes I think that when we pull an item, they think that that item is our item, like we brought it to the council. Because a lot of people are like, why did you bring that to the council, Chad? Like increasing, you know, fines. And so just to make it crystal clear, that's something that's placed on the consent calendar. When you pull an item, all you're doing is you're pulling it to discuss it. So that wasn't a council member-led item. But I am bringing it back because wanted to make sure that we stay, I guess, kind of germane to, you know, the agenda. And I was looking at a way of allocating these funds for some much great needs with our first responders and police. And so this is one of 14 items on the consent calendar. If you go to the next slide, we'll see really what the benefit, the financial impact was going to be. The proposed changes are expected to increase parking fine revenue by updating fine amounts and encouraging timely payment through late fees. It's anticipated that we will see an increase in revenue of approximately $1 million based on the number of citations issued annually. And so just personally, how I felt, and I know how a couple of the other council members felt, you know, when we looked at the possibility of increasing fines, and it's kind of putting our community in the crosshairs of those fines. It's a bitter pill to swallow. Next slide. It's just, I couldn't think of, you know, a way to really wash it down other than knowing that if we do this, if we do increase these fines, the only way I could wash this down is knowing I know it's going to go towards prioritizing the needs of public safety. I don't want it to just go washing into, you know, the sea of the general fund, you know, to dissipate and disappear. Like if I knew this money is going to go towards fire, it's going to go towards police and very greatly needed positions with some of the things that we have coming up, I can stomach it then. I could take this pill. And so in the next slide, you'll see, it was brought up that this is a slippery slope, but I just want to show that there's precedent for doing this in the past. I think there's a video we can click and play.
Slide 18, you touched on it. These are the gate fees for ticketed events, which can help offset public safety costs and bring in additional revenue to the city. Below the sports complex, so that special event parking, and the city's going to receive 40% of that additional revenue that will go towards specifically capital improvement projects at the sports complex, which is huge.
And so really that's just the point on that slide. We can go to the next, but the point here is this is an unusual taking fees. In that case, it was from parking and allocating it towards the needs of community library resources. The very first agreement that I ever laid eyes on as a city council member, and it was referenced tonight, was the Symphony of Flowers. And the council at that time was already neck deep in it. They were poised to be voting on it. And this is part of the terms that we see in the financial impact. Part of these terms, it says the city will receive a one-time license fee of $15,000. Additionally, the city will receive 60% of parking fees collected in reserved parking area, which will be used for capital improvement projects benefiting the Huntington Beach Central Park and the Huntington Beach Central Library, including the restoration of outdoor water fountains. And that's it for the slides. And so that's just by way of example of, look, there's a past precedent for doing this. As we saw in the financial impact earlier with the parking fees going up, it's anticipated that's going to bring in about $1 million extra dollars. And so really all we're looking at doing is taking about 19% of the projected fee increase. You know, the original, what we were pulling in before was 6.6 million. The projection is that we'll pull in 8.1 million. So we're not pulling like all parking fees over. We're only pulling over this 19%. And again, for me personally, and I think for some of the other council members, it was a bitter pill to be raising these fines on the backs of our citizens, but we could swallow it knowing it's going to go towards prioritizing the needs of first responders. And so part of the recommended action is to direct the city manager to allocate all revenue generated from the 2025 updates to the Huntington Beach Uniform Bill Schedule for parking violations exclusively as follows for public safety enhancements. So 70% to the police department to be expended at the discretion of the police chief for the highest and best use, and 30% to the fire department, prioritizing funding for the second administrative fire captain position. With any excess for the other fire public safety needs, further direct the city manager to track these revenues separately and provide quarterly. That's important. There's going to be this oversight as well. There's going to be quarterly reports to the city council on collections, allocations, and expenditures to ensure transparency and compliance with this directive. And just kind of taking it back to the need for that second fire captain. You know, there was a time where they had 3 fire captains, and since that time, their call volume has doubled up, and they're down to 1 fire captain. They finally got a second fire captain. There is a need for a dedicated fire captain over special events, and special events is no small feat. You know, it's not a matter of just babysitting kids that are in a jump house, you know. We've got major events going on in the city. I don't need to tell you guys, and we got so much more coming up. And last council meeting when we got together, we were contemplating the possibility of sending the city manager to look into doing more events related around the Olympics. And so we do have this regular money that could be coming in. We said that when we find this money, you know, we'll get that captain position going. Again, I wouldn't have felt okay with even okaying these fees increases if I didn't know it was going to go towards prioritizing the needs of public safety. And so you have what we need for this fire captain position. And I know there's great need, obviously, on the police side of things, too. And we could talk to both chiefs. They're here tonight, and they could talk about how greatly they need it. I know, Butch, you presented ideas with Downleak that really are, they're genius. There's going to be ongoing financial needs. This is going to solve that problem. The biotech lab that you have, the tech lab that you have, and again, the captain position. And so maybe if I could, just on the captain position, and then I can call on Chief Eric McCoy and then Chief Para afterwards, just to express a little bit of, you know, the need for this next captain position, especially in light of the fact that we probably have a lot more special events coming up on the horizon.
Thank you for the question. So the need, there's obviously, we feel like there's the need for this additional admin captain. A lot of that is some of the efficiencies we're working through as a department. A lot of that is us trying to balance the important workload of our administrative staff. So this next administrative captain, like we talked about at budget time, would be special events, some of the tracking of our PPE. It's going to increase. The idea would be to increase our incident safety officer staffing from 2 to 3. And so we feel like efficiency-wise, it is important for us as a fire department.
Safe to say you wouldn't be asking for it if you didn't need it.
Correct.
And Chief Parr, just the highest and greatest needs, or you could put it to the best use, but what are some of those needs that you could see this satisfying?
Well, the police department always has significant needs. The ones you just mentioned, which are the DNA lab, the downlink, and the computer forensics labs, they're all needs. I defer to council on how our budget's allocated, and we will work within those parameters.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve and direct the city manager to allocate all revenues generated from the 2025 update to the Huntington Beach Uniform Bail Schedule for parking violations exclusively as follows: for public safety enhancement, 70% to the police department to be expended at the discretion of the police chief for the highest and best use, 30% to the fire department, prioritizing funds for the second administrative captain position, with any excess for other fire public safety needs. Further direct the city manager to track these revenues separately and provide quarterly reports to the council on collections, allocation, and expenditures to ensure transparency and compliance with this directive. That's my motion.
All right, do we have a second? And then we'll open it up for discussion.
Should we discuss and then make a second?
Yeah, you can do it both ways.
If I can, since on his slideshow, I was quoted. So what I said last meeting is I don't feel it's appropriate to earmark money from one department to the other, et cetera, because again, it all goes in the general fund. What was played on the screen was increased parking rates at the sports complex, and then that money went back into said sports complex. So it's not apples to apples. This proposal is taking the approximate $1 million, which half of that is actually generated by community library services for parking fees. And then you're taking that from that department and then earmarking it for 2 separate departments, so police and fire. So just want to clarify that quote that was played for me on the screen was related to the sports complex, parking fees going back into the sports complex.
Grace.
So I read this motion, and I am right back to where we were last time. We are the public financing authority. No one's disagreeing that our police and our fire departments have some severe needs. But that is what we're here for. When we work on the budget, we allocate the funds to where it is necessary the most. We have infrastructure issues. We have other departments that are in need as well. So that is why we have the budget. That is why we have the mid-year reviews. And I just don't think that you should start earmarking money. Fire department generates a ton of revenue that goes to our general fund as well. We are coming up on a deficit, and this is going to help that. And I just don't understand your comment as of last time saying, you said you cared about law enforcement. I'm paraphrasing here, but that we didn't because of the fire captain. We're trying to be conservative and diligent in how we fund some of these positions. Nobody said we weren't going to do it. We just said we needed more time to figure things out. And I do believe that we are the ones that need to continue to be making these decisions.
That's a good point, Gracie. I just want to touch on that as well. Like, I resent that comment that if we somehow don't support this, we don't support public safety, which couldn't be further from the truth. And our actions over these last 3 years prove that we feel public safety is the #1 role of government. But again, money comes into the general fund, and then we, as council, through the budgetary adoption process, decide how that money is allocated. Chief Parra has touched on it. He'll deal within the confines of how the council allocates the budget. This is really just semantics. So if you were to fund each of these departments by $500,000, I'm sure the finance department would go, okay, we're gonna that money is needed elsewhere in these other departments, so we're going to pull $500,000 from each department elsewhere. So again, it's just semantics. It's a slippery slope. You shouldn't be earmarking money that comes into certain departments, especially when it's crossing other departments like this one is from, half of it coming from community library services. But yeah, we're taking all that revenue coming in and giving it to the police and fire. So it's just a dangerous, slippery slope to go down.
I just have one question. When we approved the budget and we only allocated the funds for the one captain, I'm going by recollection, was there some kind of a mid-year budget adjustment where we talked about funding the second captain? Did we talk about that? Yeah. Okay, and so we're in September. What would that take? Just let's get the full scope. What would be required? You said if we could do it, like if we're on budget, when we audit at the halfway point? Or?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start this. We've already started it. I mean, to go through next year's budget. But yeah, I mean, to relook in January to see, how we trimmed expenditures up, we created more revenue. I mean, being relative to that certain department, the fire department had the lifeguard advertising panels, and see how that's transpired and how much more revenue is coming in. But again, it's like you got to look at the city in totality, right? We have a deficit we have to get ahead of. So it's like if one person brings in money to the family table, Johnny brings in money and everyone's starving, it's like, no, only Johnny can eat tonight. Like no one else can eat. It's like, what?
I mean, there's validity in both camps, and this is a difficult situation. But like from a sales perspective, in the private sector, you want your sales teams to compete. You drive that revenue. You kind of eat what you kill, so to speak. But the point you guys are making, there's validity there as well, because some departments don't have the ability to potentially maybe be creative and drive that new revenue. And then also, I mean, you don't want to open up the can of worms where, and I'm not saying this would ever happen with a fire, like they say, hey, we drive $12 million in ambulance, so let's just follow that model. We drove it, we won it. If it wasn't for that DNA lab that I really do want to see get funded fast, because I think that one is going to be a profit center for us, I would, no matter how I vote here in a minute, I would not want to make this an ongoing thing year after year. You take the million, spend it as you want. Maybe there's a couple of things right now that you could say, listen, take 5, you take 3, put 2 in the general fund one time for the first million. After that, we're back to putting all the funds in. Maybe that's a way to look at it. I know that position's needed. Chief, I know the position's needed. I've spent a lot of time with you. You're an honorable man. If you didn't need it, you would say, I'm good, I can wait. If you didn't get it until January, I know that's not the optimum, but how would you feel? I just want to know.
So I'll echo a little bit of like what Chief Parra said. I think for us as chiefs and all of us as department heads, I think our approach is always going to be two-pronged with city council and with the city manager. Our job is to tell you what we need. But the second part of that is our job is also to support the policy direction that you guys all take. And so if we don't get the spot, the community and the city council isn't going to see any real change. I think as the fire chief, like Chief Parra alluded to as well, we're also looking to make our departments as efficient as possible and to balance the busy workload. But at the end of the day, I think any of us as department heads or chiefs, we're going to 100% support the policy direction that the council takes.
And Chief Parra, of the 2 or 3 initiatives, downlink, one. When I say DNA and you say you said forensics lab and the DNA, is that almost one and the same, or are they 2 separate?
They're separate initiatives.
Okay. Which one do we think we can monetize and outsource to other departments? Speed up the crime solving for our own department, and because OC sheriffs are so busy, we could attract other department work and bill for it. Which one would that be, the DNA or forensics or both?
So we're still researching. It appears we can monetize both. There may be a faster rate of return with respect to the forensic lab, which is digging into the cell phones and computers and things like that.
Okay. And have you begun to price out, like, forensic, hey, if I had X amount of dollars, I could have this thing going in 3 months, or, a time and a dollar amount to kind of get friends, let's say that kind of became a priority right there. Do you have an idea, like time and money?
Yes, that will be coming back to you, I believe, next council meeting.
Okay, with the dollar amount?
Correct, with the dollar amounts, the startup costs, the legacy costs, and potentially how long it would take to begin to recover funds.
And are you not comfortable yet sharing a number, or you're just not sure what the number is yet?
No, I have preliminary numbers, but I've asked for some validation.
Okay. That's all my questions for now, so.
But Don, just one last thing. I mean, since we came in 22, like we've been trying to change the culture of the city where even like our tenants and, a lot of the different like labor groups, it's like everyone like just fights for themselves, and, that's the priority. And it's you got to look at the city as like a family, like as a whole, because if the city fails, we all fail, and there's structural deficits that we got to get ahead of. As you guys know, we got to reduce our expenditures and increase our ongoing revenues to exceed our expenditures. So you got to look at the city as a totality and as a family. And I feel like we're getting there, like we're changing that culture where like each labor group sees that now, and they're being more a team player. So I just think it's dangerous if we start like picking winners and losers and slicing off here to fund this, where it's like that, as Gracie touched on, that's our budgetary responsibility as council to decide how that money's allocated based on each department's need through the adoption process.
And I agree with that, and I also agree with the fact that I know both departments know that with the HB3 coming on, but with the previous Fab 4, they've been all in on supporting both departments to the best of their monetary ability with moral support and financial support. Nobody's going to dispute that. So I know everybody sitting over there, there's a want, and then there's an acknowledgement. You guys have been good to us, and we appreciate it. But that doesn't mean, hey. So is there any way we could?
Well, can I say
Yeah, go
something real
ahead.
quick?
I don't want to.
From my experience, having been worked for the, Long Beach for all those years and stuff, it's kind of the city manager, Trav, isn't it like we don't direct you where to get the money. If we want a project, we say, hey, make it happen. And then you decide in the best functioning and running of the city, you find where the money could come from. For us to earmark it, it's kind of usurping, in a sense, your authority or your job in really managing the city. That's the only thing I'm concerned, is that we're almost micromanaging the money or your job in deciding how it gets done. We give you the policy, we give you what we'd like to see done, then you decide how it happens, money-wise and things, and you decide what departments get trimmed and where the money comes from. Am I wrong on that?
Well, definitely, staff will implement the policy of the council, and we do balance all of the needs from the departments and bring that forward, just like we did in budget in June for council approval. And so within those bounds, I will always do that.
But to say that we're going to use this money specifically for the money that we get from these tickets are going to be restricted to serving these purposes, is that normal? I've never heard of that before, that's all. That's why I'm asking. If it's normal, hey, let's go for it. But if it's kind of usurping your kind of power of managing,
I wouldn't say it's
city
typical, but I
manager.
would say it's within the council's authority.
Yeah, I think the main concern is the money just goes into the big pot and it's gone. Like all of a sudden they don't, I believe in those two things. I do believe in that additional captain, and I know maybe the residents will be like, oh my God, more pension out, exposure. But in speaking to the chief, they got BCs doing that right now. That is not highest and best use for a BC to be doing that. And then regarding, listen, our city, it's a safe city, but, the forensic lab solving crime faster, to me, I ran on, you can't be a thriving city if you're not a safe city. The faster we solve crime and if we can outsource it. So I would like to know that if we didn't earmark, so to speak, that we can almost guarantee these to chiefs that, hey, you're going to get that guy because we believe it's necessary, and we're not going to come back in 4 months at the halfway point and go, it's just not going to happen, because I believe, number one, the personnel will pay for itself in safety, and the lab will pay for itself in results and revenue generation. So I would hate to take this new $1 million on the backs of the taxpayer. Although, let me set the table, we only came up to par with the other cities, so we didn't go beyond the scope of taxing these people with parking tickets. But I would really hate to see the fees increase, the money go to the general fund. 4 months later, they're both looking at, hey, no forensic, no captain, and somehow it washed away somewhere else, which, not to say it's not necessary, but I think these are really high priorities that are easily justifiable, and it would give me a level of comfort knowing that, okay, we're not going to earmark it today, but I think, Council, you come to me and we can find that money. There's going to be a new surplus of money, and we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to fund those two initiatives. That would make me feel, because I believe they're that important.
Councilmember Kennedy, I feel like we found it, the money. I couldn't swallow that pill without knowing at least it's going to be prioritized towards funding public safety. And we talked about, at least that fire captain position before. I think the sooner we get that fire captain online and doing his job, the better our community is going to be. And the way that money goes into the general fund, it just splashes in there. And the way that we spend it sometimes, the way that it's like, oh, this bid went a little bit over, so we got to loosen up $500,000 here. This thing went over a little bit. Like, we're talking about a position that's $289, and you got a captain that's dedicated towards these special events, and there's going to be an increase of them. Same thing with the tech labs. Like, this is going to be bringing money back to us.
Yeah,
and
no,
so, and government's so slow. Hey, let's wait till, the annual budget or, halfway through, we'll look at it again. As part of the financial authority, and this is part of the authority we have as council, in our charter, it says that from meeting to meeting, we can make these financial decisions, we can hone the craft. I mean, this is what we do in the SEAL teams. We, adapt, improvise. And so there's an opportunity. We see it like, hey, here's some ammo right here. Get it to these guys who are on the front lines who really need it right now. And then we make big adjustments at the annual budget. But I see an opportunity to get it to them. And these guys, it's life and death on the line. And if we ask Chief, hey, Chief McCoy, could you do without that captain that we just gave you before?
Well, he's going to say yes, because that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, exactly. And could you do without, maybe if we took off a couple of fire stations, could you do without those two? He's going to say yes every time. So we keep putting him in a spot, right, asking him, like, do you really need it? It's like he wouldn't be asking if he didn't need it.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't think we should say, we know we have $1 million coming in, so let's go to the general fund and cash flow these things now because we have the $1 million coming in. What if we were saying, as the money comes in, we'll kind of pigeonhole it. By the time we get to 500 grand, it's going to be January or so anyway. I don't think we should say we got money coming in, so spend out of the general fund now. I don't think that makes sense, because how many times do you bet on something that doesn't pay off?
Yeah, like destination analysis. I think that we got better reasons to believe that $1 million is coming in based off of the staff report, and the way that they audited it, than we have to believe destination analysis that says we're getting $3.7 million every year from the air show.
I guess I would look at it like, okay, let's say our deficit's 10 million, which basically it is. Great, just brought in $1 million, now it's down to 9. What else we got? Because we got to get to 0. We got to balance the budget. So what other departments, what ideas do you guys have? We're a family, so we got to bring in more revenue. We got to trim expenditures. You start like slicing it off and earmarking, you get like in a dangerous precedent. And we already have this discretion and oversight through the budget adoption process. You guys can have meetings with Travis and say, hey, I really want to fund these positions. How do we do it? Well, we're facing a $10 million deficit. So here's some ideas we have to bring in more revenue to balance our budget. And then we can afford these positions. And we can look at the lifeguard advertising tower and all those things. But I mean, you went from 10 to 9, and so it's like you got to look at this in totality because we got to balance our budget, and so that's our discretion.
Can we get that DNA lab online? We start making more money. You know.
I just want to say just a couple things. I've been kind of sat over here and shut up, getting kind of tired, but I think both chiefs know that they don't have a bigger supporter anywhere than me, and probably equal to everybody up here. it was my idea, of the downlink and the electronics lab and the DNA lab and all that. And I would love to get that. I'd love to find some way to do that. I just kind of had an option other than to earmark this $1 million and with the percentages and everything. Aren't we getting ready? Isn't the end of September the end of our first quarter, our first budget quarter?
Yes.
And don't we get reports shortly thereafter? I don't know, what, 2 weeks?
We will have a year-end report as we finalize the auditing, and that'll be coming to council.
That's not going to help me. Because what I was thinking was, I know that historically, and I've talked to a couple council members about this, historically, we beat our budget at the end of the budget year by sometimes millions. And I was thinking as an option, if we're ahead of schedule, I was hoping we'd have a quarterly report and we'll say, hey, we spent, $500,000 less this quarter than we budgeted. Then we can say, well, let's go ahead and fund that fire captain, and we're going to have a report in 2 weeks on downlink, and we're going to have a report on DNA lab, and we're going to have a report on the electronics, the computer lab, and then we can if there is savings from the first quarter financials, we can say booyah, hey, let's do it.
Well, yeah, that's an appropriate time, right? Because you're truing up.
Come at the end of the year, it doesn't really.
No, you said we're going to get our end of the year quickly.
Yes, and that was the end of last year.
Right. And if we beat last year's budget by not spending out, when will we know that?
In about 2 months, I believe.
2 months.
And I'm looking
That's
for
fine. Again, you're
confirmation.
truing up, but that's part of the budget process, right? You're going to true up. Where did the numbers actually come in? And then at that point, hey, we got extra money. We don't have a deficit. We can allocate money to this captain or whatever it is. But that's the appropriate procedure and protocol to make those decisions, not earmarking funds.
I was thinking that we would have it 2 weeks after the 30th of September. I was just hoping, and then maybe tell Chad, hey, Councilman Williams, if our budget looks like it historically has, because we typically don't, we're usually under budget by the end of our budget year by millions sometimes. I've heard between $1 and $3 million almost, historically. Then we can tap that and say, okay, Captain.
How much?
Well, it's been between $1 and $3 million over the last, I think, 5 years.
But that's the
So our
appropriate
last
time.
annual budget review, it was presented as a $1.1 million budget surplus. And that's
Correct.
why I said, look, we got the 289
Correct.
then right now. And then the logic then was like, yeah, we have it now, but we might not have it later. So let's not approve it now, even though we have it now, because we might not have it later. And then when we get there later and we have it now, yeah, we do have it now.
Well,
we might not have it later.
What I'm proposing is let's wait and see what our quarterly numbers look like in 6 weeks, and then we can go. We can do it. Because it's like what Don said, and I just also want to say on the parking fines, or they call them the bail, the parking bail, we really only hit, and maybe makes the pill a little easier to swallow, we really hit hard violators of handicapped parking spots and handicap ramps, because nothing drives me crazier than somebody parking in a handicapped spot and then getting out and jogging to wherever they're going. So
As long as you're not hitting handicapped people. But look, we have the air show coming up. Right? It would be great if we can get this dedicated captain, working dedicated on that. And then all these other special events that we have coming up. I don't know why the gears turn so slowly in government. We need to move on the fly. Like I said, we just found some ammunition right here over the ground. Those guys need it going on the front lines of the battle. We can get the downleak and we can get the biotech going right away. We can be moving. So as the financial authority, we can shoot, move, and communicate along the way and not just wait. And then by the time we get there, there'll be some kind of a problem,
Well, I'm kind of new to city budgeting, so I kind of try to rely on the guys that have been here a little bit longer than I have, and so I ask them, and I could easily say, because I really want the second captain, I really want the forensics labs. It's really easy for me to do. Is it possible? I suppose, yeah. So I could support this, but I think it's, like Don said, we haven't collected a penny on the new parking fines yet, as far as I know. But I'm sure that That's not that hard
Maybe that's
to
a
find
question
out.
for
Button this
staff.
up.
How reliable is that projection of the, 1 million?
I believe it's reliable. There's always fluctuations, but it shouldn't have some wild difference between the projection and the actual numbers.
Is that based purely on increased fines or also increased ticket writing, or both?
It's based on the average number of sites in the previous years and then the increase in the fines.
Wow. And Chief, how long is the interview vetting process for you to maybe have a candidate you think would fill that shoe?
Well, he's the one. Oh.
No, Chief. No, I'm talking to Chief McCoy. Like,
He's got cross eyes.
No, am I cross-eyed? I might be now. How long will it take you to identify some candidates, interview candidates, and pick the right one if you knew you had the money? What's the process?
For us, it's an internal appointment, not necessarily a promotion. So it's a captain who's already been on the floor for a while and has some experience. I mean,
Fairly quick.
couple weeks.
You know the people.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there's been a motion on the table.
Yeah, my big, Travis, are you okay with this? I mean, you're the one who's going to have to live with this. I mean, we all are, but you're going to have to finagle the numbers.
So I definitely, I'll do it, council directs. I guess if you're asking my opinion, here's what I would say is if there's positions or projects that you want your priority, if you let me know, we will make sure that we can do those in there. We do have a deficit, but we also have resources. We're not a completely broke city, so we can get those things done.
If this doesn't work out, we could always bring it back, right? I mean, there's going to be a quarterly report as part of the motion, and so if it's just not working out, we can adjust that on the fly as well. But I sure would like to get these dedicated things going. Let's get moving.
I think if we had a surplus, I wouldn't be as concerned, but we don't. The fact is we're coming up on a deficit. We need funds in our general fund. That doesn't mean the position won't be filled, the PD won't get what they need, but we need to have the flexibility to prioritize the needs of our city. We don't just have police and fire, we have other departments as well, and they're not generating any revenue.
No,
This is not a good idea.
I just think that
not.
I kind of just favor we direct him to do it and he find the money and we keep the funds going where they're going. And like you say, those funds are trickling in. But then if we're that adamant about these two positions, then we ask him to make it happen.
Yeah, we're the board of directors. He's the CEO. I mean, that's his job.
Well, one of these big parts of it is that this is money going towards something that will bring in more money. Let's get the ball rolling.
I know. All we got to do, though, is just, hey, Trav, make it happen.
All right, let's button this up.
You can do it.
Without earmarking the money is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that seems to be the sticky point here. So I actually feel as if pretty much everybody is in general agreement about what we're doing here, and it's the sticky part is the earmarking. So like maybe we put the earmarking piece
And then we
aside.
just tell Mr. Manager.
Yeah.
Yep. That is his job.
City
He'll
Manager.
make the magic
Pretty
work.
much.
That's the way it is.
No pressure.
And now you don't even
That was a
have
good idea, Pat. I saw the city manager go, oh, God, he put that on me.
So
Okay,
should we?
I just want to just let it go, general fund, but turn it on for the captain position now. Can we do that? Can we make a motion to do that? Is that still germane to the agenda?
It's not.
I believe so, yeah.
What's the motion?
Motion is to let the money go to the general fund, and we direct the city manager to find a position for the special events and fire and those issues that the police want, the Starlink and the lab.
Right, so approve that position, and maybe I could just add, we're bringing those others in the
Before
coming
we
weeks,
get
and as we
funding.
bring them, we'll bring information on costs and funding.
Yes.
So somebody restate the motion, please.
The funds will go to the general fund,
Okay.
and we will direct Travis to find the funding for the captain's position.
To activate the captain's position.
And the lab.
And also the Chief Parra's asked for at least the forensic. If he was to prioritize, I think he said forensic was the number one. First one to get going, right, Chief?
Councilmember
want 'em all,
Kennedy, if we can bring those forward with the items, with the chief, will be bringing those forward in the next council meeting.
Or
Well, let's wait.
costing.
And if we can bring
We could
the
wait for those.
costing, and then the council could make a decision on it at that time with
Okay.
that information, if that's fair.
Because we know the cost of the fire position, we're going to say, let's vote on moving the money into the
Perfect.
general fund, and you make it happen on the fire position?
Perfect,
Is
yes.
that what we're voting?
Yeah,
We'll
I
start
believe that's
digging.
what the,
Okay.
It doesn't require a
Okay,
motion, does it?
So, well, we need a motion.
I guess it's. you
Well,
make
we're
that
directing him, so, I mean, do we need,
yeah, I think you should vote on it. So
Okay.
one is, and whose motion is this? Let's just
I'll
back
make it
up.
mine. We'll amend it, amend Chad's request to fund the captain for the special events, and then the money go into the general fund. And then when,
And then we'll
at a
bring-
later date, not even part of the motion, we'll reanalyze what the police need.
Yes, we'll
Well,
bring
and Chief's
costs
gonna bring
and of
numbers to
those police projects.
Yes, and then decide what we do with that.
Yep.
I second that.
Okay, ready to vote.
Let me make sure I have this correctly. Amend item number 20. The money goes to the general fund. Direct the city manager to find funding. To approve the fire department captain position for special events at a later date. Bring back the PD issue for priority forensics.
Well, we're not,
Just kind of maybe fix the language on it a little bit. Instead of find the funding, can we just say, can we activate the fire captain position?
Yeah, everybody agree?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
you want to do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Activate the fire department captain position for special events. Okay. So let me, give me 1 second here. All right.
I mean, you guys, it feels like there's ambiguity, or are you guys good on that? I mean, it's been a long
better.
night. I mean, so when we say activate, and again, I'm all for the position, but there are confines when you have a deficit. Are we saying activate like basically, in the private sector, you open up a rec, you're hiring, the money's set, you don't have to worry about the money, you open up your rec, you find the candidate, they're hired. Are we there? Or are we saying we want that position, it's a priority, there is going to be new money coming in, and you need to be able to find the way to fund it ASAP, so to speak?
The latter, what you just said, not to activate it, but
Funding
to
the
find the
position.
money. Yeah.
Well, I'd just say it's kind of a wash the way that Casey would say, right? Like with the $5 million settlement with Amplify Energy and paying $5 million to the air show, as Casey would put it, it's a wash. The $1 million coming in, it's a wash. You can fill that position. As I understood, that's kind of what Andrew was presenting. Can we just get the administrative captain position going and send the money? We're getting upset about the allocation, right? Or the earmarking.
Well, I think the definitiveness of it.
What are we talking about here? Are we talking as of Chief McCoy is going to activate this in 2 weeks, and that's when it starts? Or what exactly does activate
Can we
mean?
share the intent? Yeah, start filling that position immediately.
I don't think.
Yeah, I thought we were going the other way,
Yeah.
like, hey, we're going to be asking you to, there's going to be new money coming in.
Yep.
We're not going to earmark it.
Right.
As the bucket starts to fill, hey, it's working, money's coming in. Our priority is, Mr.
Right.
City Manager, you figure out, hey, you don't even have 289, 290 in yet, but we said you figure out how to get that thing funded.
Right.
But we're not saying fund it now,
Yep.
hire him.
Correct.
I think
He's got to get the funding. He's
Right.
got to
I think
find
the money
funding.
starts having to come in. The intent is you start looking around, don't lollygag it, make it a priority, and you start figuring out how can I move this around? The council wants to get this position on board and funded. We do have new money coming in, but we're not allocating it with an earmark. I know I have other departments, but I'm going to figure out a way, because I'm city manager extraordinaire, how to get this thing funded in short fashion without an earmark and without, doing something that's not prudent.
Correct.
Would
All
it
right.
kill us just to get it going? Let's
All right,
just
that's
get
the
the captain
motion.
position going.
We need to give you time to go through the budget and figure out where the money's coming from. We can't just tell them, go out and hire a captain tomorrow. That is not responsible.
It's not responsible to just believe that we're going to have all this money coming in from an air show that you can't even quantify and say,
Okay, well,
but
we're
it's just-
talking
it's
two different
coming.
issues here. Right now, we're talking about the
logic.
fines
We're
and
talking logic.
earmarking.
Keep conflating. So
Okay.
I like Don's motion.
Yeah.
All right. What Don said.
I kind
Okay,
of feel like it's
so
unclear at
just
this
so-
point, and I
Clarify.
don't think it's what Andrew's intent was when he shared that.
Because there will be somebody trying to type these notes up, so let me
Yeah.
just make sure that I'm clear. So I feel like, or what I understood was, we are going to amend item number 20. Money is going to the general fund. Direct the city manager to find funding for the fire department position for the captain for special events.
Correct.
Yes.
You're getting good.
But haven't we always been trying to find that funding?
All
We're
right,
just going to go
that's-
back
that's
and
the motion.
look for more
Second.
funding.
Second.
Second.
Don, that's your motion, correct?
Yeah.
Sec-
Okay, I'll second your
All
motion.
right.
Okay.
Roll call.
First Kennedy, second Vandermark.
Yes.
Okay. For the captain, hold on a second. Okay.
It's been more passive, Chad. Now it's more, it's not definitive, but it's articulated. Before it was kind of passive, like it's a, you know.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Please.
Councilman Twiney.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Abstain.
Motion passes 6-0-1.
Okay, new item, 25-714. Item submitted by Councilwoman Gracie Vandermark, request for resolution in opposition to special election for redistricting.
So I'll be really, really quick. So Prop 50 is a direct assault on the democratic process in California. Voters in our state deliberately created an independent redistricting commission and enshrined it in our Constitution to protect against partisan gerrymandering. That safeguard was meant to ensure that politicians could never again manipulate district lines for their own advantage. Governor Newsom's push to override the system is not rooted in fairness, public demand, or necessity. It is retaliation and unnecessary political maneuver against Texas. That recklessly treats Californians as pawns in a partisan feud. Such abuse of power undermines voter trust and turns residents into collateral damage for political gamesmanship. A true leader does not sacrifice the voice of the people for petty political payback. Allowing this president would mean politicians get to select their voters rather than the voters choosing the representatives. That is not democracy, it's manipulation. We must stand together to stop this dangerous overreach and defend the integrity of our independent commission and preserve the principle that free and fair representation belongs to the people of California, not the ambitions of those in power. So I would like to ask that we direct the city manager to draft a resolution for city council approval in opposition of Governor Newsom's special election regarding redistricting and bring that resolution back for consideration on September 16th, 2025.
I will second that, but also add that we ask the city attorney to look into legal action against Newsom and his administration. He himself has admitted that it is wrong. He has said what Texas did was wrong, but we're going to do two wrongs make a right in this case. And what he is like saying, I'm going to justify because somebody else did it. Well, somebody lit a fire, so I'm going to light a fire. He's wrong. And I think with that, we have a case in his reckless administrating of this, his special election redistricting plans. It's gross.
Not to mention, it's going to cost taxpayers $35 million.
I thought it was 200.
It's over $200 million.
$250 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Are you good with the amendment?
Approve as amended.
Yes.
City attorney, legal action against Newsom. First Vandermark, second Burns. Councilman Twining.
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McKeon.
Yes.
Mayor Burns.
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark.
Yes.
Councilman Gruhl.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, would any member like to add any new business to the next agenda? Do I have a motion and a
Motion.
second?
Motion to adjourn.
All right,
Second.
next regularly scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Financing Authority is Tuesday, September 16, 2025, in the Civic Center Council Chambers, 2000 Main Street, Huntington Beach, California.